Tonight, we step into a haunting chapter of European history, the witch craze, a time when fear and paranoia gripped entire communities, and countless innocent people faced accusation, trial, and fiery punishment. This is a story of superstition, power, and tragedy that shaped centuries. Before we get started, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, tell me where you're watching from and what time it is. In the earliest centuries of European history, long before the witch craze erupted in flames and trials, the concept of magic and witchcraft was already deeply woven into the cultural and spiritual life of communities. These early beliefs did not emerge from a single source. Rather, they evolved over centuries from a blend of folklore, pagan practices, and religious doctrine. Understanding the origins of witch beliefs in medieval Europe means going back to the ancient roots of myth, medicine, and morality. In pre-Christian Europe, nature worship and animistic traditions formed the backbone of spiritual life. The people believed that natural forces like rivers, trees, storms, and animals were inhabited by spirits. These beliefs were reflected in the practices of druids in Celtic lands, shamans in Slavic regions, and seers in Germanic tribes. Magic was not seen as evil, but as part of the natural order. People known as wise women, cunning men, and herbalists served vital roles in their communities. They healed the sick, interpreted dreams, blessed crops, and performed rituals. Their knowledge of herbs, seasons, and folk remedies was passed down orally through generations. These individuals were often respected, though their power could also inspire fear, particularly in times of misfortune. With the spread of Christianity throughout Europe, from the 4th century onward, the Church began to clash with these older traditions. Early Christian missionaries sought to replace indigenous spiritual systems with monotheism. Many pagan deities and spirits were reinterpreted as demons. Sacred groves were destroyed, and local festivals were either banned or rebranded with Christian meanings. The Church emphasized the worship of a single God and the authority of the Bible, which left little room for folk magic or spiritual pluralism. However, in the early medieval period, the Church did not yet have a unified or aggressive stance on witchcraft. Most church authorities viewed spells, charms, and village magic as ignorant superstition rather than diabolical evil. One of the earliest influential texts addressing magic was written by Saint Augustine in the 5th century. He argued that although magic had no real power, the belief in it could open people to demonic influence. This idea set the stage for future demonization of magical practices. By the 9th century, the Church issued the Canon Episcopi, a document that stated that women who believed they rode with the goddess Diana at night were deluded and guilty of heresy. The canon condemned belief in magic as foolish and heretical, but did not call for harsh punishments. It emphasized correction and penance, not execution. During the early Middle Ages, Europe was a patchwork of rural communities, many of which retained pre-Christian beliefs. Christianity often blended with local customs, producing a form of syncretism. Saints took the place of older gods, and rituals persisted under new names. However, this uneasy balance began to shift in the High Middle Ages as the Church gained more centralized power. In the 12th and 13th centuries, Church doctrine became more organized and dogmatic. Heresy was increasingly seen as a threat to spiritual and political authority. The rise of scholasticism and the founding of universities brought a new focus on theology, logic, and the categorization of sin. Witchcraft began to be redefined. Theologians started to argue that witches did not simply use folk magic, but actually made pacts with the devil. This marked a turning point. Magic was no longer just misguided, it was dangerous and satanic. Influential figures like Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century helped shape this view, claiming that the devil could influence the physical world and that people could ally with him through rituals. These ideas grew alongside the establishment of the Inquisition, which was originally created to combat heresy. While witchcraft was not initially the focus, the machinery for persecution was already in place. Meanwhile, folklore continued to evolve. Tales of flying women, night visits, shape-shifting, and curses spread orally across villages and towns. The figure of the witch began to crystallize in the popular imagination as an old solitary woman who caused harm through supernatural means. These stories often reflected social tensions. A poor harvest, a sudden illness, or a deformed birth could trigger suspicion. The targets were often women on the margins of society, widows, healers, and those who did not conform. By the end of the medieval period, a new belief system had taken root in Europe. It was no longer a matter of village superstition. It was an organized worldview that combined folklore, theology, and fear. Witches were no longer simply local healers or misguided souls. They were believed to be servants of Satan, part of an international conspiracy to undermine Christian society. This belief would become the foundation for the witch hunts that followed. The next centuries would see this fear erupt into one of the most tragic and deadly chapters of European history. The origins of witch beliefs were complex and multifaceted, but they laid the groundwork for what was to come. They were shaped by ancient traditions, redefined by religious institutions, and fueled by the uncertainties of a changing world. This was the crucible in which the witch craze was born. The 14th and 15th centuries marked a time of profound transformation and turmoil in Europe. It was during this period that the seeds of fear, suspicion, and organized witch persecution began to take root. Though belief in magic and supernatural harm had long existed, the late medieval era brought new intensity and structure to the fear of witches. This era did not yet witness the full-scale witch hunts of later centuries, but it laid the psychological and institutional foundation for the coming storm. One of the most devastating events to strike Europe during this time was the Black Death. First arriving in 1347, the plague swept through the continent with unparalleled ferocity. By the time it subsided, it had killed an estimated 1/3 to 1/2 of Europe's population. Entire villages were wiped out. Cities were decimated. The social order collapsed under the weight of mass death, labor shortages, and the disruption of everyday life. The plague was a mystery to medieval minds. Lacking any understanding of bacteria or contagion, people turned to supernatural explanations. It was seen as divine punishment for sin, or perhaps the result of curses, poisons, and evil magic. In such a climate, anyone who was different or misunderstood could easily become a scapegoat. Economic hardship further deepened the fear and instability. Crop failures, rising food prices, and poverty created a volatile social atmosphere. People were desperate for someone to blame. The lower classes, especially older women without male protection, became easy targets. These women often survived on the margins, relying on herbal knowledge, midwifery, and other forms of traditional healing. Their independence and expertise could be threatening in a patriarchal and highly religious society. If a child died in childbirth, or a cow stopped producing milk, suspicion could quickly fall on these women. At the same time, Europe was undergoing significant religious changes. The Catholic Church, struggling with internal corruption and competing power structures, sought to reassert its spiritual and moral authority. This involved increased efforts to root out heresy. Inquisitions, originally created to combat religious dissent, expanded their scope to include magical practices and sorcery. Though the Church initially treated most magical acts as superstition rather than demonic, a shift began to occur in the 15th century. Some theologians and inquisitors started promoting the idea that magic involved conscious pacts with the devil. One of the turning points in this transition came in 1484, when Pope Innocent VIII issued a papal bull titled Summis Desideratis Effectibus. This decree acknowledged the existence of witches and empowered inquisitors like Heinrich Kramer to pursue and prosecute them. Kramer, along with Jacob Sprenger, authored the infamous Malleus Maleficarum in 1487, a text that would become the manual for witch hunters in the years to come. The Malleus claimed that witches were real, dangerous, and mostly female. It provided detailed guidance on identifying, interrogating, and convicting witches. Though initially criticized by some church authorities, the book found wide circulation thanks to the printing press and became deeply influential. While the Malleus emerged at the end of the 15th century, its popularity reflects the growing climate of suspicion and paranoia that had been building for decades. Trials for witchcraft began to increase, particularly in regions like Switzerland, southern Germany, and parts of France. These early trials often began with local accusations. A failed harvest, a sudden death, or even a bad dream could start a cascade of fear. Under torture or pressure, accused witches would sometimes confess and name others, spreading the panic further. Communities became locked in cycles of accusation and retaliation. Men were not immune, but the majority of those accused were women, especially older, unmarried, or socially isolated ones. The belief in witches was not solely the product of religious doctrine. It was fueled by folklore, local legends, and centuries of tradition. Tales of women flying through the night, transforming into animals or casting spells had circulated for generations. The Church, increasingly alarmed by these beliefs and their potential to undermine orthodoxy, began treating them as real and diabolical. This convergence of folklore and formal doctrine helped transform the image of the witch from a village healer or seer into a satanic conspirator. The late medieval period also saw the rise of urban centers, where fears could spread quickly and authorities could enforce laws more systematically. In rural areas, local justice remained dominant, often driven by personal grudges or community tensions. But in cities, new legal systems and inquisitorial procedures began to formalize the pursuit of witches. These systems allowed for written records, professional judges, and codified punishments. As the legal infrastructure developed, so did the means to carry out widespread and organized persecution. By the dawn of the 16th century, the groundwork for the witch craze was firmly in place. Europe was a continent in crisis. It had endured waves of plague, war, and economic instability. The Church was both a moral authority and a political institution seeking to maintain control. Communities were riddled with fear and suspicion, and the image of the witch had evolved into a powerful symbol of evil and disorder. The transition from scattered accusations to full-scale witch hunts would begin shortly. But the fear, the suspicion, and the tools of persecution were already sharpened and ready. This was the age when witches became enemies not just of individuals, but of the entire Christian world. In the year 1487, a book was published that would go on to shape centuries of fear, persecution, and death. Its title was the Malleus Maleficarum, translated from Latin as the Hammer of Witches. Written by Heinrich Kramer, a Dominican inquisitor, with the name of Jacob Sprenger added for credibility, the book became the most influential treatise on witchcraft in European history. The Malleus was not merely a reflection of existing fears, it actively intensified and legitimized the witch hunts, turning vague suspicions into formal accusations and turning accusations into executions. Its impact on European society was profound and far-reaching. Kramer had already attempted to prosecute women for witchcraft in Innsbruck in 1485, but his efforts were met with resistance. The local authorities questioned his conduct, and church officials dismissed his legal approach. In response, he returned to Germany and composed the Malleus Maleficarum, seeking both to justify his methods and to provide a clear framework for others to follow. To give his work ecclesiastical authority, he included a papal bull issued by Pope Innocent VIII in 1484, known as Summis Desiderantis Affectibus. Though the bull did not directly endorse the book, it acknowledged the existence of witches and authorized inquisitors like Kramer to pursue them. By attaching it to the Malleus, Kramer gave his work a veneer of official support. The Malleus Maleficarum was divided into three main parts. The first section argued that witchcraft was real and heretical, and that those who doubted its existence were themselves heretics. This was a direct rebuttal to earlier church teachings that considered many reports of witchcraft as superstition. Kramer asserted that witches made pacts with the devil, committed sexual acts with demons, and performed harmful magic to destroy crops, spread disease, and kill infants. He also insisted that witches, especially women, were more susceptible to the devil's influence due to their supposedly weaker intellects and moral character. The second part of the book focused on identifying witches. It provided signs, symptoms, and behavioral clues to look for, ranging from a sudden change in personality to unexplained illness in others. The book claimed that witches could fly, become invisible, and use magic to harm neighbors or loved ones. These fantastical claims were presented as objective truth. The book blurred the line between folklore and theology, presenting both as evidence of diabolical conspiracy. The third and final section gave detailed instructions on how to conduct witch trials. It recommended torture as a legitimate means of extracting confessions. Accused individuals were to be denied legal counsel, and even the slightest suspicion could be grounds for arrest. If someone refused to confess under torture, it was interpreted as proof of a demonic pact, granting them unnatural resistance. The Malleus was a fusion of religious ideology, legal theory, and misogyny. Kramer devoted considerable space to condemning women, claiming that they were more carnal and emotional, more likely to lie, and more easily corrupted by Satan. He used biblical references, church doctrine, and pseudo-scientific reasoning to build his case. This systemic targeting of women helped shape the gendered nature of witch persecution in the centuries that followed. What truly allowed the Malleus to spread was the printing press. Invented only a few decades earlier, the press made it possible to produce books quickly and distribute them widely. The Malleus was reprinted dozens of times over the next century. It became a standard reference text for judges, inquisitors, clergy, and local magistrates. In an age without a centralized judicial system or consistent legal standards, the Malleus offered a ready-made guide to identifying, prosecuting, and punishing witches. Its use was not confined to Catholic countries. Protestant regions also adopted its ideas. Although the Reformation brought religious conflict and division, both Catholics and Protestants shared a belief in the danger of witchcraft. The Malleus provided a unifying script for how to address that threat. However, the Malleus was not universally accepted. Even in its time, some scholars and clergy criticized it for being overly zealous and poorly reasoned. Theologians at the University of Cologne, for example, condemned parts of the book. Yet these objections were not enough to curb its influence. The fear of witchcraft had become too deeply embedded in the collective psyche. The Malleus did not create that fear. but it gave it shape, direction, and authority. It turned scattered local practices into a continental ideology. The legacy of the Malleus Maleficarum is one of violence and tragedy. Its recommendations led to thousands of trials and executions. Women were the primary victims, though men and children were not spared. The book taught that mercy was a sign of weakness, and that saving the soul of the accused was more important than preserving their life. It instructed authorities to act with absolute certainty, even when the evidence was flimsy or coerced. In this way, the Malleus helped institutionalize injustice under the guise of religious duty. By the early 16th century, the Malleus had become more than a book. It was a symbol of the witch craze itself, a driving force behind the panic that swept across Europe. Its pages gave legitimacy to paranoia and turned suspicion into legal doctrine. Though later centuries would see its ideas challenged and eventually discredited, the damage had already been done. The witch hunts that followed were shaped by its influence, and its echoes can still be heard in modern fears about the unknown, the different, and the powerless. The publication of the Malleus Maleficarum in 1487 marked a turning point in European history. It transformed the way people understood evil, justice, and human nature, and it laid the groundwork for one of the most terrifying chapters in the Western world's collective memory. The 16th century marked the peak of witch trials in Europe. It was during this century that the fear of witchcraft erupted into large-scale hunts, public executions, and systemic persecution that engulfed entire regions. While belief in witchcraft had been present for centuries, the social, political, and religious transformations of the 1500s created the perfect storm for mass hysteria. The influence of the Malleus Maleficarum, combined with the upheaval of the Protestant Reformation, ongoing wars, and political instability, turned fear into fervor. Across Europe, thousands were accused, tortured, and executed, often based on little more than rumor or suspicion. The Protestant Reformation began in 1517, when Martin Luther published his 95 Theses. This challenge to the Catholic Church fractured the religious unity of Europe and triggered decades of conflict, both theological and military. In Catholic and Protestant regions alike, authorities sought to purify their societies of perceived evil. Witchcraft, seen as a direct threat to both the church and the social order, became a target. Witch hunts were not confined to one religion. Both Catholic and Protestant leaders saw witches as agents of Satan. The Reformation did not reduce persecution. In many places, it intensified it. Germany became the epicenter of early large-scale witch hunts. The Holy Roman Empire, a patchwork of semi-independent principalities, lacked centralized legal oversight. Local lords and magistrates had broad authority to conduct trials and enforce punishments. In places like Trier, Würzburg, and Bamberg, waves of witch hunts swept through communities. One of the most notorious examples occurred in the town of Trier between 1581 and 1593. During this period, hundreds of people were executed, including nobles, priests, and children. The hunts were often driven by a mix of religious zeal, political ambition, and economic gain. Accused witches were sometimes forced to name others under torture, creating spirals of accusation that devastated entire communities. In Würzburg, the witch hunts reached a terrifying scale under Prince Bishop Philipp Adolf von Ehrenberg. From 1626 to 1631, over 900 people were executed for witchcraft, including children as young as 7. Though technically a 17th century case, the roots of such mass hysteria were planted in the 16th century. These executions were carried out with official sanction, often in public squares, and were intended as both punishment and deterrent. Torture was commonly used to extract confessions. The accused were subjected to the strappado, rack, and burning irons. Legal standards were minimal. A mere accusation, especially from someone under duress, could lead to arrest and execution. Switzerland also witnessed intense witch trials during the 16th century. The canton of Valais, for example, experienced one of the earliest mass persecutions beginning in 1428, but the violence continued into the 1500s. Accusations in Swiss regions often followed crop failures, plagues, or unexplained misfortunes. Trials were held by local councils or ecclesiastical courts. The lack of standardized legal procedure meant that outcomes varied widely, but the use of torture and the presumption of guilt were common. In some areas, entire families were wiped out. France saw periodic waves of witch trials, particularly in rural regions. In 1560, Parliament in Paris issued stricter laws on witchcraft, leading to increased prosecutions. One of the most infamous trials occurred in the Basque region, which straddled the border between France and Spain. In the early 1600s, but rooted in 16th century tensions, the Basque witch trials led to the arrest of hundreds and the execution of dozens. French authorities increasingly viewed witchcraft as a threat to social cohesion, and trials were used as a tool of control. The influence of printed witch-hunting manuals and theological treatises spread fear and encouraged local magistrates to take action. While the motivations behind witch hunts varied, common themes emerged. Political leaders used witch trials to assert control or eliminate rivals. Religious leaders used them to demonstrate moral authority. Economic tensions played a role as well. In times of hardship, blaming a witch for failed crops or livestock deaths offered a simple explanation for complex problems. Accusations could be driven by personal grudges, property disputes, or jealousy. Women were disproportionately targeted, particularly those who were elderly, widowed, or socially marginalized. The stereotype of the old, solitary, and poor woman became firmly entrenched. The legal processes of the time offered little protection for the accused. Torture was not only permitted, but often required to obtain a confession. Once confessed, the accused was likely to implicate others, whether truthfully or under duress. This created networks of accusations that could engulf entire towns. Trials were often swift, with limited evidence, no defense counsel, and no presumption of innocence. Executions were carried out by hanging or burning at the stake, and were frequently public spectacles meant to reinforce the power of the authorities. The intellectual climate of the time also contributed to the escalation. Scholars and theologians debated the nature of witchcraft, often concluding that it was not only real but dangerous. Books and pamphlets described elaborate satanic rituals, flying witches, and demonic pacts. These ideas, though sensational, were taken seriously by many in power. The printing press helped spread these beliefs across borders. Literacy was growing, and with it came access to texts that fueled the imagination and fears of the population. By the end of the 16th century, witch trials had become a grim fixture of European life. Some regions began to question the validity of the hunts, and a few voices called for caution and skepticism. But for much of the continent, the fear of witches remained potent and unchecked. The century had seen the fusion of religious zeal, legal authority, and mass paranoia into a system capable of executing thousands in the name of justice and piety. The 16th century was a turning point. What had once been local and sporadic became organized and widespread. The figure of the witch was now fully demonized, and the tools of persecution were sharpened. In Germany, France, Switzerland, and beyond, communities were torn apart by fear, and the scaffold became a symbol of righteousness. The next century would push this crisis even further. But the foundation of terror had already been laid, and the machinery of death was in motion. The 16th and 17th centuries were an era of extraordinary religious upheaval in Europe, and the witch craze was deeply intertwined with the religious conflicts of the time. The Protestant Reformation, initiated in 1517 by Martin Luther, splintered the religious unity of Western Europe. In response, the Catholic Church launched the Counter-Reformation, a vigorous campaign to reaffirm Catholic doctrine and suppress heresy. This deep division created an atmosphere of distrust, fear, and zealotry that fueled the persecution of supposed witches. Witch hunts became both a spiritual and political weapon, used by both Catholics and Protestants to assert dominance, enforce religious conformity, and root out what they perceived as moral and supernatural corruption. The Reformation radically reshaped the landscape of Europe. Nations and regions chose sides. In Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Scandinavia, Protestant movements gained strength. Meanwhile, Spain, Italy, France, and much of southern Europe remained loyal to the Catholic Church. In this polarized climate, religious identity became a matter of life and death. Accusations of witchcraft were often entangled with accusations of heresy or religious nonconformity. Being labeled a witch could mean being labeled an enemy of the faith. Martin Luther himself believed in the power of the devil and the reality of witches. He frequently preached about the dangers of sorcery and emphasized the need for communities to protect themselves from spiritual threats. John Calvin, another influential Protestant reformer, also accepted the existence of witches and supported harsh measures against them. In Geneva, under Calvinist influence, suspected witches were arrested, tortured, and executed. Protestant leaders believed that rooting out witchcraft was part of their divine mission to build godly societies. On the Catholic side, the Counter-Reformation intensified scrutiny and control over lay behavior. The Catholic Church, through the Inquisition and local authorities, pursued witches as enemies of both the faith and social order. Witchcraft was seen not just as a spiritual crime, but as an act of rebellion against the divine hierarchy. Trials were framed as necessary to cleanse communities of Satan's influence and reinforce Catholic orthodoxy. The Jesuits, who were instrumental in the Counter-Reformation, often supported aggressive action against suspected witches. Religious conflict made communities more suspicious and divided. In areas where Protestants and Catholics lived in close proximity, fear and hostility often ran high. People accused others not only because of personal grievances, but also because of perceived religious deviations. In many cases, being part of a minority denomination in a region dominated by the other could make one a target. Accusations were a way to enforce conformity and eliminate dissent. Witch trials became a form of religious policing. One of the most extreme examples of religion-driven witch persecution occurred in the Holy Roman Empire, particularly in regions like Bamberg and Würzburg. These Catholic territories experienced massive witch hunts during the early 17th century. Prince-bishops, often combining religious and secular authority, led purges that killed hundreds of people. The victims were often poor, female, or politically inconvenient. Confessions extracted under torture implicated others, creating endless cycles of suspicion. These hunts coincided with the 30 Years' War, a devastating conflict from 1618 to 1648, rooted in religious divisions. War, famine, and political instability created the perfect environment for scapegoating and paranoia. Witchcraft was an easy explanation for complex societal problems. In Protestant territories, similar patterns emerged. Scotland, under the influence of John Knox and the Presbyterian Church, experienced intense witch hunts during the late 16th and early 17th centuries. The General Assembly of the Church of Scotland endorsed witch trials, and ministers played a direct role in investigations. Public fasting, prayer, and moral purging accompanied the trials, which were seen as acts of communal repentance. In England, although the monarchy retained control over religion, the period of civil war and Puritan dominance saw spikes in witch persecution. The most notorious example was Matthew Hopkins, the self-styled witch-finder general, who led a brutal campaign across eastern England in the 1640s. He claimed to act under divine authority and executed dozens of alleged witches, often using methods like pricking and dunking to prove guilt. The connection between witch hunts and religious conflict was not limited to high-profile cases. In everyday life, people internalized religious teachings that framed the world as a battleground between God and the devil. Witches, in this worldview, were not merely criminals but spiritual traitors who had made pacts with Satan. Religious sermons, pamphlets, and books emphasized the dangers of sin, temptation, and heresy. The fear of eternal damnation made people more willing to denounce neighbors, friends, or even family members. Religious leaders played a crucial role in shaping these perceptions. Clergy were often involved in identifying suspects, gathering evidence, and urging civil authorities to act. In both Protestant and Catholic communities, preachers reinforced the idea that witchcraft was a grave offense against God that must be punished without mercy. Theological writings often emphasized that witches were irredeemable and must be destroyed to protect the purity of the faithful. This rhetoric justified extreme violence in the name of spiritual salvation. While some voices of skepticism did exist, they were often marginalized or silenced. A few jurists and scholars began to question the legal basis for witch trials, arguing that torture produced unreliable confessions and that many accusations lacked credible evidence. However, these views rarely gained traction during times of religious crisis. Fear of divine punishment and social chaos often overrode rational debate. By the end of the 17th century, the worst of the religiously driven witch hunts had begun to subside. Enlightenment ideas about reason, evidence, and legal reform slowly took hold. The influence of religious institutions over legal matters began to wane in some regions, but the legacy of the Reformation and Counter-Reformation remained. The witch craze had served as a brutal tool of religious control, punishing those seen as heretics, dissenters, or spiritual threats. The fusion of theology and law created an apparatus of persecution that affected tens of thousands of lives. The religious conflicts of the 16th and 17th centuries did not cause the belief in witches, but they amplified and weaponized it. In a time when the boundaries between spiritual and temporal power were blurred, witch hunts became a method of enforcing not only law but faith. The witch craze, driven by religious passion and political rivalry, left a deep scar on European history, one that speaks to the dangers of fear, ideology, and unchecked authority. The witch hunts that swept through Europe between the 15th and 18th centuries disproportionately targeted women. Although men were also accused and executed for witchcraft, the overwhelming majority of victims were female. This stark imbalance was not coincidental. It reflected deep-seated gender roles, cultural beliefs, and institutional misogyny embedded within early modern European society. To understand why women were so frequently accused, one must examine the intersection of social structure, religious ideology, and gendered expectations that made women especially vulnerable to suspicion and persecution. In early modern Europe, society was rigidly patriarchal. Women were expected to be obedient, pious, and silent. Their lives were largely confined to the domestic sphere, with limited legal rights or access to education. Women who deviated from these expectations, whether through assertiveness, independence, or simply age, became easy targets. Widows, unmarried women, midwives, and those without male protectors were particularly susceptible to accusations of witchcraft. Their social isolation or economic independence made them both visible and vulnerable in communities that valued conformity and control. The stereotype of the witch as an old, poor, solitary woman emerged from these social dynamics. Elderly women who lived alone, often reliant on community charity, were viewed with suspicion. If a neighbor's child fell ill or livestock died, the blame might fall on the nearby widow with no family. Their marginal status meant they had few defenders and little recourse once accused. Misfortunes that lacked clear explanations were often attributed to maleficium or harmful magic, and the community looked for a scapegoat who fit the cultural image of a witch. Religious teachings also reinforced gendered assumptions about sin and susceptibility to the devil. Christian doctrine portrayed women as morally weaker and more prone to temptation, drawing on biblical stories such as Eve's role in the fall. Church leaders often taught that women were more likely to form pacts with the devil due to their supposed emotional instability and spiritual inferiority. These ideas were not fringe beliefs but mainstream theology. Influential texts, like the Malleus Maleficarum, explicitly stated that women were more likely to be witches because they were more credulous, more prone to carnal desire, and more likely to betray their faith. The Malleus Maleficarum, written by Heinrich Kramer in 1487, is a prime example of how misogyny was institutionalized within the witch-hunting framework. The book devoted extensive passages to condemning women, arguing that witchcraft was rooted in female nature. It provided a theological and legal justification for targeting women, and its influence spread widely across Europe. The manual was used by both religious and secular authorities to validate the interrogation, torture, and execution of countless women. Its success helped cement the association between femininity and witchcraft in the public consciousness. Midwives and healers were another group frequently accused of witchcraft. These women held knowledge of herbs, childbirth, and remedies that gave them a measure of power and respect in their communities. However, this expertise also made them threatening to both male medical practitioners and religious authorities. When childbirth went wrong or a cure failed, the blame could easily fall on the woman providing the care. Their practices, often rooted in pre-Christian or folk traditions, were seen as suspect or even heretical. The very qualities that gave midwives value also exposed them to deadly scrutiny. Women were also vulnerable within the structures of the witch trials themselves. Under torture, suspects were often forced to name others, and the social networks of women made them more likely to be implicated by their peers. Gossip, rivalries, and personal vendettas could escalate into formal accusations. Once a few women in a community were accused, the net often widened to include friends, family members, and neighbors. The trials created a climate of fear in which women were pitted against one another, further fracturing communal bonds. Economic and social tensions played a role in targeting women as well. In times of hardship, when resources were scarce and uncertainty reigned, communities looked for someone to blame. Women who received alms or begged for food could be seen as burdens. If they became angry after being refused help, and something later went wrong in the household they had visited, they could be accused of cursing the family. The witchcraft accusation served as a means to reassert social order and punish those who disrupted or challenged norms, even in minor ways. Misogyny, in art, literature, and folklore also contributed to the demonization of women. Tales of female witches gathering in secret covens, casting spells, and engaging in sexual congress with demons permeated popular culture. These depictions were often deeply sexualized, portraying women as seductive and dangerous. The witch became a symbol of female rebellion against male authority. Her destruction was portrayed as necessary to protect society, faith, and family. The legal systems of the time offered little protection to women. Courts operated on the presumption of guilt. Torture was sanctioned to obtain confessions, and once a woman confessed under duress, her fate was sealed. Even denying the accusation could be interpreted as further evidence of guilt. The accused often faced judges and inquisitors who shared the cultural biases of their time. Without access to legal representation or the ability to confront their accusers, many women stood no chance of acquittal. It is also important to recognize that not all accusers were men. Women sometimes accused other women, either out of genuine belief, fear, or personal rivalry. In some cases, communities turned against individuals who were different or perceived as problematic. The gendered nature of these accusations did not always mean that women had allies in their own sex. The witch craze fractured solidarity and sowed distrust. By the late 17th and early 18th centuries, as legal standards improved and Enlightenment thinking spread, the tide of witch hunts began to ebb. More people began to question the validity of trials, the reliability of confessions obtained under torture, and the societal cost of the hunts. Skepticism about supernatural explanations for misfortune grew, and with it came a re-evaluation of the role that gender bias had played in the persecution of witches. The disproportionate targeting of women during the witch craze remains one of its most disturbing aspects. It reflected and reinforced deeply ingrained ideas about gender, power, and morality. The image of the female witch as dangerous, deviant, and demonic served to justify the subjugation of women and the violent assertion of patriarchal control. Though the witch hunts have ended, the social forces that made them possible continue to echo in the ways gender and authority are perceived today. The 17th century marked the peak of witch hunts in both Europe and the American colonies. During this period, fear, superstition, and institutionalized justice combined to create some of the most infamous and deadly witch trials in recorded history. Among the most notorious cases were the Pendle witch trials in England, the Wurzburg witch trials in the Holy Roman Empire, and the Salem witch trials in colonial Massachusetts. Each of these cases reveals not only the intensity of the witch craze, but also the distinct cultural, religious, and political contexts that shaped how these hunts unfolded. Though they occurred in different regions and under varying circumstances, they share eerie similarities in how fear and power played decisive roles in the pursuit and punishment of alleged witches. The Pendle witch trials took place in Lancashire, England, in 1612. This trial became one of the most famous in English history, largely due to the surviving records and the high number of executions. 12 individuals from the Pendle Hill area were accused of witchcraft, and 10 were ultimately executed by hanging. The accusations stemmed from a dispute involving Elizon Device, a young woman who allegedly cursed a peddler. When the peddler fell ill, the blame was placed on Elizon, who confessed and implicated others, including members of her own family. The Pendle case was heavily influenced by local rivalries, poverty, and deep-rooted suspicions within a tightly knit community. The region was known for its Catholic recusancy at a time when Protestant authorities were particularly sensitive to religious nonconformity. The accused were mostly poor women, often from two feuding families, the Devices and the Chattox clan. The trials were presided over by judges who adhered strictly to the Witchcraft Act of 1604, which had made it easier to prosecute witches by accepting testimony from children and allowing spectral evidence. One of the key witnesses was 9-year-old Janet Device, whose testimony against her own mother and siblings played a pivotal role in the outcome of the trial. The Würzburg witch trials, held in southern Germany between 1625 and 1631, represented one of the most extensive and brutal witch hunts in European history. Over 900 people were executed, including children, clergy, and members of the nobility. The Prince Bishop of Würzburg, Philipp Adolf von Ehrenberg, was a staunch Catholic who used the trials to enforce religious orthodoxy and eliminate perceived threats to his authority. These trials occurred during the 30 Years' War, a time of immense political and religious upheaval that saw entire communities torn apart by conflict and suspicion. In Würzburg, torture was routinely used to extract confessions, and those confessions often implicated others, creating a self-perpetuating cycle of accusation and execution. The accused came from all walks of life, including children as young as 7. The scale and indiscriminate nature of the persecutions were staggering. Entire families were wiped out, and the psychological toll on the population was profound. The Würzburg trials exemplified how religious extremism, combined with political ambition and legal impunity, could lead to mass hysteria and systematic violence on an industrial scale. The Salem witch trials occurred in the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1692 and became the most infamous witch hunt in American history. Though far smaller in scale than the Würzburg trials, Salem's cultural impact has endured through centuries. The crisis began when a group of young girls in Salem Village claimed to be afflicted by witchcraft. They accused several local women of bewitching them, sparking a wave of fear and legal action. In total, over 200 people were accused, 20 were executed, and several others died in prison. Salem's trials were shaped by Puritan religious beliefs, a rigid social hierarchy, and the pressures of a frontier society beset by conflict with indigenous peoples and internal divisions. The colonial justice system allowed for the use of spectral evidence, meaning visions or dreams could be submitted as proof of guilt. This controversial practice made it almost impossible for the accused to defend themselves. The trials also revealed the deep fractures within the community. Accusations often reflected existing grudges, property disputes, or personal jealousies. As the hysteria escalated, even prominent community members were not immune from suspicion. One notable aspect of the Salem trials was the eventual backlash against them. As respected individuals were accused and skepticism grew about the legitimacy of the evidence, public opinion began to shift. By the end of 1692, the colonial government had intervened, and the court that had conducted the trials was disbanded. In the years that followed, many of the convicted were posthumously exonerated, and public apologies were issued. Salem stands out as one of the first major witch hunts to be openly condemned by its own society soon after the fact. Despite their differences, these 3 case studies share common themes. All were rooted in environments of fear and instability, whether from religious conflict, political upheaval, or social tension. Each involved legal systems that permitted dubious evidence and sanctioned torture or coercion. In all 3, the accused were often vulnerable individuals: the poor, the old, the socially isolated, and the accusations were fueled by a mixture of belief, manipulation, and opportunism. The Pendle, Würzburg, and Salem trials also illustrate the dangers of mass hysteria and unchecked authority. In each case, the judicial process was subverted by fear and ideology, leading to the deaths of many innocent people. The trials served as cautionary tales about how easily justice can be perverted when communities are gripped by panic and prejudice. They remind us that the witch craze was not just a historical curiosity, but a human tragedy with profound moral lessons. These infamous trials marked the height of the witch hunts in the 17th century. While belief in witchcraft did not disappear overnight, the brutality and excesses of such cases eventually sparked resistance and reform. Intellectuals, legal scholars, and clergy began to question the validity of the trials, setting the stage for the eventual decline of witch persecutions in the 18th century. The legacy of these trials continues to resonate, serving as a powerful reminder of the consequences of fear, intolerance, and the human capacity for cruelty under the guise of righteousness. By the late 17th century and into the 18th century, the era of mass witch hunts in Europe and the American colonies began to wane. After centuries of fear, suspicion, and persecution, a significant transformation occurred in both the legal systems and the intellectual climate of the time. This chapter explores how changes in law, the emergence of scientific thinking, and the spread of Enlightenment philosophy contributed to the decline of witch trials. It was not a sudden shift, but a gradual unraveling of the mechanisms that had enabled and justified the execution of thousands. One of the most critical factors in the decline was the evolution of legal standards. In earlier periods, courts often accepted hearsay, confessions extracted under torture, and spectral evidence as valid proof of guilt. However, as skepticism grew and legal reform advanced, many of these practices were increasingly challenged. In England, the last execution for witchcraft occurred in 1685, and by 1736, Parliament passed the Witchcraft Act that decriminalized witchcraft and instead punished fraudulent claims of magical powers. This law marked a significant departure from previous legislation that had treated witchcraft as a capital offense. Similar changes were taking place on the continent. In Germany, the Holy Roman Empire had been a hotspot for witch trials, but the later part of the 17th century saw a decline as various principalities reformed their legal codes. The use of torture began to be restricted or abolished entirely in several regions. Judges and magistrates began requiring stronger forms of evidence, and procedural safeguards were introduced to prevent abuses. One notable shift was the increased emphasis on corroborated testimony and the rights of the accused. Trials that once relied on fear and superstition increasingly faced scrutiny from more rational legal minds. Skepticism toward witchcraft grew not only in legal circles, but also among intellectuals and theologians. Educated elites began to question the logic and morality behind the witch hunts. One of the most influential critics was Balthasar Bekker, a Dutch Reformed minister who published The World Bewitched in 1691. In it, he argued that belief in witchcraft and possession was incompatible with reason and Christian doctrine. His work caused a scandal but also inspired debate and introspection within both religious and academic communities. Other thinkers, like Christian Thomasius in Germany, condemned the use of torture and called for a more rational approach to justice. The Enlightenment played a pivotal role in changing attitudes toward witchcraft. As the 18th century progressed, Enlightenment thinkers emphasized reason, empirical evidence, and human rights. The rise of modern science began to replace supernatural explanations for natural events. Diseases, crop failures, and storms were increasingly understood through natural laws rather than the actions of malevolent witches. The scientific revolution, with figures like Isaac Newton and Robert Boyle, helped to displace the magical worldview with one grounded in observation and experimentation. At the same time, social and political changes were reshaping the structure of European societies. Centralized states with more standardized legal systems were replacing the fragmented jurisdictions of feudal Europe. The power of local lords and clergy, who had often initiated witch hunts, was being curtailed by national governments that favored more uniform and rational approaches to law enforcement. State authorities began to view witch trials as disruptive and backward. In France, for example, the Parliament of Paris effectively ceased to approve death sentences for witchcraft by the early 18th century. Public opinion also played a role. As the horrors of past trials came to light, many people became uncomfortable with the brutality and injustice that had characterized the hunts. Stories of wrongful executions and the suffering of the accused circulated widely, creating sympathy and doubt. In some cases, families of executed witches sought posthumous exonerations. The growing emphasis on individual rights and due process contributed to a cultural shift away from persecution. Religious institutions, while often central to the earlier witch hunts, also began to shift their positions. In Protestant and Catholic regions alike, a more restrained theological approach to the devil and supernatural claims began to emerge. Some clergy began to argue that belief in witches was itself a form of superstition. Theologians increasingly cautioned against overzealous prosecutions, and some even apologized for the excesses of the past. The decline was not uniform or immediate. In some rural areas, beliefs in witchcraft and magical practices persisted well into the 18th and even 19th centuries. Isolated incidents of accusations and trials still occurred, but they were no longer sanctioned or supported by the central authorities. The machinery of large-scale witch hunts had been dismantled, and the cultural momentum had shifted decisively away from persecution. One of the last known executions for witchcraft in Europe took place in Switzerland in 1782, when Anna Goldie was executed in the canton of Glarus. Her case drew widespread criticism and is often cited as the final chapter in the history of European witch hunts. In the centuries that followed, her memory was rehabilitated, and in 2008, she was officially exonerated by the Swiss government. The legal decline of witch hunts was thus the result of multiple overlapping developments: legal reform, intellectual skepticism, scientific advancement, changing political structures, and shifts in religious thought. Together, these forces dismantled the ideological and institutional support for witch hunting. What had once seemed a necessary defense against evil came to be seen as a tragic manifestation of fear, ignorance, and injustice. The end of the witch craze marked a turning point in Western legal and cultural history. It paved the way for a more rational and humane justice system, and served as a cautionary tale about the dangers of mass hysteria and institutionalized scapegoating. While belief in the supernatural never fully disappeared, the era of state-sanctioned witch executions had come to a close. The Enlightenment ideals of reason, fairness, and skepticism had triumphed over the fear-driven persecution that had dominated earlier centuries. The centuries-long witch craze left an indelible mark on European culture, law, and society. While the frenzy of accusations and executions subsided by the 18th century, the legacy of this dark period continued to influence the way Europeans thought about justice, power, superstition, and gender for generations. This chapter explores the profound and lasting impact of the witch hunts, tracing their echoes through myths, literature, legal reforms, and modern cultural reflections. One of the most significant effects of the witch craze was the way it shaped European legal systems. The brutality and injustice of the trials exposed the dangers of relying on superstition, fear, and unreliable evidence in judicial proceedings. Over time, this awareness fueled reforms aimed at establishing fairer legal standards, including protections for the accused, the requirement of credible evidence, and the prohibition of torture. Many of these reforms were foundational to the development of modern criminal justice systems that emphasized due process and the presumption of innocence. Culturally, the witch hunts entered the collective memory of Europe through folklore, art, and literature. Early accounts of witch trials, often sensationalized, contributed to enduring stereotypes of witches as evil, malevolent figures wielding supernatural powers. These portrayals were reinforced by works such as Shakespeare's Macbeth, where witches are agents of chaos and doom, and Goethe's Faust, which explores themes of temptation and evil. The image of the witch became a powerful symbol in European storytelling, embodying fears about the unknown, the other, and female power. In the centuries following the decline of witch hunts, literature and art increasingly examined the human cost and moral questions raised by the persecutions. The Romantic and Gothic movements of the 18th and 19th centuries revisited witchcraft themes with a more critical and sometimes sympathetic perspective. Writers like Nathaniel Hawthorne in America, with his short story Young Goodman Brown, reflected on the psychological and societal impacts of witch hysteria. These works contributed to a growing cultural critique of the witch trials as tragic and unjust episodes. The witch craze also deeply influenced gender dynamics and societal attitudes toward women. The association of witches primarily with women reinforced misogynistic views that portrayed women as dangerous, irrational, or morally suspect. These stereotypes persisted long after the hunts ended, affecting social and cultural norms. However, modern feminist scholars have re-examined the witch hunts as early examples of systemic violence against women and have sought to reclaim the figure of the witch as a symbol of resistance and empowerment. The memory of the witch hunts has continued to resonate in contemporary society. In many European countries and parts of the world influenced by European culture, the witch has become a complex icon, sometimes a figure of fear and superstition, sometimes one of empowerment and rebellion. Annual festivals, museums, and academic studies keep the history alive, encouraging reflection on themes of justice, intolerance, and human rights. Legally, the witch hunts stand as a cautionary tale about the abuse of power and the consequences of mass hysteria. They remind modern societies of the importance of protecting individual rights and maintaining a critical approach to allegations that can lead to persecution. The witch craze also offers a historical context for understanding how legal systems can be influenced by social, religious, and political pressures. In the modern era, the legacy of the witch hunts has inspired both scholarly research and popular culture. Films, television series, and novels often revisit the witch trials, sometimes as horror stories, sometimes as allegories about social injustice and fear. This ongoing interest reflects a broader human fascination with the dark chapters of history and the complex interplay between belief and power. Furthermore, many communities have taken steps to formally recognize and atone for the injustices of the witch hunts. In several European countries, official apologies and symbolic reparations have been made to the descendants of those accused and executed. These acts of remembrance seek to heal historical wounds and acknowledge the human cost of past prejudices. In conclusion, the witch craze fundamentally shaped European culture and law in profound ways. It exposed the dangers of superstition, fear, and misogyny in justice and society, influencing legal reforms and cultural narratives that persist today. The history of the witch hunts serves as both a warning and a lesson, reminding us to uphold reason, compassion, and justice in the face of fear and uncertainty. The witch hunts that swept through Europe and parts of the world from the late medieval period into the early modern era have left a profound and complex legacy that continues to be examined, debated, and reassessed by historians and scholars today. This final chapter delves deeply into how modern historical research, critical analysis, and cultural reflections have reshaped our understanding of the witch craze. It explores the contrast between popular myths and the factual realities uncovered by rigorous scholarship, the enduring lessons about mass hysteria and injustice, and how this dark chapter in human history still resonates in contemporary discussions about power, fear, and social scapegoating. Historians now approach the witch hunts not as a monolithic or simplistic phenomenon, but as multifaceted events deeply intertwined with the social, political, religious, and economic contexts of their times. Early interpretations often framed the witch hunts as manifestations of pure superstition or religious fanaticism. However, modern research has revealed a much more nuanced picture. The causes of witch hunts varied widely depending on region, period, and community dynamics. Factors such as local rivalries, economic stress, political instability, and shifting religious identities played crucial roles in fueling accusations and prosecutions. Understanding these complexities helps historians avoid reductive explanations and recognize the witch craze as a symptom of broader societal tensions. One of the most significant advances in the modern reassessment is the dismantling of many enduring myths about witches and witch trials. For centuries, popular culture and even some historical accounts depicted witches as uniformly malevolent, satanic figures engaged in diabolical conspiracies. This image was shaped by sensationalized trial records, pamphlets, and literary works, which often exaggerated or distorted facts to serve particular agendas. Today, historians emphasize that the vast majority of those accused and prosecuted as witches were ordinary people, often women, but also men, elderly or marginalized members of society, who became scapegoats for fears and anxieties. The stereotypical notion of witches as supernatural villains is now understood as a product of fear, propaganda, and the social need to identify and punish perceived threats to order. Furthermore, the idea that witch hunts were solely the result of medieval ignorance or a lack of education is challenged by evidence showing that many trials occurred during periods of significant intellectual development, including the Renaissance and early Enlightenment. This paradox highlights how fear, prejudice, and institutional power can sometimes overshadow reason and progress. It also serves as a sobering reminder that mass hysteria and injustice are not confined to any single era, but can emerge in various forms under specific social conditions. Mass hysteria is a central concept in the modern understanding of the witch craze. The intense fear of witchcraft often spread through communities in contagious waves, fueled by rumors, superstition, and collective anxieties. These fears created feedback loops in which accusations multiplied, fueling panic and justifying harsh reprisals. The witch hunts thus provide a historical case study of how mass hysteria can lead to widespread social violence and the breakdown of rational legal procedures. This phenomenon resonates today as societies confront other forms of collective fear, scapegoating, and moral panic, underscoring the enduring relevance of these lessons. Modern legal scholars and human rights advocates also view the witch hunts as cautionary tales about the consequences of abandoning due process, critical inquiry, and protections for the accused. The use of torture to extract confessions, reliance on spectral evidence, testimony based on visions or dreams, and the presumption of guilt instead of innocence are now recognized as gross violations of justice. These practices illustrate how legal systems can be corrupted when driven by fear, ideology, or the desire to consolidate power. The legacy of the witch trials has contributed to the development of legal principles that emphasize fairness, evidence-based judgments, and the protection of individual rights. Culturally, the witch has transformed from a feared villain into a complex symbol with multiple meanings. While popular culture continues to portray witches in diverse ways, from evil hags to empowered feminist icons, the historical reality has inspired critical reflection and reclamation. Feminist scholars and activists have highlighted how the witch hunts disproportionately targeted women and how the figure of the witch can represent resistance against patriarchal oppression. This reimagining challenges earlier stereotypes and fosters a more nuanced understanding of gender, power, and social control. The memory of the witch hunts is preserved and examined through museums, academic research, public memorials, and cultural events. These efforts serve not only to honor the victims and acknowledge past injustices, but also to educate the public about the dangers of intolerance and fear-driven persecution. Commemorations and scholarly work encourage ongoing dialogue about human rights, social justice, and the importance of vigilance against the scapegoating of marginalized groups. Moreover, the witch hunts continue to inspire artistic and literary works that explore themes of fear, power, and social exclusion. From historical novels and films to plays and television series, the story of the witch trials captivates audiences and invites reflection on the darker aspects of human nature. This persistent cultural engagement keeps the history relevant and accessible, reminding us that the lessons of the past must inform our present and future. In some regions, governments and institutions have formally recognized the wrongs of the witch hunts through apologies, symbolic reparations, and exonerations. These acts acknowledge the suffering endured by the accused and their families and represent a commitment to remembering history honestly and compassionately. They also highlight the importance of confronting uncomfortable truths as a foundation for healing and social progress. In conclusion, the modern reassessment of the witch hunts reveals a deeply complex phenomenon that cannot be reduced to simple explanations or stereotypes. Historians today emphasize the interplay of social, political, religious, and psychological factors that drove the craze, separating myths from facts and restoring humanity to its victims. The witch hunts serve as powerful reminders of the consequences when fear overrides reason, when legal protections are ignored, and when society turns to scapegoating and persecution. Their legacy challenges us to uphold principles of justice, critical thinking, and compassion, ensuring that such tragedies never repeat. Through ongoing scholarship, cultural reflection, and education, the story of the witch craze remains a vital lesson in understanding human nature and the importance of safeguarding our shared humanity against fear and injustice. In the early days of American history, the concept of incarceration as a formal punishment did not yet exist in the way it does today. Colonial America, particularly during the 1600s to the eve of the Revolutionary War in 1776, was deeply influenced by English common law and carried over many of the punitive traditions from the Old World. Justice was public, swift, and aimed primarily at deterrence, community order, and moral conformity rather than rehabilitation or long-term confinement. Public shaming was a foundational element of early colonial justice. The use of stocks and pillories was common across the colonies. These devices restrained the accused in a central location, often in town squares, where community members could witness the punishment, scorn the offender, and reinforce communal norms. For example, the pillory held a person's head and hands in place, while onlookers hurled insults, rotten food, or worse. Stocks confined the legs, making the punished individual a stationary public spectacle. Such punishments were not only meant to humiliate, but to serve as a moral lesson for all. Debtors' prisons also played a notable role during this era. Individuals who failed to repay loans or debts could be imprisoned indefinitely until they repaid what they owed, or until a third party intervened on their behalf. These facilities were not designed for hardened criminals, but rather for those entangled in financial misfortune, further reinforcing a societal hierarchy that privileged wealth and punished poverty. Imprisonment for debt was particularly prevalent in larger colonial cities such as Boston, Philadelphia, and New York. Early jails, when they existed, were rudimentary holding facilities. They were not designed for long-term sentences, but rather to detain individuals awaiting trial, punishment, or execution. Often built with wooden logs and iron bars, these structures were insecure, unhygienic, and sometimes even shared with animals. There were no standardized construction practices or centralized systems of management. Local communities were responsible for building and maintaining their jails, leading to a wide variance in conditions. In New England, particularly in the Puritan-dominated colonies such as Massachusetts Bay, justice was closely linked to religious doctrine. Puritans believed that maintaining a godly community required vigilance against sin and heresy. Crimes such as blasphemy, idleness, drunkenness, and Sabbath violations were prosecuted with seriousness. Punishment served both legal and spiritual purposes. In many cases, church and state were intertwined, with ministers and magistrates reinforcing the same values and goals. Punishments for moral crimes often included public whipping, branding, or being forced to wear shame-inducing garments, such as the infamous Scarlet Letter. Community involvement was central to law enforcement. The role of the local sheriff was crucial, not only in arresting and supervising prisoners, but also in carrying out corporal and public punishments. Sheriffs, constables, and watchmen were often unpaid or poorly compensated, and their work depended heavily on the cooperation of townspeople. For example, citizens might be called upon to assist in pursuing fugitives, guarding detainees, or administering punishments. Law enforcement was not a professional institution, but rather a communal responsibility. Punishments in colonial America were often tailored to the nature of the crime and the offender's social status. Enslaved people and indentured servants, for example, received harsher and more degrading punishments than free citizens. Whippings, mutilations, and extended indentures were common for those at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Native Americans and African Americans, whether enslaved or free, were subjected to severe punishments with little recourse. Justice was neither blind nor equal. It was a tool for maintaining social order and the prevailing power structures. Despite its harshness, colonial punishment did operate under a moral code, however narrow and exclusionary. The legal system was deeply embedded in local culture and governed by a sense of communal morality and order. Crime was seen not only as an offense against the individual, but against the community and God. Trials were typically swift and involved minimal legal formalities. Juries were composed of local men, and judges were often clergy or landowners with significant influence. In summary, the period from the early 1600s to 1776 was characterized by a penal philosophy that emphasized shame, deterrence, and public participation. The lack of formal prisons as places for punishment reflected the belief that criminals needed to be corrected in view of their peers, not hidden away. Justice was local, moralistic, and steeped in the religious and cultural values of the day. This era laid the foundation for the American penal tradition, though it bore little resemblance to the institutionalized systems that would emerge in the 19th and 20th centuries. Following the American Revolution in 1776, the newly independent United States began to reimagine many aspects of government and society, including the criminal justice system. The revolutionary spirit, infused with Enlightenment thinking, spurred a growing belief in human perfectibility, rational governance, and the possibility of moral reform. These ideals gave rise to a dramatic shift in penal philosophy, from one focused on retributive justice and public shaming to one centered on penitence, reflection, and personal transformation. This shift marked the birth of the American penitentiary. Prior to the Revolution, Colonial punishment relied heavily on corporal and public methods, with few dedicated facilities for long-term incarceration. But as the new republic developed, many leaders, reformers, and intellectuals began questioning the morality and effectiveness of such punishments. Enlightenment thinkers like Cesar Beccaria and John Howard had criticized the cruelty and inefficacy of traditional punishment. Their writings spread throughout the Western world, influencing lawmakers and reformers in the United States. Beccaria's emphasis on proportionality and deterrence and Howard's concern with humane treatment found fertile ground in the post-revolutionary atmosphere. Philadelphia, one of the cultural and political centers of the new nation, became a key site of penal innovation. There, a group of Quaker reformers, guided by their religious principles and Enlightenment values, led the movement to develop more humane forms of punishment. The Quakers emphasized the possibility of redemption through introspection, silence, and repentance. They believed that isolating offenders from corrupting influences and allowing them time for personal reflection would encourage moral reform. In 1790, the Walnut Street Jail in Philadelphia was transformed into the first true penitentiary in the United States. Originally built in 1773, the jail had functioned much like other colonial-era facilities, primarily as a holding place for those awaiting trial or punishment. But under the influence of the Pennsylvania Prison Society and Quaker reformers, Walnut Street was renovated and reorganized to reflect the new ideals of penitence and rehabilitation. It featured individual cells where prisoners were isolated from one another and encouraged to engage in silent contemplation and religious study. The goal was not merely to punish but to reform the soul. This marked a revolutionary moment in American criminal justice. For the first time, incarceration itself became the punishment, rather than a temporary measure leading to corporal punishment or execution. The term penitentiary reflected the intended outcome of the institution to inspire penitence, moral awakening, and eventual reintegration into society. The architecture and routines of Walnut Street were designed to support this transformation, with strict discipline, regulated silence, and regular visits from religious and moral instructors. The Walnut Street model attracted widespread attention and became the foundation for later prison reform efforts. It influenced the construction of other facilities and sparked debates about the most effective ways to reform criminals. Notably, it set the stage for the development of two major penal systems in the following decades: the Pennsylvania system, which continued the solitary model, and the Auburn system in New York, which allowed for communal labor under strict silence. However, the early penitentiaries also faced significant challenges. Overcrowding quickly became a problem, as the number of inmates outpaced the available space. Maintaining strict isolation proved difficult, and the psychological effects of solitary confinement began to draw criticism. Despite its noble intentions, the system often fell short in practice, as limited funding, inconsistent administration, and a lack of trained personnel undermined reform efforts. Still, the period from 1776 to the 1820s represented a foundational era in American penal history. It was a time when the nation experimented with a new model of justice, grounded in ideals of personal responsibility, redemption, and moral improvement. The Quaker influence, combined with Enlightenment rationalism, laid the intellectual and institutional groundwork for the modern American prison system. Even as later developments would complicate and in some cases contradict these early ideals, the creation of the penitentiary signaled a profound transformation in how society responded to crime and criminals. In summary, the post-revolutionary era was defined by an ideological shift from punishment to reform. The transformation of the Walnut Street Jail into a penitentiary marked the beginning of incarceration as a deliberate moral intervention. This experiment, driven by Enlightenment values and Quaker beliefs, reflected the optimism and complexity of a new nation grappling with the challenge of justice in a free and rational society. During the first half of the 19th century, two competing models of incarceration emerged in the United States, both attempting to institutionalize the ideals of reform, order, and control introduced in the post-revolutionary era. These were the Pennsylvania system and the Auburn system. Though both were grounded in the belief that criminal behavior could be corrected through structured environments and moral discipline, they diverged significantly in methodology. The debate between these two systems not only defined American penal policy for decades, but also influenced prison design and penal philosophy worldwide. The Pennsylvania system, also known as the separate system, was pioneered by the Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia, which opened in 1829. This model extended the principles first experimented with at the Walnut Street Jail, emphasizing complete solitary confinement. Inmates were housed in individual cells for the entirety of their sentence, where they lived, worked, ate, and reflected in isolation. The underlying belief was that solitude would prevent corruption from other inmates, encourage introspection, and lead to genuine penitence. Cells were equipped with skylights, symbolically referred to as the Eye of God, reinforcing the religious underpinnings of reform through surveillance and reflection. Silence was strictly enforced, and prisoners were denied contact with one another. Guards wore soft shoes to muffle their footsteps, and meals were delivered through small openings to minimize interaction. Even when prisoners were taken outside for exercise, they wore hoods to prevent them from seeing or being seen. The Pennsylvania system was rooted in Quaker ideology and Enlightenment rationalism, suggesting that moral and spiritual solitude could reform the criminal mind. The architecture of Eastern State reflected this belief with its radial design and centralized surveillance, allowing guards to monitor inmates from a single point. However, the Pennsylvania model faced several significant problems. The effects of prolonged solitary confinement became increasingly apparent. Prisoners suffered from mental illness, hallucinations, and extreme depression due to the total lack of human contact. Critics, including foreign observers like Charles Dickens, condemned the system as inhumane, arguing that such isolation amounted to psychological torture. Over time, these criticisms began to erode support for the model, even as it continued to influence prison construction in Europe and beyond. In contrast, the Auburn system, developed at Auburn Prison in New York in the 1820s, offered a different approach. While it also emphasized silence and discipline, it introduced the concept of congregate labor. Inmates worked together in workshops during the day, but were required to remain completely silent. At night, they were confined individually in small cells. This system aimed to instill habits of industry, obedience, and moral reform through structured labor and rigid control. Punishments for breaking silence were severe, often involving corporal discipline. The Auburn model was seen as more practical and economically beneficial. By utilizing inmate labor to produce goods for the state or for sale, prisons could offset operating costs and even generate revenue. This industrial approach made the Auburn system appealing to many state governments, especially those with limited budgets. It also aligned with broader American values of productivity and self-discipline. As a result, the Auburn model quickly spread and became the dominant prison system in the United States by the mid-19th century. The design of Auburn-style prisons typically included multi-tiered cell blocks, mess halls, and large workshops. Unlike the solitary and sprawling design of Pennsylvania facilities, Urban prisons were more compact and built to accommodate the logistics of group labor. The architecture supported constant supervision and discipline, reinforcing the idea of the prison as a machine for moral and behavioral correction. The philosophical differences between the two systems were profound. The Pennsylvania model focused on the internal reform of the individual through silence and solitude, trusting in the power of conscience and divine oversight. The Auburn model emphasized external conformity, obedience, and the moral value of work, with reform seen as a result of discipline and habit rather than introspection. Internationally, both systems gained attention. European countries studied American prisons and adopted elements of each model. The Pennsylvania system found favor in places like Germany and Russia, where solitary confinement aligned with certain moral and disciplinary traditions. The Auburn model, meanwhile, influenced prison systems in France and the United Kingdom, particularly in its emphasis on labor and order. The rivalry between these two approaches reflected broader tensions in penal theory, between reform and deterrence, between individual reflection and social control. By the 1850s, the Auburn system had largely eclipsed the Pennsylvania model in the United States. Its economic advantages and relative manageability made it more adaptable for growing prison populations. However, the legacy of both systems endured. Elements of solitary confinement, religious instruction, and prison labor remained foundational in American corrections. The architectural and operational innovations from this period continued to shape prison construction for generations. In conclusion, the period from the 1820s to the 1850s marked a critical juncture in the evolution of American incarceration. The Pennsylvania and Auburn systems represented two distinct visions of justice and reform. Their competition drove experimentation, debate, and ultimately the creation of a uniquely American penal identity, one that would go on to influence prison systems across the world. The tension between isolation and labor, between solitude and social discipline, remains a defining feature of penal philosophy to this day. The end of the Civil War in 1865 and the ratification of the 13th Amendment marked a turning point in American history. While slavery was officially abolished, the 13th Amendment included a critical exception: involuntary servitude could still be used as punishment for a crime. This loophole would have devastating consequences in the post-war South, where former Confederate states sought new ways to maintain racial control and economic exploitation. The result was the birth of the convict leasing system, a legalized form of forced labor that disproportionately targeted newly freed black Americans, particularly men, under the guise of criminal justice. With the collapse of the slave-based economy, southern states faced a labor crisis. Plantations, railroads, and mines needed workers, but the abolition of slavery had removed their primary source of unpaid labor. Simultaneously, Southern legislatures enacted black codes and other discriminatory laws designed to criminalize the daily lives of freedmen. Vagrancy laws became especially widespread. These laws made it a crime to be unemployed, homeless, or simply loitering. Black men, recently freed and still struggling to find jobs and housing in a hostile society, were arrested in staggering numbers for vague and minor infractions. Once arrested, these individuals were funneled into the penal system and leased out to private businesses, landowners, and corporations in need of cheap labor. This practice, known as convict leasing, allowed states to rent out prisoners to private enterprises in exchange for payment. The companies or individuals leasing the prisoners assumed responsibility for their care, but in practice, this led to widespread abuse, neglect, and death. Since the state no longer had to pay for food, shelter, or medical care, and the lessees were primarily interested in maximizing productivity, conditions for leased convicts were often worse than those under slavery. Alabama and Georgia became notorious for their extensive use of convict leasing. In Alabama, the state leased nearly its entire prison population to coal mining companies, railroads, and large plantations. The system was so profitable that prison revenues became a major source of state income. Inmates were forced to work long hours under brutal conditions with inadequate food, clothing, or medical care. Whippings and other corporal punishments were common. Many convicts died from overwork, disease, and maltreatment. The value of a leased convict was temporary and replaceable, giving lessees no incentive to ensure the well-being of those in their custody. Georgia implemented a similar system, leasing convicts to private businesses including turpentine camps, brickyards, and rail construction companies. The state profited handsomely from the arrangement while maintaining a racial caste system through its penal institutions. Throughout the South, overwhelmingly those caught up in this system were black men. Arrested under racially biased laws and subjected to sham trials with little to no legal defense, they were effectively re-enslaved by a different name. Journalists, reformers, and activists began documenting the horrors of convict leasing by the late 19th century. Reports described chain gangs, starvation, disease, torture, and death. Yet, despite the growing awareness, Southern states continued to defend the system as necessary for economic development and social order. The myth of black criminality was deliberately promoted to justify the practice, reinforcing white supremacy and institutionalizing racism within the penal system. While slavery had been based on ownership, convict leasing was based on temporary possession with no long-term interest in the person's survival or health. This distinction made the system in many ways even more deadly. Prisoners were viewed as disposable labor. The legal framework provided by the 13th Amendment's exception clause made the entire operation technically legal, and it was upheld by local courts and governments. The convict leasing system did not go unchallenged. Activists such as journalist Ida B. Wells and organizations like the National Association of Colored Women drew attention to the cruelty and injustice of the practice. Over time, public outrage began to mount. Some states began phasing out convict leasing in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, partly due to the reports of abuse and partly because of changing economic conditions. However, the core principle that the criminal justice system could be used to exploit black labor remained deeply embedded in American institutions. In summary, the period from 1865 to the 1890s saw the transformation of slavery into a new system of forced labor under the banner of justice. The birth of convict leasing allowed Southern states to rebuild their economies on the backs of incarcerated black men, whose imprisonment was often the result of racially targeted laws and biased enforcement. This system helped shape the modern American prison industrial complex and left a legacy of racial injustice that continues to influence the criminal justice system to this day. The period from the 1890s to the 1920s marked the progressive era in American history, a time of widespread social reform aimed at addressing the injustices and inefficiencies of industrialization, urbanization, and political corruption. This reformist spirit extended into the realm of criminal justice, where new ideas emerged about rehabilitation, individual reform, and the classification of offenders. The penal system began to shift away from uniform, punitive incarceration toward a more nuanced approach that emphasized education, vocational training, psychological evaluation, and the treatment of juveniles as distinct from adults. The rise of the reformatory institution became central to this transformation. One of the most influential experiments of this era was the Elmira Reformatory in New York, established in 1876 but reaching prominence in the decades that followed. Elmira was designed for young first-time male offenders between the ages of 16 and 30 and was based on the belief that criminal behavior could be corrected through structured discipline, education, and work. Zebulon Brockway, the superintendent of Elmira, was a pioneering figure in the development of what would later be called the rehabilitative model of incarceration. He implemented a program that included academic education, vocational training, military-style discipline, and moral instruction. Elmira introduced the concept of the indeterminate sentence, where the length of an inmate's incarceration was not fixed at the time of sentencing but instead depended on their behavior and apparent rehabilitation while in custody. This was a radical departure from traditional sentencing and was intended to incentivize good behavior and participation in reform programs. Inmates who demonstrated progress through education, work performance, and psychological stability could be released early on parole, a new system also taking root during this period. Parole itself became a major innovation of the progressive era. Under this system, inmates who met certain criteria could be conditionally released under the supervision of a parole officer. The goal was to support reintegration into society while maintaining oversight to prevent recidivism. Similarly, the idea of probation, allowing certain offenders to avoid prison altogether in favor of supervised freedom, gained traction as an alternative to incarceration, particularly for non-violent or first-time offenders. These tools allowed the justice system to respond more flexibly to individual cases. Another key development during this era was the classification of inmates. Recognizing that prisoners were not a homogeneous group, reformers began advocating for systems that categorized inmates by age, offense, mental health, and likelihood of rehabilitation. This allowed prisons to tailor programs to different types of offenders. For example, youthful offenders might be placed in reformatories, while older or more hardened criminals remained in traditional penitentiaries. Psychological assessments became a critical part of this classification process. Prisons began employing psychologists and social workers to evaluate inmates and determine the most effective treatment or intervention. The progressive era also saw the emergence of a separate juvenile justice system. Prior to the 1890s, children who committed crimes were often treated the same as adults, facing harsh punishments and incarceration in adult prisons. Reformers argued that children were fundamentally different in their capacity for change and should be treated with greater leniency and support. This led to the establishment of juvenile courts and youth detention centers focused on rehabilitation rather than punishment. Institutions for juveniles emphasized education, moral development, and structured routines aimed at preventing future delinquency. Education became a cornerstone of reformatories during this time. Inmates at Elmira and similar institutions attended classes in basic literacy, arithmetic, and even higher-level subjects depending on their aptitude. Vocational training programs taught trades such as carpentry, blacksmithing, printing, and tailoring. The goal was to equip inmates with marketable skills that would enable them to support themselves upon release. These programs reflected the broader progressive belief in the power of education and labor to uplift individuals and improve society. However, the reformatory model was not without its flaws. Over time, many reformatories became overcrowded and underfunded, and the idealistic goals of rehabilitation gave way to rigid discipline and routine. Allegations of abuse, neglect, and forced labor surfaced in some institutions. Moreover, the benefits of these reforms were often unevenly distributed. In practice, many programs were geared primarily toward white male inmates, while people of color and women received fewer opportunities and harsher treatment. Despite these limitations, the progressive era marked a critical evolution in the philosophy and structure of the American prison system. The introduction of parole, probation, juvenile courts, and classification systems signaled a growing recognition that punishment alone was insufficient to address the complex causes of crime. The emphasis on rehabilitation, education, and psychological insight represented a more humane and individualized approach to justice. In summary, the years from the 1890s to the 1920s witnessed the rise of the reformatory and a host of innovations that reshaped the American penal landscape. Institutions like Elmira Reformatory pioneered practices that are still central to modern corrections, such as inmate classification, educational programming, and parole. These changes reflected a broader societal commitment to progress, reform, and the belief that even those who had transgressed the law could be redeemed and reintegrated into the community. The period from the 1930s to the 1950s was a time of profound change and challenge in the United States, shaped by the economic devastation of the Great Depression, the transformations of World War II, and the complex societal shifts of the post-war era. These decades had a significant impact on the American penal system as rising crime, increasing prison populations, and shifting public attitudes led to the expansion of federal prisons, the development of maximum security facilities such as Alcatraz, and a renewed debate over the role of punishment and rehabilitation in criminal justice. The Great Depression, beginning with the stock market crash of 1929, triggered widespread unemployment, homelessness, and social instability. As economic hardship deepened, crime rates rose, particularly property crimes and offenses driven by poverty. The strain on local and state penal institutions became increasingly visible as jails and prisons filled beyond capacity. Governments at all levels struggled to maintain control, prompting calls for a more coordinated national response to criminal justice. During this period, the federal government took a more active role in prison development. In 1930, Congress established the Federal Bureau of Prisons under the Department of Justice. This move centralized oversight and administration of federal correctional facilities, aiming to standardize conditions, improve efficiency, and ensure greater professionalism in prison management. The BOP's creation marked a shift from the fragmented state-based approach to a more unified national system. One of the most iconic developments of this era was the opening of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary in 1934. Located on an island in San Francisco Bay, Alcatraz was designed to hold the most dangerous and incorrigible offenders, those deemed too disruptive or violent for other institutions. Its isolated location and heavily fortified design made escape virtually impossible. Alcatraz quickly became synonymous with maximum security and strict control. Inmates included notorious criminals such as Al Capone, George "Machine Gun" Kelly, and Robert Stroud, the so-called Birdman of Alcatraz. Alcatraz represented a new model of incarceration, one that emphasized total security, strict discipline, and minimal privileges. Inmates were subjected to a highly regimented daily routine, with little opportunity for recreation or education. The prison operated on a system of silence, with limited communication allowed between inmates. While some basic vocational programs were available, Alcatraz was not oriented toward rehabilitation. It was designed as a deterrent and a last resort facility for the most unmanageable prisoners in the federal system. The broader prison system also expanded significantly during the 1930s and 1940s. The federal government constructed new facilities across the country to address overcrowding and accommodate the growing inmate population. Prisons such as Lewisburg in Pennsylvania, Terre Haute in Indiana, and Atlanta Federal Penitentiary became central hubs in the federal correctional network. These institutions varied in security level and approach, with some maintaining limited rehabilitative programs, while others followed the punitive model exemplified by Alcatraz. Public attitudes during this period began to shift as well. The economic and social crises of the Great Depression hardened views toward crime, with many Americans supporting tougher sentencing and harsher prison conditions. The rise of organized crime during Prohibition and the media's sensational coverage of gangsters further fueled public fear and a demand for law and order. In this context, rehabilitation lost ground to punishment as the dominant goal of incarceration. Prisons were increasingly viewed as necessary tools for containment rather than transformation. However, World War II introduced new dynamics into the penal system. The draft and wartime employment reduced the prison population temporarily, as many young men either joined the military or found jobs in wartime industries. In some cases, prisoners were used for war-related labor, and certain facilities introduced programs aimed at vocational training to prepare inmates for post-war reintegration. Yet these efforts were uneven and often secondary to the primary goal of maintaining discipline and control. In the post-war years of the late 1940s and early 1950s, the prison population began to rise again. Economic recovery and the return of soldiers brought new challenges, including rising rates of juvenile delinquency and urban crime. The cultural mood of the Cold War era, with its emphasis on conformity, authority, and internal security, reinforced punitive attitudes toward offenders. Rehabilitation programs remained limited, and many prisons operated under outdated and overcrowded conditions. Despite this punitive tilt, some reform efforts persisted. Criminologists, social workers, and a small number of progressive administrators continued to advocate for individualized treatment, education, and classification systems within the prison environment. Psychiatric evaluations and psychological services became more common, though their quality and reach varied greatly. The debate between punishment and rehabilitation continued, setting the stage for the more dramatic changes of the 1960s and beyond. In conclusion, the era from the 1930s to the 1950s witnessed the rise of federal control over the prison system, the expansion of incarceration in response to economic and social instability, and the development of maximum security institutions like Alcatraz. While some reform initiatives remained in play, the dominant trend was towards security, order, and retribution. These decades solidified the foundations of modern American corrections and reflected the nation's evolving views on crime, punishment, and the role of the state in managing both. The 1960s and 1970s were a time of sweeping social change in the United States, marked by the civil rights movement, anti-war protests, and a broader awakening to systemic injustices. These transformative decades also ignited a revolution within the prison system. As society outside began challenging entrenched power structures and demanding equal rights, the same momentum carried into American prisons. Behind bars, incarcerated individuals began organizing, speaking out, and fighting for their humanity. This period saw the eruption of prison riots, the rise of the prisoners' rights movement, and landmark legal rulings that would redefine the standards of incarceration in the United States. One of the most defining events of this era was the Attica prison uprising in 1971. Located in upstate New York, Attica Correctional Facility was home to over 2,000 inmates, many of whom were Black and Latino men serving long sentences under harsh conditions. Overcrowding, poor sanitation, brutal disciplinary practices, and a lack of basic medical care and educational opportunities had created a climate of deep frustration and despair. On September 9, 1971, that tension exploded. Approximately 1,300 inmates took control of a section of the prison, taking 42 staff members hostage. The inmates issued a manifesto demanding better living conditions, fair visitation policies, adequate medical care, and political rights. Their demands were not anarchic but focused, articulate and grounded in a vision of dignity and reform. For 4 days, negotiations between inmates and state officials played out under intense public scrutiny. Observers, including civil rights attorneys and journalists, entered the prison to witness the discussions. However, negotiations ultimately failed. On September 13th, New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller ordered a military-style assault on the prison. State police and correctional officers stormed the facility, firing hundreds of rounds of ammunition into the yard. The operation left 43 people dead, including 10 hostages. The violence shocked the nation and highlighted the desperation of inmates and the brutal response of the state. Attica was not an isolated incident. The 1960s and 1970s saw a wave of prison uprisings and riots across the country. At San Quentin State Prison in California, a series of violent events between 1968 and 1971 drew national attention. George Jackson, a member of the Black Panther Party and co-founder of the prison revolutionary group the Black Guerrilla Family, became a powerful symbol of resistance behind bars. Jackson's writings, including his book Soledad Brother, articulated the intersection of race, class, and incarceration. His death in 1971, during an alleged escape attempt, sparked further unrest and galvanized support for prisoners' rights. These prison uprisings were directly influenced by the broader civil rights movement and the concurrent rise of Black Power, Chicano activism, and other liberation struggles. Activists inside and outside of prison began to draw attention to the systemic racism, violence, and inhumane treatment that characterized the U.S. prison system. The concept of prisoners as rights-bearing citizens gained traction, challenging the long-held legal doctrine known as the hands-off policy, which held that courts should not interfere with prison administration. That doctrine began to erode in the late 1960s and early 1970s, as federal courts increasingly recognized that inmates did not lose all constitutional protections when incarcerated. One landmark case was Cooper v. Pate, 1964, in which the Supreme Court ruled that prisoners could sue state officials in federal court over civil rights violations. This decision opened the door for a wave of litigation aimed at reforming prison conditions. Another major ruling came in the form of Holt v. Sava, 1970, a case that declared the entire Arkansas prison system unconstitutional due to its abusive and degrading conditions. Similarly, in the case of Procunier v. Martinez, 1974, the Supreme Court ruled that prison officials could not arbitrarily censor inmates' mail, affirming the importance of First Amendment rights behind bars. These legal decisions set new standards for how prisons must operate, ensuring that certain basic rights, such as access to the courts, freedom of religion, and freedom from cruel and unusual punishment, must be respected even in incarceration. The prisoners' rights movement also gave rise to organized advocacy, both inside and outside prison walls. Groups such as the Prisoners' Union, the National Lawyers Guild, and the American Civil Liberties Union worked to support inmates' legal claims, document abuses, and press for broader systemic changes. Activists published newsletters, organized teach-ins, and formed coalitions with civil rights and anti-war movements. Prisoners began filing lawsuits in unprecedented numbers, challenging everything from overcrowding and medical neglect to censorship and racial discrimination. Education programs, legal libraries, and inmate councils became more common in some facilities, in response to both litigation and organizing. While progress varied widely from state to state, the overall effect was a dramatic shift in how prisons were viewed and managed. Correctional officers and administrators were forced to recognize that prisoners had rights, and that the unchecked authority of prison systems was no longer beyond legal scrutiny. Despite these gains, the backlash was fierce. As prison activism increased, so too did surveillance, punishment, and political repression. Notable figures like Angela Davis, who supported incarcerated activists and challenged the prison industrial complex, faced intense government scrutiny. Solitary confinement was increasingly used to isolate outspoken prisoners. Still, the legacy of this era was enduring. The legal frameworks and public consciousness established during the prisoners' rights movement laid the foundation for future reforms and ongoing struggles for justice within the carceral system. In summary, the 1960s and 1970s were a revolutionary period in American prison history. Fueled by the civil rights movement and broader calls for justice, incarcerated individuals organized, resisted, and demanded recognition of their basic human rights. From the tragic events at Attica to the landmark court rulings that reshaped prison law, this era marked a turning point. The prisoners' rights movement fundamentally altered the legal landscape and gave voice to those society had long sought to silence. The struggle for dignity, fairness, and reform behind bars remains deeply connected to the courageous activism born during this pivotal time. The 1980s and 1990s marked a seismic shift in the landscape of American criminal justice. This period witnessed an unprecedented explosion in the U.S. prison population, driven by a combination of aggressive federal and state policies, sweeping legislative changes, and a public discourse fueled by fear, sensationalism, and racial bias. At the center of this transformation was the so-called War on Drugs, a set of government initiatives that redefined drug use as not only a public health issue but as a criminal epidemic warranting extraordinary punitive measures. The consequences of this approach reshaped American society and continue to reverberate in the modern era. The war on drugs was officially declared by President Richard Nixon in 1971, but it took on a new urgency and scale during the administration of President Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. Reagan expanded federal drug enforcement budgets dramatically and introduced a more militarized approach to policing. The Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986 became a cornerstone of this era, establishing mandatory minimum sentencing laws that severely punished even low-level drug offenses. The legislation included a controversial sentencing disparity between crack and powder cocaine. Possession of just 5 grams of crack cocaine triggered the same 5-year mandatory minimum sentence as 500 grams of powder cocaine. This 100-to-1 sentencing disparity had a profoundly racialized impact. Crack cocaine was more prevalent in economically disadvantaged urban neighborhoods, which were disproportionately black and Latino, while powder cocaine was more commonly associated with wealthier, predominantly white users. As a result, black Americans, particularly young men, were incarcerated at dramatically higher rates than their white counterparts for similar or lesser offenses. The crack epidemic, framed by media as a national crisis, reinforced racial stereotypes and fueled support for harsh sentencing laws. Television and newspapers in the 1980s were filled with alarming stories of crack babies, drug-fueled violence, and inner-city decay. Politicians capitalized on this fear, promising to be tough on crime and pushing legislation that expanded the carceral state. The media's portrayal of drug users as dangerous and morally deficient contributed to a climate where rehabilitation and treatment were largely sidelined in favor of punishment and control. Public support for mass incarceration grew, even as evidence of its long-term ineffectiveness mounted. The 1990s saw a continuation and intensification of these policies. Under President George H.W. Bush and later President Bill Clinton, the federal government implemented the 1994 Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act. This sweeping legislation allocated billions of dollars for new prison construction, provided funding for 100,000 additional police officers, and introduced the federal three strikes law. Under this law, individuals convicted of a third felony offense, regardless of its severity, could receive life sentences. States adopted similar laws, contributing to longer sentences and swelling prison populations. By the end of the 1990s, the United States had the highest incarceration rate in the world. The number of people in prisons and jails more than quadrupled from the late 1970s to the early 2000s, rising from roughly 500,000 to over 2 million. Drug offenses were a primary driver of this increase. In federal prisons alone, drug convictions accounted for more than half of all inmates by the mid-1990s. The impact of these policies on communities of color was catastrophic. Entire generations of Black and Latino men were removed from their communities, often for non-violent drug offenses. Families were torn apart, economic mobility was hindered, and the long-term social costs were immense. The collateral consequences of incarceration, including barriers to employment, housing, education, and voting, further entrenched cycles of poverty and marginalization. At the same time, the prison industrial complex began to take shape. Private prison companies like Corrections Corporation of America and GU Group emerged and expanded, profiting from the incarceration boom. These companies lobbied for tougher laws and longer sentences, creating a financial incentive to keep prison beds full. States increasingly turned to private facilities to manage their growing prison populations, raising ethical and legal concerns about the commodification of human confinement. Within prisons, the punitive philosophy of the war on drugs era meant fewer opportunities for education, rehabilitation, or reintegration. Many inmates served long sentences under rigid conditions with limited access to mental health care, substance abuse treatment, or vocational training. The criminal justice system became less about addressing root causes of behavior and more about containment and punishment. Despite growing criticism from criminologists, civil rights organizations, and some lawmakers, the punitive momentum of the 1980s and 1990s proved difficult to reverse. The political cost of appearing soft on crime discouraged many from advocating reform. However, grassroots movements, investigative journalism, and academic research began to shed light on the racial and social injustices embedded in the system. In summary, the war on drugs and the policies of the 1980s and 1990s fundamentally altered the American prison system. Mandatory minimums, three strikes laws, and the militarization of policing fueled a dramatic rise in incarceration, disproportionately affecting communities of color and deepening social inequalities. This era laid the groundwork for mass incarceration as we know it today, creating systemic challenges that continue to shape debates over criminal justice reform, racial equity, and public safety. From the 1990s through the 2010s, the American prison system underwent a transformation that was not only political and punitive, but increasingly commercial. This period saw the rapid rise of private, for-profit prison corporations such as CoreCivic, formerly known as Corrections Corporation of America, and GO Group. These companies played a central role in the development of what came to be known as the prison industrial complex, a term describing the intersection of government, industry, and incarceration. This era marked a deep entanglement of economic incentives and incarceration policy, where decisions about justice were increasingly influenced by profit motives and private interests. The origins of private prisons can be traced to the explosion in incarceration during the 1980s and 1990s, largely driven by the war on drugs and tough-on-crime legislation. State and federal prison systems became overwhelmed with the sheer volume of inmates. To alleviate overcrowding and reduce costs, governments began contracting with private companies to build and operate prisons. In 1984, The first modern private prison contract was signed in Tennessee with Corrections Corporation of America, signaling a new era in American corrections. By the early 2000s, private prison companies were operating dozens of facilities across the United States. These companies promised efficiency, cost savings, and the ability to expand capacity quickly. However, critics argued that privatization introduced perverse incentives into the justice system. The profitability of private prisons depended on maintaining high incarceration rates. This led to allegations that private prison companies were not merely passive recipients of government contracts, but active participants in shaping public policy to ensure a steady flow of inmates. One of the most controversial aspects of the private prison boom was lobbying. CoreCivic and GEO Group spent millions of dollars lobbying state and federal lawmakers, often advocating for policies that would lead to longer sentences, harsher immigration enforcement, and expanded use of detention facilities. These companies also contributed to political campaigns, forming relationships with legislators who had the power to influence incarceration policy. This raised serious concerns about conflicts of interest and the ethical implications of profiting from human confinement. Another major issue was the use of contractual inmate quotas. Many private prison contracts included provisions requiring that a certain percentage of prison beds remain filled, often between 80 and 100%. If the state failed to meet this quota, it would still be obligated to pay the company for the unused capacity. This created a powerful financial disincentive to reduce prison populations, even in the face of declining crime rates or shifts in public opinion. In some states, these quotas effectively tied the hands of policymakers and limited the potential for meaningful reform. The impact of private prisons was disproportionately felt in marginalized communities, particularly among Black, Latino, and indigenous populations. These communities, already heavily targeted by aggressive policing and sentencing practices, became the primary sources of labor and revenue for the prison industrial complex. The expansion of immigration detention during this period further contributed to the profitability of private prison companies. GEO Group and CoreCivic operated multiple immigration and customs enforcement (IC) detention centers, where thousands of undocumented immigrants were held under harsh conditions. Inside private prisons, reports of inadequate medical care, understaffing, violence, and poor living conditions were common. Unlike publicly run facilities, private prisons were not subject to the same level of transparency and oversight, making it difficult to hold them accountable. Investigations revealed numerous instances of cost-cutting measures that compromised safety and dignity. Guards were often underpaid and undertrained, and turnover rates were high, leading to instability and abuse. Despite these issues, private prisons continued to flourish during the 1990s and 2000s. Their influence extended beyond the walls of correctional facilities and into the very architecture of criminal justice. The prison industrial complex came to encompass not only private prison operators, but also a vast network of contractors supplying food, medical care, transportation, surveillance technology, and telecommunications. Companies profited from every stage of the incarceration process, from arrest to release. However, by 2010, growing public awareness and activism began to challenge the legitimacy of private prisons. Investigative journalism, academic studies, and advocacy campaigns exposed the human and social costs of profit-driven incarceration. Movements such as Black Lives Matter brought attention to the racialized impacts of mass incarceration and the complicity of private interests in perpetuating systemic inequality. Calls to end for-profit incarceration gained momentum. In 2016, the Department of Justice under the Obama administration announced plans to phase out the use of private prisons for federal inmates, citing concerns about safety, effectiveness, and cost. However, This policy was quickly reversed under the Trump administration, which expanded contracts with private prison companies, particularly in the realm of immigration enforcement. The private prison debate became a political flashpoint, reflecting broader tensions over the role of government, corporate power, and racial justice. Although private prisons house a minority of the total incarcerated population in the United States, roughly 8%, they wield outsized influence. Their existence reinforces a model of incarceration that is driven not by necessity or justice, but by market forces and shareholder interests. The prison industrial complex is sustained by policies and practices that prioritize profits over people, entrenching mass incarceration as a structural feature of American society. In conclusion, the rise of private prisons from the 1990s to the 2010s represents one of the most consequential and controversial developments in modern American criminal justice. Corporations like CoreCivic and GEO Group transformed incarceration into a business, shaping policy and practice in ways that prioritized profit at the expense of justice. As the debate over criminal justice reform continues, the legacy of for-profit prisons remains a critical issue, raising fundamental questions about the role of money, power, and morality in the administration of punishment. From the 2010s to the present, the American prison system has entered a new era, shaped by growing awareness of the failures of mass incarceration, energized reform movements, and shifting public opinion. While the legacy of decades of punitive policies remains deeply entrenched, this period has witnessed an unprecedented push toward decarceration, sentencing reform, and alternative approaches to justice. These modern reform efforts reflect a complex landscape of bipartisan collaboration, grassroots activism, technological innovation, and intense debate over the future of criminal justice in the United States. One of the most significant developments of the 2010s was the growing consensus across ideological lines that the American criminal justice system was broken. With over 2 million people behind bars and countless more under probation or parole supervision, the United States continued to have the highest incarceration rate in the world. The fiscal, social, and human costs of mass incarceration became undeniable. Policymakers from both conservative and liberal backgrounds began to acknowledge that the system was unsustainable and unjust. This bipartisan momentum led to key legislative victories. In 2018, the First Step Act was signed into law under the Trump administration, marking one of the most substantial federal prison reform bills in decades. The act reduced mandatory minimum sentences for certain nonviolent drug offenses, expanded rehabilitation programs, and provided mechanisms for early release based on good behavior. Though limited in scope, it represented a meaningful step toward a more humane and rational sentencing framework. At the state level, many legislatures passed reforms aimed at reducing incarceration rates, particularly for low-level and nonviolent offenses. Changes included eliminating cash bail for certain charges, raising the threshold for felony theft, and implementing diversion programs for people with mental illness or substance use disorders. States such as California, New Jersey, and New York led the way, experimenting with alternatives to incarceration, such as restorative justice initiatives and community-based support systems. Restorative justice gained increasing attention during this period as a transformative approach focused on healing rather than punishment. Rooted in indigenous traditions and widely practiced in countries like New Zealand and Canada, restorative justice seeks to bring victims, offenders, and community members together in structured dialogues. These conversations aim to address the harm caused by crime, promote accountability, and support reintegration. Pilot programs in schools, juvenile justice systems, and even adult courts demonstrated promising outcomes in reducing recidivism and increasing satisfaction among participants. Alongside these developments, the prison abolition movement gained traction. Advocates for abolition argue that the carceral system is inherently oppressive and cannot be reformed. Instead of investing in prisons, they call for investments in education, housing, healthcare, and other social services that address the root causes of crime. The slogan "Defund the Police" became a rallying cry for reallocating public resources away from punitive institutions and toward community well-being. While abolition remains a controversial and often misunderstood position, it has influenced mainstream reform discussions and pushed the boundaries of what is politically imaginable. Technological change also reshaped the carceral landscape. Electronic monitoring, predictive policing algorithms, and digital surveillance tools became more prevalent, raising concerns about a shift from mass incarceration to mass supervision. While some viewed these technologies as alternatives to incarceration, others warned of expanding state control and creating a digital prison. The ethics of using artificial intelligence in bail decisions, sentencing, and parole risk assessment sparked widespread debate, especially regarding bias and transparency. The COVID-19 pandemic further exposed the vulnerabilities and injustices of the prison system. Overcrowded and unsanitary conditions led to devastating outbreaks behind bars. Calls to release medically vulnerable inmates, reduce jail populations, and halt arrests for minor offenses gained momentum during the crisis. Some jurisdictions responded with temporary decarceration measures, which demonstrated that significant reductions in incarceration could be achieved without compromising public safety. However, many of these reforms proved short-lived. Grassroots movements and public protests played a central role in keeping criminal justice reform on the national agenda. The 2020 murder of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer sparked global demonstrations and renewed scrutiny of systemic racism in policing and incarceration. Activists, scholars, and affected communities demanded sweeping changes, from police accountability to prison closure. These demands were rooted in decades of organizing by groups such as Critical Resistance, Black and Pink, Just Leadership USA, and others that centered the voices of formerly incarcerated people. Education, media, and storytelling also contributed to changing perceptions of incarceration. Documentaries like 13th, The Sentence, and Time brought the human impact of incarceration to broader audiences. Books, podcasts, and social media platforms provided spaces for people with lived experience to share their stories, challenge stereotypes, and advocate for systemic change. The cultural shift toward empathy and understanding played a key role in building support for reform. Despite these advances, significant challenges remain. Many reforms have stalled or been rolled back in the face of political backlash and public anxiety about crime. In some areas, crime rates rose slightly after the pandemic, leading to renewed calls for tough-on-crime policies. The influence of police unions, prosecutorial discretion, and the private sector continues to complicate reform efforts. Additionally, racial disparities in incarceration, sentencing, and police encounters persist across the country. Looking forward, the future of American prisons is uncertain but contested. Advocates continue to push for bold changes, including closing large prison facilities, abolishing life without parole sentences, and guaranteeing rights and dignity for all incarcerated people. The expansion of harm reduction strategies, community-based alternatives, and trauma-informed care represents a growing paradigm shift in how society addresses harm and accountability. Policymakers, communities and formerly incarcerated individuals are increasingly working together to envision a justice system rooted in equity, safety, and restoration. In conclusion, the period from the 2010s to the present represents a pivotal chapter in the ongoing struggle to transform the American prison system. Amid continued challenges, a diverse array of reform and abolition movements has opened new possibilities for justice and freedom. Whether these efforts lead to lasting structural change depends on the collective will to confront the deep inequalities at the heart of the carceral state and to imagine new pathways toward a more just and compassionate society. Roughly 15,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, early humans began their journey into the uncharted and vast lands of North America. This migration marks one of the most significant events in human history. It set in motion the long development of Native American civilizations that would eventually stretch from the Arctic Circle to the tip of South America. At that time, much of the Earth's water was locked in massive glaciers, causing sea levels to drop and exposing a land corridor now known as Beringia. This land bridge connected present-day Siberia to Alaska. It is believed that small bands of nomadic hunter-gatherers crossed this bridge while following large Ice Age mammals like mammoths, mastodons, and steppe bison. These people were not moving with the intention of settling a new world. Rather, they were in pursuit of food, adapting to the challenges of a cold and unfamiliar landscape. The environment of prehistoric North America during the late Pleistocene was dramatically different from what it is today. Glaciers covered much of Canada and the northern United States, while the southern regions offered tundra and steppe ecosystems. As these early migrants moved further inland and southward, they encountered vast plains, rich woodlands, river valleys, and highlands teeming with wildlife. The land was raw, wild, and untamed, a continent in its natural state. These first Americans gradually spread out, adapting to new climates and ecological niches. Over generations, their survival strategies evolved. They became masters of their environments, learning to hunt, forage, and craft tools suited to their needs. Among the earliest well-known cultures to emerge were the Paleo-Indians. These people are known today mostly through their distinctive stone tools. One of the most famous tool-making traditions was the Clovis culture, named after a site near Clovis, New Mexico, where finely crafted fluted spear points were first discovered in the 1930s. Dated to around 13,000 years ago, Clovis points were designed for hunting large game and are considered some of the earliest evidence of widespread human presence in North America. The technology spread rapidly across the continent, suggesting that early humans shared ideas or migrated quickly. The Clovis people were highly skilled hunters who targeted megafauna and traveled in small mobile groups. As the climate continued to warm and megafauna began to disappear, other cultures adapted to the changing environment. The Folsom culture, which followed the Clovis tradition around 10,000 years ago, produced smaller and more refined projectile points. Folsom points were used to hunt bison and other smaller game, reflecting a shift in prey and hunting techniques. These developments mark a transition in human adaptation. Societies became more regionally distinct as groups settled into particular territories, each with its own food sources and environmental conditions. These Paleo-Indian cultures laid the foundation for the incredible cultural diversity that would later define Native American life. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Clovis and Folsom people not only hunted but also gathered wild plants, berries, and roots. They may have used seasonal camps and returned to the same locations annually, suggesting an early form of mobility tied to resource availability. Fire was used to shape the landscape, driving game and encouraging the growth of desirable plants. Their knowledge of animal behavior, weather patterns, and geography was critical for survival. These early peoples did not leave behind cities or temples. Instead, they left stone tools, butchered animal bones, hearths, and the occasional burial. But even these remnants tell us a story of resilience, ingenuity, and an intimate connection to the land. The migration across the Bering Land Bridge and the spread of Paleo-Indian cultures did not happen overnight. It likely took generations, with families traveling by foot and perhaps by small watercraft along coastal routes. Newer theories suggest that some groups may have arrived earlier than Clovis, with coastal migration paths offering a way into the Americas along the Pacific shoreline. Archaeological sites like Monte Verde in Chile and Bluefish Caves in Canada offer tantalizing evidence of pre-Clovis presence, though this remains a subject of ongoing debate. Still, what is clear is that these people were the first to call the Americas home. They were explorers in the truest sense, entering a new world and laying the groundwork for millennia of cultural development. By the end of this period, the initial wave of migration had given rise to a continental presence. Human beings were living across what is now the United States, Mexico, and parts of South America. Their lives were shaped by the pursuit of food, the demands of the seasons, and the rhythms of nature. They lived in small groups, moved frequently, and developed tools and strategies for survival. This era represents the dawn of Native American history. It is a time of bold movement, critical adaptation, and the first human footprints on a land that would one day be home to countless nations. Their legacy lives on in the archaeological record and in the descendants who continue to honor the memory of the first Americans. Between roughly 13,000 and 9,000 BCE, North America was a continent in flux. The Ice Age was drawing to a close, glaciers were retreating, and the climate was undergoing a dramatic transformation. It was in this volatile environment that early hunter-gatherer societies thrived. These were the Paleo-Indians, descendants of the first migrants who had crossed the Bering Land Bridge and spread across the continent. They lived in small mobile bands and relied on their knowledge of the land, animals, and seasons to survive. Their lives revolved around the hunt, particularly of the now extinct megafauna that once roamed in abundance. Mammoths were among the most prized and formidable of their prey. These massive relatives of modern elephants provided a wealth of resources. A single kill could feed a group for weeks. Meat was consumed fresh or dried, bones and tusks were used to make tools and shelters, and hides were fashioned into clothing and coverings. Hunting mammoths required planning, teamwork, and courage. Groups likely used spears tipped with finely made clovis, or later Folsom points to target vulnerable areas. They may have driven mammoths into bogs, ambushed them at watering holes, or coordinated attacks using fire and noise to direct the animals into traps. Other megafauna included giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, short-faced bears, camels, mastodons, and enormous bison. The diversity of large animals provided hunters with opportunities and challenges. Tracking these creatures demanded an intimate understanding of animal behavior, migration routes, and seasonal patterns. As prey populations moved, so did the people. Campsites were often temporary, set up in places where game was plentiful and abandoned when resources grew scarce. This pattern of seasonal mobility defined Paleo-Indian life. Social structure in these early societies was likely egalitarian. With survival dependent on cooperation, decisions were probably made collectively and resources shared among the group. Leadership was based on skill, experience, and knowledge rather than formal authority. Tasks were divided by ability, with hunters, tool makers, gatherers, and caregivers, all playing crucial roles. Elders were valued for their wisdom, while children were taught from a young age through observation and participation. Spirituality was likely centered around nature, animals, and the cycles of life and death, though direct evidence is sparse. Burial sites and cave paintings hint at a worldview that respected the power of the natural world. As the Ice Age ended and the climate warmed, dramatic changes swept across the continent. Glaciers receded, forests expanded, and sea levels rose. With these changes came the extinction of many megafauna species. While the reasons are still debated, it is likely that a combination of climate change and human hunting pressure led to their disappearance. For the hunter-gatherer societies that depended on these animals, this was a profound shift. They were forced to adapt quickly, diversifying their diets and refining their survival strategies. Smaller game animals like deer, rabbits, and birds became more important, as did fishing and the gathering of edible plants, seeds, nuts, and roots. Tools evolved to match these new needs. Spears and atlatls remained in use, but were supplemented by traps, fishing hooks, and grinding stones. Campsites began to show evidence of more varied diets and more permanent seasonal use. People returned to the same locations year after year, suggesting the beginnings of territoriality and more defined social identities. These adaptations led to the emergence of regionally distinct cultures. People in the Great Basin, the Southwest, the plains, and the eastern woodlands began to follow different ways of life suited to their environments. Trade networks began to form, allowing groups to exchange materials like obsidian, shells, and ochre over long distances. This exchange of goods likely included ideas, rituals, and technologies. Even without written language, these societies developed complex oral traditions that passed knowledge from generation to generation. The end of the Ice Age marked both a loss and a new beginning. While the era of mammoth hunting faded, the foundations were laid for more complex societies to emerge. The skills learned during this period of great challenge and change became the basis for later innovations in agriculture, settlement, and social organization. These early Americans were not primitive. They were resourceful, observant, and deeply connected to the land. They responded to one of the greatest environmental transformations in human history, not with collapse, but with adaptation and resilience. By 9000 BCE, the world these people had known for millennia had transformed. Forests replaced tundra. Rivers swelled with melting ice. New species of plants and animals appeared, and the people who had once followed mammoth herds across icy plains were now shaping new ways of life. This period stands as a testament to the enduring spirit and ingenuity of the first Native American ancestors. They were survivors and innovators, the architects of a legacy that would shape the continent for thousands of years to come. Between 8000 and 2000 BCE, a major transformation began to unfold across what is now the southwestern United States and parts of northern Mexico. This was the gradual shift from a nomadic lifestyle based on hunting and gathering to a more settled way of life, supported by agriculture. The introduction and domestication of key crops, especially maize, beans, and squash, fundamentally altered how people interacted with the land and each other. This shift laid the foundation for the rise of villages, more complex social structures, and eventually the development of ancient civilizations in North America. The origins of agriculture in North America are closely tied to earlier developments in Mesoamerica. In southern Mexico, indigenous peoples began domesticating maize from a wild grass called teosinte as early as 7000 BCE. Through generations of selective planting, they developed a crop that produced larger and more nutritious kernels. Over time, this knowledge and the seeds themselves spread northward. The Southwest, with its arid climate and unique geography, became a key area for early farming in North America. The first evidence of maize cultivation in the region appears around 2100 BCE, and by 1500 BCE, it had become a significant part of the diet for many groups. The adoption of agriculture did not happen overnight. It occurred alongside traditional foraging and hunting practices, forming a mixed subsistence strategy that allowed communities to gradually experiment with crop cultivation. Early farmers planted maize in floodplains and along stream banks where natural irrigation helped the plants grow. As their understanding of planting cycles improved, they began developing techniques to manage water more efficiently, including the use of check dams, canals, and dry farming methods suited to the desert environment. Beans and squash were added to the agricultural toolkit over time, and together with maize, they formed the basis of what became known as the Three Sisters. These three crops complemented each other, both nutritionally and agriculturally. Maize provided carbohydrates, beans supplied protein and helped fix nitrogen in the soil, and squash offered essential vitamins and ground cover that helped retain moisture and reduce weeds. The introduction of these crops enabled people to produce a more reliable food supply, which in turn supported population growth and the development of permanent settlements. By 1200 BCE, some groups in the southwest had begun building small villages with pit houses dug partially into the ground and covered with brush and mud. These early communities were often located near water sources and were inhabited seasonally or year-round depending on local conditions. Social organization began to evolve as people spent more time in one place. Villages required cooperation in planting, tending, and harvesting crops. Storage of surplus food became important, leading to the construction of storage pits and granaries. With more stable food supplies, populations increased, and people began to establish more permanent ties to specific territories. Trade networks expanded, allowing for the exchange of not only goods but also ideas and cultural practices. Obsidian, turquoise, and shell beads were traded across vast distances, linking early farming communities to other regions. In the Four Corners region, where modern-day Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico meet, early agricultural communities took root in sheltered valleys and along riverbanks. Archaeological evidence shows that by 1000 BCE, inhabitants of this area were living in semi-subterranean homes, growing crops, and participating in complex social networks. Over the centuries, these communities developed increasingly sophisticated agricultural practices and architectural styles that would eventually lead to the rise of the ancestral pueblos. But even in this early stage, we see the emergence of cultural traits that would define the region for generations, such as communal labor, ceremonial practices, and a deepening relationship with the land. Despite the advantages of farming, early agricultural life was not without its challenges. Crops could fail due to drought, pests, or soil depletion. Settled life made communities more vulnerable to environmental changes and sometimes to conflict with neighboring groups. Still, the benefits of reliable food production and the ability to sustain larger communities outweighed the risks for many people. Over time, agriculture became central to life in the Southwest, and its influence would continue to spread to other parts of North America. The rise of agriculture marked a turning point in Native American history. It was not a single event, but a long process of adaptation and innovation that changed how people lived, thought, and organized their societies. This transition from mobile bands of foragers to settled agricultural communities laid the groundwork for the great cultural and architectural achievements that would follow. The seeds planted in this period would grow into cities, civilizations, and enduring traditions that continue to shape native identity today. Between 1000 BCE and 500 CE, a series of interconnected Native American cultures flourished in the fertile Ohio River Valley and surrounding regions. These societies, commonly referred to as the Mound Builders, are best represented by the Adena and Hopewell cultures. Though distinct in time and characteristics, both left behind a striking archaeological legacy of ceremonial earthworks, burial mounds, and trade networks that stretched across much of eastern North America. Their achievements challenge the misconception that pre-Columbian societies in North America were uniformly simple or undeveloped. The Adena culture emerged first, around 1000 BCE, centered in what is now southern Ohio, northern Kentucky, and parts of Indiana and West Virginia. These people lived in small villages and practiced a mixed subsistence strategy that included hunting, gathering, and the early stages of horticulture. They cultivated native plants such as sunflower, squash, and goosefoot, and supplemented their diet with game like deer and turkey. Adena people are most famous for their burial mounds, some of which reached heights of over 20 feet. These mounds were constructed with deliberate planning and labor, often layered with soil, clay, and gravel brought from distant locations. The mounds served primarily as burial sites, and their construction reflected social and spiritual beliefs. Inside, archaeologists have discovered human remains often accompanied by elaborate grave goods, including stone pipes, copper ornaments, and carved effigies. The inclusion of such items suggests a belief in an afterlife and a stratified society where individuals of high status were honored with complex burials. Adena earthworks also show early signs of ceremonial function, with circular enclosures and pathways aligning with solar or lunar events, pointing to an emerging understanding of astronomy and ritual timing. Around 200 BCE, the Adena culture gradually evolved or gave rise to the Hopewell tradition, which expanded the mound-building phenomenon both in scope and sophistication. The Hopewell culture reached its peak between 100 BCE and 400 CE and spread over a vast area from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. Its most prominent centers were located in present-day Ohio, especially around the Scioto and Miami River valleys. Hopewell earthworks are among the most impressive in North America. They include massive geometric enclosures, some spanning hundreds of acres, formed with astonishing precision. Circles, squares, and octagons were constructed with embankments and ditches, often aligned with celestial events. These earthworks were not defensive fortifications, but served ceremonial and social purposes. They likely functioned as gathering places for feasts, rituals, and political meetings. The scale of construction indicates a high degree of social organization, with coordinated labor and leadership capable of mobilizing communities for large-scale projects. The Hopewell also developed extensive trade networks, exchanging goods over thousands of miles. Archaeological finds include obsidian from the Rocky Mountains, mica from the Appalachian Mountains, copper from the Great Lakes, and shells from the Gulf Coast. These items were crafted into intricate artworks and tools, often used in ceremonial contexts. The presence of such exotic materials underscores the complexity and connectivity of Hopewell society. Trade was not just economic but also symbolic, reinforcing alliances, spiritual beliefs, and cultural identity. Artistic expression was central to Hopewell life. They produced finely carved stone pipes, detailed pottery, woven textiles, and effigy figures representing animals, humans, and mythical beings. Many artifacts exhibit a sophisticated aesthetic and spiritual symbolism, often related to shamanistic practices and cosmological beliefs. Burial mounds became even more elaborate during the Hopewell period, with log-lined tombs, multiple interments, and rich grave goods. These structures suggest a more stratified society, with religious leaders, skilled artisans, and community organizers. The decline of the Hopewell culture after 400 CE remains a subject of scholarly debate. It may have been caused by environmental changes, resource depletion, social upheaval, or shifting trade patterns. Whatever the reasons, the grand ceremonial centers were gradually abandoned, and the mound-building tradition entered a period of transformation. Yet, the legacy of the Adena and Hopewell did not disappear. Their knowledge, beliefs, and social practices influenced later cultures across the Midwest and Southeast, including the Mississippian peoples who would build even more monumental cities centuries later. Today, the surviving mounds and earthworks stand as silent monuments to the ingenuity and spirituality of their builders. Sites like the Newark earthworks and the Serpent Mound in Ohio continue to captivate archaeologists and visitors alike. They remind us that the pre-Columbian history of North America was rich with innovation, artistic achievement, and complex social organization. The mound builders were not a single tribe or empire, but a constellation of cultures linked by shared ideas and practices. Through their monumental architecture and far-reaching networks, they helped shape the cultural landscape of native North America long before the arrival of Europeans. Between 200 and 1300 CE, the American Southwest was home to some of the most remarkable ancient civilizations in North America. These societies developed in arid and often unforgiving environments, yet they built thriving communities marked by architectural achievement, agricultural innovation, and cultural complexity. Chief among them were the ancestral Pueblones, also known historically as the Anasazi, as well as the Hohokam and Mogollon cultures. Each adapted in unique ways to the landscape and left behind a legacy that still shapes the identity of the Southwest today. The ancestral Pueblones occupied the Four Corners region, where present-day Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona meet. Their culture developed over centuries and is best known for its extraordinary stone and adobe dwellings built into cliffs and mesas. One of the most iconic of these sites is Mesa Verde in southwestern Colorado. Here, multi-story structures such as Cliff Palace were constructed within natural alcoves high in the canyon walls. These buildings featured kivas, circular ceremonial rooms used for spiritual and communal gatherings. The scale and precision of their architecture reflect a deep understanding of engineering and social organization. Chaco Canyon in northwestern New Mexico was another major center of ancestral Puebloan culture. Between the 9th and 12th centuries, the Chacoans built massive complexes known as great houses using sandstone blocks and wooden beams. These structures were aligned with astronomical events, indicating advanced knowledge of the cosmos. Roads radiated from Chaco to outlying settlements, suggesting the existence of a regional network of trade, communication, and religious pilgrimage. The society was not only architectural, but also spiritual, with rituals, ceremonies, and cosmological beliefs at the heart of daily life. Further west and south, in the low deserts of the Sonoran region, the Hohokam culture flourished. The Hohokam were master engineers who developed one of the most extensive prehistoric irrigation systems in North America. Using a series of canals, they diverted water from the Salt and Gila rivers to irrigate their fields, enabling the cultivation of maize, beans, squash, and cotton. These irrigation networks supported large villages and towns, some with platform mounds, ball courts, and ceremonial plazas. Hohokam pottery and shell jewelry reveal connections with Mesoamerican cultures, suggesting long-distance trade and cultural exchange. The Mogollon people lived primarily in what is now southeastern Arizona and southwestern New Mexico. Their culture emerged around the same time as the ancestral Pueblones and Hohokam, but developed its own distinctive traits. Early Mogollon communities lived in pit houses and later in above-ground pueblos. They are especially known for their intricately painted pottery, featuring geometric patterns and animal motifs. Over time, Mogollon groups began building in cliff alcoves, similar to the ancestral Pueblones, particularly in places like the Gila cliff dwellings. Their societies were smaller and more dispersed, yet they displayed a deep connection to the land and spiritual life. These desert civilizations were all rooted in agriculture. The domestication and cultivation of maize, beans, and squash allowed them to settle permanently, build surplus food stores, and develop complex social structures. Their survival in arid environments required careful water management, communal labor, and intimate ecological knowledge. Religious and ceremonial life often revolved around the cycles of nature. Art, pottery, and architecture were not merely functional, but deeply symbolic, reflecting beliefs about the world, ancestors, and the spirit realm. By around 1300 CE, environmental pressures including drought, resource depletion, and social stress led to the decline or transformation of these cultures. Chaco Canyon was largely abandoned by the late 1200s. The great cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde were vacated around the same time. Hohokam canal systems fell into disrepair. While the reasons for these changes remain debated, it is clear that migration played a key role. Many descendants of these ancient peoples moved to other regions, forming the basis of the modern Pueblo communities of New Mexico and Arizona. Their cultural traditions continue in the Hopi, Zuni, Tewa, and other Puebloan peoples. The achievements of the ancestral Pueblones Hohokam and Mogollon represent a high point in pre-contact Native American history. Their innovations in architecture, agriculture, astronomy, and social organization demonstrate a level of sophistication that rivals ancient cultures anywhere in the world. They created vibrant societies that thrived in some of the harshest environments on the continent. Their legacy endures not only in ruins and artifacts, but in living traditions, oral histories, and the continued presence of their descendants in the modern American Southwest. Between 800 and 1500 CE, a complex and powerful civilization rose in the heart of North America. Known as the Mississippian culture, it spread along the Mississippi River and its tributaries, creating networks of cities, trade routes, and ceremonial centers. At the center of this civilization stood Cahokia, located near present-day St. Louis, Missouri. Cahokia was the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico and a marvel of Native American ingenuity. It reached its peak between 1050 and 1200 CE, when its population may have exceeded 20,000 people, rivaling European cities of the same era. Cahokia's most striking features were its massive earthen mounds. The largest, known as Monk's Mound, covers over 14 acres and rises more than 100 feet above the surrounding plains. It was constructed using baskets of soil carried by hand, an extraordinary feat of labor and coordination. Atop Monk's Mound likely stood the residence or temple of a paramount chief, symbolizing both political power and spiritual authority. Surrounding the central plaza were dozens of smaller mounds, each serving specific ceremonial, residential, or burial purposes. Cahokia's layout reveals a high degree of urban planning. The city was organized around a central plaza and aligned according to astronomical events. One of the most significant structures was Woodhenge, a large circle of wooden posts used to track solstices and equinoxes. This suggests that the Mississippians possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy and used it to guide agricultural and ceremonial calendars. The city's organization reflects both religious beliefs and a centralized authority capable of mobilizing labor and resources. Social hierarchy was a defining feature of Mississippian society. At the top were elite rulers, often considered divine or semi-divine, who lived atop platform mounds and directed both governance and ritual life. Below them were specialized artisans, traders, farmers, and laborers. Burial sites provide insight into these social divisions. High-status individuals were interred with elaborate grave goods such as shell ornaments, copper artifacts, and finely crafted pottery, while commoners received more modest burials. These distinctions indicate a stratified society with inherited status and organized leadership. Agriculture formed the backbone of Cahokia's economy. The Mississippians cultivated maize as their staple crop, supplemented by beans, squash, sunflowers, and native fruits. Their agricultural success supported dense populations and freed some individuals to engage in non-subsistence activities such as craftsmanship, trade, and religious service. Pottery, stone tools, textiles, and ornamental goods were produced with remarkable skill. Cahokia's artisans used local and imported materials, demonstrating access to distant trade networks that extended to the Great Lakes, the Gulf Coast, and the Appalachian region. Trade was vital to Cahokia's influence. Exotic items like Gulf Coast shells, Great Lakes copper, Appalachian mica, and obsidian from the Rocky Mountains have been found at the site. These materials were not only valued for their rarity, but also for their spiritual significance. Trade brought not just goods but also ideas, technologies, and religious practices, helping to unify distant communities under shared cultural norms. As the central hub of this network, Cahokia played a dominant role in the political and spiritual life of the broader Mississippian world. Religious and ceremonial life were integral to Cahokian culture. Temples, plazas, and mound complexes served as stages for rituals that reinforced social cohesion and the divine authority of leaders. The alignment of structures with celestial bodies points to a cosmology that emphasized harmony between the earthly and spiritual realms. Public ceremonies likely included processions, feasting, dance, and offerings to deities or ancestors. These events brought people together and reaffirmed community bonds and hierarchical roles. Despite its success, Cahokia began to decline in the late 13th century. The reasons are not fully understood, but likely include a combination of environmental stress, resource depletion, social unrest, and climate change. Deforestation, soil exhaustion, and flooding may have undermined agriculture. Internal conflict and the breakdown of centralized authority could have weakened the social fabric. By 1350, the city had been largely abandoned, and by 1500, the Mississippian culture had fragmented into smaller chiefdoms. The legacy of Cahokia and the Mississippian civilization remains profound. Their achievements in urban planning, engineering, agriculture, and social organization rival those of any ancient society. Monk's Mound still stands today as a testament to their vision and perseverance. Descendant communities, including the Natchez and other southeastern tribes, carried forward many Mississippian traditions, especially in art, leadership structures, and cosmological beliefs. Cahokia challenges misconceptions of pre-contact North America as sparsely populated or culturally simple. Instead, it reveals a continent filled with dynamic and sophisticated civilizations. The story of Cahokia is a reminder of the enduring human capacity to adapt, organize, and create in harmony with the land. Between 500 and 1500 CE, the Great Plains of North America were home to diverse Native American cultures that adapted to the expansive grasslands long before the introduction of the horse. These groups developed complex societies that combined agriculture, seasonal hunting, and trade. Far from being the stereotypical horse-mounted nomads, often associated with Plains Indians, the early cultures of this region were more varied, with many living in semi-permanent villages and organizing their lives around the rhythms of the land and the great bison herds. The Great Plains stretch from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from present-day Canada to Texas. This vast region was rich in grasses that supported immense herds of bison, elk, and other game. Early Plains cultures learned to live in balance with these ecosystems, crafting economies and social structures that reflected both mobility and settlement. Among the most prominent of these early Plains cultures were the Mandan, Hidatsa, Arikara, and Pawnee. The Mandan and Hidatsa lived primarily along the upper Missouri River in present-day North Dakota. They established large fortified earth lodge villages that could house hundreds of people. These lodges were built with wooden frames and covered in earth, making them warm in winter and cool in summer. The villages were often surrounded by palisades and strategically located near rivers for transportation, fishing, and fertile farmland. These tribes cultivated maize, beans, squash, and sunflowers, using tools fashioned from bone and stone. Agriculture formed the backbone of their subsistence, complemented by seasonal bison hunts. The Pawnee, based further south along the Platte River in present-day Nebraska, had a similar village-based lifestyle. They lived in earth lodges during the planting and harvesting seasons and undertook communal bison hunts in the summer and fall. These hunts required careful coordination and were often imbued with spiritual significance. Pawnee cosmology was highly developed, with elaborate ceremonies tied to the agricultural calendar. Their religion centered around the stars, and they built their villages according to celestial alignments. The morning star ceremony was one of their most sacred rituals, expressing their worldview and spiritual connection to the cosmos. Although mobility was important to these groups, they were not fully nomadic. The seasonal bison hunts involved temporary movements, but their base lifestyle was rooted in permanent or semi-permanent settlements. The reliance on both farming and hunting allowed for a balanced and resilient way of life. Surplus crops were stored in underground caches or traded with neighboring tribes. Trade routes connected the Plains peoples to regions as far away as the Southwest, the Great Lakes, and the Mississippi Valley, allowing for the exchange of goods like shells, copper, obsidian, and pottery. Social organization in early Plains cultures varied, but many tribes had councils of elders, clan systems, and hereditary leadership. These institutions governed daily life, managed resources, and coordinated defense. Villages were tightly knit communities where cooperation was essential. Tasks such as farming, hunting, and constructing lodges were often communal efforts. Gender roles were well defined, with women typically managing agriculture and domestic affairs, while men hunted and protected the community. Spiritual leaders, or shamans, played an important role in healing, divination, and maintaining balance between people and the spirit world. The Plains cultures placed great spiritual value on animals, particularly the bison. Every part of the bison was used: meat for food, hides for clothing and shelter, bones for tools, sinew for thread. The bison was honored in ritual and story, symbolizing strength, abundance, and the sacred connection between humans and nature. Ceremonial dances, offerings, and storytelling reinforced cultural identity and passed down essential knowledge to future generations. By the late 1400s, these societies were flourishing in their own right, maintaining vibrant traditions, governing their communities, and engaging in wide-ranging trade. Their lifeways were sustainable and deeply integrated with the landscape. It wasn't until the 17th century, after European contact and the reintroduction of the horse by the Spanish, that plains cultures began to shift toward the fully nomadic, horse-mounted lifestyle most familiar to popular imagination. That transformation would drastically alter the dynamics of power, mobility, and warfare on the plains. Yet before the horse, the tribes of the Great Plains had already achieved a remarkable adaptation to their environment. Their earth lodges, agricultural practices, and bison hunting strategies formed a balanced way of life, rooted in deep knowledge of the land. Their stories, ceremonies, and social systems reflected a rich and enduring cultural legacy. Understanding this era challenges common stereotypes and highlights the ingenuity and diversity of Native American societies in pre-contact North America. Between 1000 and 1500 CE, the Pacific Northwest coast was home to some of the most culturally rich and environmentally adapted native societies in North America. Stretching from present-day Northern California to southern Alaska, this coastal region provided abundant resources that supported complex sedentary cultures. Among the most prominent were the Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and Coast Salish peoples. Their way of life was shaped by the temperate rainforests, rivers, and the Pacific Ocean, where annual salmon runs, towering cedar trees, and marine life such as whales played central roles in both economy and spiritual life. Unlike many indigenous cultures that depended on agriculture, the Pacific Northwest peoples built their societies around the wealth of natural resources, particularly from the sea. The most critical of these was salmon. Salmon runs were predictable and abundant, allowing communities to harvest large quantities during the summer and preserve them for winter. This food surplus supported large, stable populations and enabled the development of permanent villages. These villages often featured large, elaborately carved cedar longhouses that housed multiple families and served as centers of communal life. The cedar tree was essential to Pacific Northwest cultures. From its bark to its massive trunks, cedar provided the materials for homes, canoes, clothing, baskets, and ceremonial objects. The art of carving reached extraordinary levels of sophistication in this region. Totem poles, carved from single cedar logs, stood in front of homes and ceremonial sites. These towering works of art depicted clan crests, mythological beings, and ancestral stories. Each figure on a totem pole held symbolic meaning and recorded family lineage, spiritual beliefs, and historical events. Contrary to common misconception, totem poles were not objects of worship, but were visual representations of cultural heritage. Clan and kinship systems formed the foundation of social organization. Societies like the Tlingit and Haida were matrilineal, meaning descent and inheritance passed through the mother's line. Clans were divided into moieties or social halves, such as Raven and Eagle, which regulated marriage and social responsibilities. Inter-clan relationships were maintained through complex rituals and a powerful institution known as the potlatch. The potlatch was a ceremonial feast where wealth was displayed and redistributed. Chiefs and nobles gave away gifts such as blankets, food, copper plates, and other valuable items to assert status, honor ancestors, and mark important life events like births, marriages, and deaths. Spiritual life in the Pacific Northwest was deeply intertwined with the natural world. Animals, rivers, mountains, and celestial bodies were believed to possess spiritual power and consciousness. Storytelling preserved oral histories and mythologies that explained the origins of the world, the roles of supernatural beings, and the laws of human conduct. Shape-shifting spirits, guardian animals, and trickster figures like Raven featured prominently in traditional stories. Ceremonies often included song, dance, masks, and dramatic performances to bring these stories to life and reinforce moral lessons. Whaling was a significant practice for coastal groups such as the Makah and Nu Charnulth. It required immense skill, teamwork, and ritual preparation. Whales provided food, oil, and bone, and their hunting was surrounded by spiritual observances to ensure respect for the whale's spirit and the success of future hunts. Whalers were often members of elite lineages who underwent strict purification rites and training. The entire community participated in processing the whale, turning the event into a communal celebration that reinforced social bonds. Art and symbolism permeated every aspect of life. Carved masks, woven blankets, and decorated tools were not only utilitarian, but also carried deep cultural significance. The use of formline design, with its characteristic curves and ovoids, became a defining feature of Northwest Coast art. These artistic traditions were passed down through apprenticeships and clan teachings, ensuring continuity across generations. Despite regional differences, Pacific Northwest societies shared a worldview that emphasized balance, reciprocity, and respect for the environment. This ethos was reflected in their governance systems, which involved councils of elders, clan leaders, and ceremonial figures who mediated disputes, managed resources, and upheld traditions. The role of women was especially important in maintaining clan structure, property rights, and oral heritage. By the 1500s, these cultures had developed sophisticated political, economic, and spiritual systems deeply rooted in their environment. Their coastal villages were vibrant centers of life, art, and knowledge, connected by trade routes that extended inland and along the coast. The wealth generated by the land and sea did not lead to widespread warfare, but instead encouraged ceremonial competition and generosity through institutions like the potlatch. These values fostered stability and cohesion in a landscape marked by seasonal cycles and ecological abundance. The legacy of the Pacific Northwest societies continues today in the traditions, art, and cultural resurgence of their descendant communities. Totem poles still stand as symbols of identity and resilience. The potlatch, once banned by colonial authorities, has been revived and remains a cornerstone of cultural expression. The stories of Raven and the spirits of the cedar forest still echo in the oral traditions passed from elder to youth. In remembering these vibrant civilizations, we recognize the profound ways in which people can thrive in harmony with their environment, guided by deep spiritual vision and enduring cultural wisdom. The Iroquois Confederacy, also known as the Haudenosaunee, is one of the most influential political unions in pre-Columbian North America. Formed around 1100 CE, the Confederacy brought together 5, and later 6, distinct nations: the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, and Tuscarora, into a powerful union that would shape the political landscape of the Northeast for centuries. At the heart of their society was the Great Law of Peace, a sophisticated system of governance that emphasized diplomacy, consensus, and unity. The origins of the Haudenosaunee lie in the traditions and cultures of the eastern woodland peoples. The Confederacy arose in response to centuries of conflict between the nations of the region. The story of the Confederacy's formation is rooted in the teachings of the peacemaker, a legendary figure who united the warring nations through the concept of peace, justice, and power shared equally among the people. According to oral traditions, the peacemaker worked alongside Hiawatha, a leader from the Onondaga nation, to bring about this union. The Great Law of Peace was the foundation of the Iroquois Confederacy's governance. It outlined a system based on consensus decision-making, where all decisions were made collectively rather than by a single leader. Each nation within the Confederacy retained its own leaders and traditions, but was bound by the Great Law to maintain peace and cooperation with the other nations. The Confederacy's decisions were made by a council of chiefs, and the council's role was to ensure that the voices of all members were heard and respected. The structure of the Confederacy was designed to prevent the rise of despotic power and to promote equality among the nations. The Onondaga, often considered the firekeepers of the Confederacy, held a special role as the central guiding force. The Mohawk and Seneca nations, located at the eastern and western ends of the Confederacy, acted as the protectors of the Union. The Oneida and Cayuga served as mediators and advisors. The peacemakers' teachings encouraged a system that balanced power among all the nations and ensured that decisions were made for the good of the whole community, not just one individual or group. The Confederacy's governance structure had profound implications for the way the Iroquois organized their societies. It created a political system that emphasized unity and the importance of maintaining peaceful relations among the nations. This system also extended to the Confederacy's interactions with other tribes, including the Algonquin and Lenape. Although these groups were not part of the Iroquois Confederacy, the Confederacy's diplomatic practices and governance model had a lasting influence on the political structures of neighboring tribes. Socially, the Haudenosaunee were a matrilineal society. In this system, lineage was traced through the mother, and women played a central role in both family and community life. Clan mothers held significant authority as they were responsible for selecting the male chiefs who would represent their clans in the Confederacy's council. Women also had the power to remove chiefs if they were not fulfilling their duties. This matrilineal structure not only placed women at the heart of governance, but also ensured that the welfare of the community was prioritized. The Iroquois Confederacy was a sophisticated and highly organized society with a rich cultural tradition that included unique art, oral storytelling, and spiritual practices. The Iroquois were skilled farmers, hunters, and traders, and they maintained a deep connection to the land. They cultivated crops like maize, beans, and squash, often referred to as the Three Sisters, and they used these crops as the basis for their sustenance. Their skill in hunting and fishing complemented their agricultural practices, ensuring that they could sustain their communities year-round. The Iroquois also had a complex spiritual belief system. Their spirituality was closely tied to the natural world, and they believed in the existence of a creator, as well as a variety of spirits that inhabited the land, sky, and water. Rituals and ceremonies were conducted to honor these spirits and to ensure harmony between the people and the natural world. The Confederacy's council decisions often involved spiritual considerations, as leaders would consult spiritual advisors and elders before making important decisions. In addition to their internal governance, the Iroquois were also a powerful force in the broader Northeast region. They were formidable warriors, and their military alliances and diplomacy were key to their influence. They frequently engaged in warfare with neighboring tribes, including the Algonquin, but also formed alliances with some of them to resist European encroachment. The Iroquois played a crucial role in the fur trade, which became a primary source of economic power in the region. Their strategic location and diplomatic skill allowed them to maintain a degree of autonomy even as European powers began to exert control over North America. The Algonquins, a group of related tribes that occupied much of the northeastern part of the continent, had a different social and political structure from the Iroquois. While the Algonquins were organized into independent bands, they were united by language and shared cultural practices. The Algonquins had a more decentralized system of governance, where decisions were made by individual bands rather than a central authority. The Lenape, another important tribe in the region, lived along the eastern seaboard and had a similar social structure. Despite their differences, both the Algonquins and the Lenape were deeply impacted by the Iroquois Confederacy's influence, especially in terms of diplomacy and alliances. The Iroquois Confederacy's political structure, social organization, and cultural practices provide an invaluable example of Native American governance and diplomacy before European contact. The Confederacy's enduring legacy can still be seen today in the governance of Native American tribes and nations, as well as in the broader political history of North America. The Haudenosaunee's Great Law of Peace, which emphasized unity, peace, and respect for all voices, remains a powerful symbol of Native American resilience and governance. As the 15th century drew to a close, the vast landmass of North America was home to a dazzling diversity of Native American nations, each with its own unique culture, language, economy, and spiritual beliefs. Long before the arrival of European explorers and settlers, the continent was a thriving tapestry of interconnected societies that had developed sophisticated systems of governance, trade, and knowledge. From the lush Pacific Northwest to the arid deserts of the Southwest, from the fertile river valleys of the East to the expansive Great Plains, these nations had lived and adapted to their environments for thousands of years. In the Northeast, the Iroquois Confederacy, or Haudenosaunee, had established a political and social system based on the Great Law of Peace. This union of 5 nations, Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca, had created a model of governance that valued diplomacy, consensus, and peace. Their intricate network of alliances and their ability to maintain harmony between distinct nations made them a dominant force in the region. Meanwhile, the Algonquin-speaking tribes, including the Lenape and the Wampanoag, thrived in the forests and coastal areas, developing systems of agriculture, fishing, and hunting. In the southeast, nations like the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, and Seminole had long histories of complex social structures and extensive trade networks. These societies built large towns and villages with sophisticated agricultural systems centered around the cultivation of maize, beans, and squash. The mounds of the Mississippian culture, particularly in places like Cahokia, stand as monumental reminders of the advanced urban planning and political organization of these people. Their societies were interconnected by extensive trade routes that stretched from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. Farther to the west, the Southwest was home to the ancestral Puebloans, Hohokam, and Mogollon cultures. These desert civilizations were skilled in agriculture, especially the cultivation of maize, and were known for their intricate pottery, weaving, and cliff dwellings. The ancestral Puebloans in particular built elaborate cliff dwellings such as those at Mesa Verde, while the Hohokam developed complex irrigation systems to support their agriculture in the arid Sonoran Desert. In the Great Plains, the tribes that lived there before the arrival of the horse had developed complex systems of agriculture, social structure, and bison hunting. Tribes like the Mandan, Pawnee, and Hidatsa lived in large, semi-permanent villages and relied on a combination of farming and seasonal bison hunts for survival. These cultures were not fully nomadic, but but lived in a way that balanced mobility with settled life, and they developed intricate trade networks that spanned the continent. The Pacific Northwest was home to rich maritime cultures, such as the Tlingit, Haida, and Coast Salish, whose societies revolved around the abundant salmon runs, cedar forests, and marine resources. These peoples built large, permanent villages and relied on fishing, hunting, and gathering for their sustenance. They were skilled artisans, creating elaborate totem poles and masks that reflected their spiritual beliefs and clan structures. Potlatch ceremonies were an essential part of their social fabric, where wealth and resources were redistributed in elaborate feasts. By the time of European contact, North America was also home to a number of other significant nations. The Pacific coast featured the Chumash and Pomo, whose basket weaving and fishing skills were renowned. The Great Basin was inhabited by groups such as the Shoshone, Ute, and Paiute, who had adapted to the harsh desert environment with their own unique systems of resource management. The California region, with its diverse ecosystems, was home to a multitude of groups, including the Miwok, Yurok, and Pomo, each with distinct cultures and languages. The Southeast and the Midwest were home to agricultural societies like the Mississippian culture, which built large mound complexes and developed extensive trade networks that connected them to other cultures across North America. They had complex ceremonial practices, and their chiefdoms were among the most advanced in pre-Columbian North America. These cultures were vibrant, with complex social hierarchies, religious practices, and economies built around maize cultivation. Across the continent, languages were as diverse as the landscapes themselves. There were hundreds of distinct language families, with each tribe and nation speaking its own tongue or dialect. These languages reflected the unique ways in which different cultures interacted with their environments, governed their societies, and passed down their histories and traditions. Native American languages remain an essential part of cultural identity for many tribes today, and efforts are underway to preserve and revitalize them. As the 1490s came to a close, Native American societies were at a pivotal moment in their history. The complex web of trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange that had developed over millennia was poised to change forever. While these societies had already faced challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, and intertribal conflict, nothing would prepare them for the arrival of European explorers and the catastrophic impact that colonization would have on their lives. The arrival of Christopher Columbus in 1492 and the subsequent waves of European exploration and settlement would bring disease, warfare, and displacement to Native American nations across the continent. Entire societies would be wiped out, their land taken, and their ways of life forever altered. Yet even as these nations were subjected to the violence and disruption of colonization, their resilience, ingenuity, and cultural richness would continue to shape the history of North America for centuries to come. The pre-contact era is a testament to the diversity, innovation, and resilience of Native American nations. These societies were not isolated, primitive peoples, but sophisticated cultures with rich traditions, governance systems, and relationships to the land. The history of Native America before European contact is not just a story of tragedy, but also one of achievement, adaptation, and survival. It is a history that deserves to be remembered, honored, and celebrated as a vital part of the American past. Long before the first coin was minted or paper currency was printed, human beings found ways to exchange value through what we now call barter. In its most basic form, barter is the direct exchange of goods and services without a standardized medium like money. This system of trade dates back tens of thousands of years and likely predates recorded history itself. In the earliest human societies, individuals lived in small nomadic groups. They hunted, gathered, and shared resources in ways that were based more on cooperation and reciprocity than formal trade. But as humans began to form settled communities and agriculture took root, specialization emerged. One person might be especially skilled at making tools, while another focused on farming or weaving. This division of labor created the need for an exchange system that could allow people to trade their surplus for what they lacked. Thus, barter became the first widespread method of economic interaction. In Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization, barter played a central role in daily life. Clay tablets from ancient Sumer, dating as far back as 3000 BCE, record transactions where barley was exchanged for labor, cattle for tools, and cloth for wine. These exchanges were not casual or unstructured. They followed established norms and often involved intricate agreements. For example, temple economies in Sumer used priests to oversee and standardize exchanges, sometimes with the help of early written records. In Egypt, grain was used as a common medium in barter transactions. Workers were even paid in bread and beer. The economy of ancient Egypt thrived on this kind of exchange, and records carved into stone or written on papyrus show an advanced understanding of value comparison even in the absence of coined money. In tribal societies across Africa, Asia, the Americas, and Oceania, barter took many forms. Native American tribes exchanged furs, maize, and other goods over vast distances. In Africa, trade routes crossed deserts and jungles, moving salt, gold, ivory, and cloth from one region to another. In Papua New Guinea, the Kula ring allowed islanders to exchange ceremonial shell jewelry in a complex social network that reinforced alliances and social status. Barter was not just an economic activity, it was deeply embedded in culture, social relationships, and even religious practices. However, barter had significant limitations. The most obvious was the double coincidence of wants. For a barter transaction to occur, both parties had to want what the other had to offer. If a farmer had wheat and needed shoes, but the shoemaker didn't want wheat, the trade would not happen. This limitation meant that many trades failed before they could begin. It also led to inefficient allocation of resources and made it difficult to store or transfer wealth. Some items like livestock or tools were not easily divisible. You couldn't trade half a cow without losing value or practicality. Perishability was another issue. Goods like food spoiled, which meant they could not serve as long-term stores of value. These limitations spurred innovation. Societies began to search for items that could serve as universal mediums of exchange. These items needed to be durable, portable, divisible, and widely accepted. In many cultures, objects like salt, beads, shells, and metal tools began to take on this role. These proto-currencies didn't yet have official government backing, but they represented a significant shift. People began to agree on symbolic representations of value, paving the way for the invention of money. Barter systems also influenced early legal codes. In the Code of Hammurabi, dating to around 1754 BCE in Babylon, specific laws governed trade and payment. These laws included set prices for certain goods and services, showing that even in a barter system, societies sought fairness and consistency. This move toward standardization reflects an early recognition of the need for common values in trade. As cities expanded and trade routes connected distant regions, the inefficiencies of barter became even more obvious. Long-distance merchants needed a way to conduct transactions that didn't rely on the personal desires of each trading partner. This problem became especially pressing in empires like Rome, Persia, and China, where trade stretched across thousands of miles. The logistical challenge of finding mutual wants in every exchange encouraged the creation of more efficient systems. In conclusion, barter was an essential stepping stone in the development of complex economies. It allowed early humans to move beyond mere subsistence and begin exchanging labor and goods in a structured way. But its flaws were clear. The double coincidence of wants, the difficulty of storing and transporting value, and the inefficiency of indirect exchange meant that barter was not sustainable as societies grew. These pressures eventually gave rise to the earliest forms of currency, marking the beginning of a new era in human economic history. The next major development would be the adoption of specific commodities as money, chosen for their practicality and perceived value, which would lay the foundation for standardized currencies and coinage. Before coins and paper money, early civilizations experimented with a wide variety of objects to facilitate trade, creating what historians now refer to as proto-currencies. These were items that held agreed-upon value within communities and allowed people to bypass the limitations of the barter system. The key characteristics of these early forms of money were universality, durability, divisibility, and transportability. While none of these proto-currencies were official in the modern sense, they served the critical function of being trusted and accepted mediums of exchange. One of the most widespread and enduring examples of proto-currency was the cowrie shell. Found primarily in the Indian and Pacific Oceans, cowrie shells are smooth, shiny, and naturally uniform in shape. These attributes made them ideal for use as money. Archaeological evidence suggests that cowries were used as currency as early as 1200 BCE in China, where they were sometimes even cast in bronze to mimic their natural form. In parts of Africa, especially in regions of West Africa, cowries remained in use well into the 19th century. The Mali Empire, for example, used cowries extensively in its markets. They were often strung together in units for larger transactions. Because they were difficult to counterfeit and required maritime trade to acquire in inland regions, they retained value over centuries. In the Sahara and parts of North Africa, salt served as a crucial medium of exchange. Salt was essential not only for seasoning and preserving food, but also for human health, especially in hot, arid climates. Entire trade routes, such as the famous Trans-Saharan Trade Network, were built on the movement of salt. In some Saharan communities, large blocks of salt were carved and transported across the desert, sometimes exchanged ounce for ounce with gold. These salt blocks were so valuable that they were used to pay taxes and wages, and their role as currency underlines how practical necessity often determined what societies accepted as money. Livestock also played a central role in early economies. In many ancient cultures, animals were not only sources of food, labor, and clothing materials, but also units of wealth and mediums of exchange. In Homeric Greece, cattle were used to denote value. The term pecuniary relating to money comes from the Latin word pecus, meaning cattle. Cattle served as a store of wealth, a symbol of social status, and a tradable good. In societies from the Middle East to sub-Saharan Africa, livestock was used in bride prices, legal settlements, and political diplomacy. The main drawback was their lack of divisibility and portability. You could not easily carry multiple cattle across long distances, nor could you divide them into smaller denominations without destroying their value. Other cultures turned to metal objects long before the first coins. These included metal rings, knives, spades, and bars, often made from copper, bronze, or iron. In ancient China, metal tools and weapons were sometimes miniaturized and cast in bronze for use as currency. These objects had intrinsic value due to their metal content, but also symbolic value because of their shapes and traditional uses. In parts of Africa, copper bracelets and wire coils served as money. These metal forms were durable, easily stored, and often melted down or reshaped when needed, making them flexible instruments of trade. In the Philippines and parts of Southeast Asia, small gold pieces called paloncitos were used as early as the 9th century CE. Shaped like small pellets or beads, these proto-coins were measured by weight and used in trade with neighboring regions. Though technically not coins in the minted sense, they displayed the evolution toward more uniform and quantifiable currency systems. In India, even cow dung and tea bricks were used as mediums of trade in certain regions during specific periods, showing the wide variety of materials humans have tried in the quest to represent value. In the Americas, indigenous societies also used proto-currencies. The Aztecs famously used cacao beans as money, which could be spent in markets or saved as a store of value. These beans were lightweight, divisible, and widely valued for making chocolate, which was consumed primarily by the elite. In North America, Native American tribes used wampum, strings of beads made from shells, for ceremonial and trade purposes. Wampum served both as currency and as a way to record agreements or treaties, blurring the line between economic and cultural value. Each of these early forms of money reflected the environmental resources, social structures, and cultural values of the communities that used them. The choice of what became currency was not arbitrary. It was based on practicality, availability, and mutual trust. Whether it was shells from the ocean, livestock from the plains, or salt from the desert, these items laid the foundation for the development of more formal and standardized monetary systems. They allowed trade to expand beyond the immediate needs of barter and helped societies develop more complex economic relationships. These proto-currencies were the precursors to coinage, which would soon provide even greater efficiency and trust in economic transactions. The next step in this evolution would come with the invention of standardized coins, objects whose value was certified by rulers or governments, and which could be used across vast distances and in growing marketplaces. The invention of coinage marked a turning point in the history of currency, enabling standardized trade, efficient taxation, and the consolidation of state power. The earliest known official coins were produced in the ancient kingdom of Lydia, located in what is now western Turkey, around 600 BCE. These first coins were made from electrum, a naturally occurring alloy of gold and silver, and were stamped with simple designs to indicate authenticity and value. King Elaetes of Lydia is often credited with issuing these first coins, but it was his son, King Croesus, who introduced a refined system of separate gold and silver coins, helping to set the precedent for bimetallic monetary systems. The use of coinage quickly spread to neighboring Greek city-states, which began minting their own coins to facilitate trade and assert independence. Greek coins were made from silver and bore intricate designs, including depictions of gods, animals, and symbols of the issuing polis. The owl of Athens, for example, became a widely recognized symbol and circulated well beyond the Greek world. Greek coinage was not only a practical tool, but also a form of cultural expression and political propaganda. Each city-state issued its own currency, which helped to solidify identity and foster economic competition among regions. Temples often played a role in minting coins, and religious imagery was used to lend authority to the currency. The standardization of coins revolutionized commerce. Unlike barter or proto-currencies, coins had clearly defined values and were accepted across broader regions. This allowed merchants to conduct business more efficiently and reduced disputes over the worth of goods and services. Coins could be easily transported, divided, and stored, making them ideal for both local markets and long-distance trade. The spread of Greek colonies across the Mediterranean helped to disseminate the use of coinage, and the Greek monetary model deeply influenced subsequent civilizations, including Rome. The Roman Republic and later the Roman Empire took the idea of coinage to new heights. Rome introduced a complex and far-reaching monetary system, starting with bronze coins such as the Aes Rude and Aes Signatum. As the Republic expanded, it adopted silver coinage, notably the denarius, around 211 BCE. The denarius became the backbone of Roman currency and remained in use for over 4 centuries. Roman coins were minted in various metals, including gold, silver, bronze, and copper, and they were meticulously standardized in weight and design. Emperors used coinage as a tool of propaganda, with portraits, slogans, and symbolic imagery, reinforcing their legitimacy and achievements. The face of the emperor on coins served as a constant reminder of imperial authority, especially in far-flung provinces. Roman mints were highly organized and operated under state control. Coins facilitated not only trade, but also the collection of taxes and payment of soldiers, enabling the maintenance and expansion of the empire. In fact, the ability to pay and supply a vast army was one of the driving forces behind the development of a stable and reliable currency. Roman coinage was widely accepted throughout the empire, from Britain to Egypt, creating a level of economic integration that was unprecedented at the time. Counterfeiting and debasement were challenges that emerged alongside coinage. As Rome faced economic pressures, especially during the later empire, emperors began to reduce the silver content in coins, leading to inflation and loss of public trust. This monetary decline reflected broader political and economic instability. Yet, even in its degraded form, Roman coinage laid the groundwork for future monetary systems in Europe and beyond. The legacy of Lydian Greek and Roman coinage is profound. The use of official state-backed metal coins allowed societies to move beyond barter and regional proto-currencies into a new era of economic sophistication. It enabled taxation, supported armies, and funded public works. It also helped establish a shared understanding of value, which was essential for the development of markets, banking, and international trade. Coins became not only instruments of economic utility, but also carriers of political and cultural identity. This chapter in the history of currency reveals how something as simple as a stamped metal disc could reshape entire civilizations. As coins became more common and trusted, they paved the way for even more abstract forms of money. The next major leap would come with the development of paper currency, first in China and later in the Islamic world and medieval Europe, further transforming the way societies handled trade, debt, and economic expansion. The rise of paper money in ancient China marked a revolutionary shift in the history of currency, setting a precedent that would take centuries to spread globally. While metal coins had been the dominant medium of exchange for thousands of years, China's innovations during the Tang and Song dynasties introduced the world's first government-issued paper currency. This development was closely linked to early banking practices and a growing economy that demanded more flexible and efficient forms of money. The story begins during the Tang dynasty, which ruled China from 618 to 907 CE. Trade expanded significantly under the Tang, both domestically and along the Silk Road, connecting China with Central Asia, the Middle East, and beyond. Merchants increasingly faced difficulties transporting large quantities of heavy metal coins over vast distances. In response, they began using promissory notes called flying cash or jiaozi. These notes acted like modern checks, representing deposited coinage that could be redeemed elsewhere. This system reduced the risks and burdens of carrying physical currency. However, it was during the Song dynasty, from 960 to 1279 CE, that paper money evolved into an official government-backed instrument. The Song emperors recognized the advantages of paper currency in promoting commerce and controlling the money supply. The state authorized the issuance of jiaoshao, the first true banknotes, which were guaranteed by the government. These notes were initially used in the prosperous Sichuan province and soon spread across the empire. The Song government took measures to prevent counterfeiting, such as intricate designs, special inks, and official seals. They regulated the issuance and redemption of notes to maintain public trust. The currency was backed by reserves of metal coins or goods, although the exact backing fluctuated over time. The introduction of paper money helped to stimulate economic growth, making transactions easier and allowing for larger commercial ventures. This monetary innovation coincided with significant developments in Chinese banking and finance. Merchants began using early forms of bills of exchange and letters of credit. Private money lenders and government officials established state monopolies over salt, tea, and other commodities, using paper money to manage revenues and expenditures more efficiently. These financial instruments facilitated long-distance trade and investment, helping China become one of the most dynamic economies of the medieval world. The use of paper money also presented challenges. Inflation became a recurring problem, as governments issued more notes than could be backed by reserves. During the later Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongols in the 13th century, excessive printing led to severe devaluation. Nonetheless, the legacy of China's early paper currency was profound. It demonstrated the viability of abstract money, not tied to precious metals, and laid the groundwork for modern banking and finance. While Europe continued to rely mainly on coins for centuries, Chinese innovations would eventually influence global monetary systems. Marco Polo's travels introduced Europeans to the concept of paper money, although it took several hundred years before governments in the West adopted similar practices. China's early banking networks and paper currency are among the earliest examples of complex financial systems in history. In summary, the rise of paper money in ancient China was a response to growing commercial needs, transportation challenges, and government ambitions. It represented a fundamental evolution from tangible metal coins to symbolic money based on trust and state authority. This chapter highlights how economic innovation often emerges from practical problems and how China's early monetary experiments set a lasting example for the world's financial future. During the medieval period, precious metals such as gold and silver became the cornerstone of monetary systems throughout Europe, the Middle East, and parts of Asia. Unlike earlier forms of currency, which sometimes included shells, livestock, or paper money, the medieval economy largely revolved around coins, whose value was directly tied to the metal they contained. This era witnessed the rise of some of the most influential and enduring currencies in history, including the Byzantine solidus and the Islamic dinar. These coins were not only mediums of exchange, but powerful symbols of political authority, economic stability, and cultural identity. The Byzantine solidus was introduced in the 4th century by Emperor Constantine and maintained remarkable consistency in weight and purity for over 7 centuries. This gold coin became the backbone of Byzantine commerce, enabling trade within the empire and with foreign lands stretching from Western Europe to the Middle East and North Africa. The solidus was widely trusted because its value was guaranteed by the imperial government, and it was resistant to debasement for much of its history. Traders, merchants, and states used the solidus as a reliable currency to settle debts, pay soldiers, and collect taxes. Its wide acceptance contributed to economic integration across the Mediterranean, and helped Byzantium maintain financial stability amid political challenges. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, the dinar emerged during the Umayyad Caliphate in the 7th century as a gold coin of high purity. The dinar played a crucial role in the flourishing of Islamic commerce spanning from the Arabian Peninsula to North Africa and parts of southern Europe. Its consistent weight and quality established the dinar as a trusted standard for trade and tribute. The spread of Islam and the expansion of trade networks along routes such as the Silk Road further amplified the dinar's influence. Both the solidus and dinar represented more than money. They were expressions of sovereignty embodying the legitimacy and power of their issuing states. Alongside these currencies, the Catholic Church exerted considerable influence on medieval monetary systems. The Church not only issued its own coinage, but also controlled vast economic resources through tithes and land holdings. Church law regulated economic activities and lending practices, shaping how money circulated in Christian Europe. Papal mints produced coins that bore religious symbols, reinforcing the Church's authority. The wealth accumulated by religious institutions made their monetary policies critical to the broader economy. Feudal lords controlled minting rights within their territories and used coinage as a tool to project authority and govern local markets. The privilege to mint coins was often granted by monarchs or ecclesiastical leaders and became a potent symbol of political legitimacy. The design of coins frequently included heraldic images or the likenesses of local rulers, underscoring the connection between money and power. The rise of towns and cities during the High Middle Ages gave birth to trade guilds and merchant associations which influenced monetary circulation. These guilds regulated quality standards, negotiated prices, and helped standardize weights and measures to facilitate commerce. Markets and trade fairs expanded in scale, attracting merchants from distant regions who demanded reliable currency for transactions. The increased demand for coins led to advancements in mining, metallurgy, and minting technology, improving coin quality and availability. However, the medieval monetary system also faced significant challenges. Coin clipping was a widespread problem where individuals shaved small amounts of precious metal from coins to profit from the metal. This practice led to gradual debasement, reducing the intrinsic value of currency and undermining public trust. Monarchs at times deliberately debased coins to finance wars or governmental expenses, causing inflation and economic disruption. These monetary instabilities could trigger social unrest and complicate trade. Despite these challenges, the medieval emphasis on gold and silver coins laid essential groundwork for the evolution of monetary systems. Coins served as both practical instruments of trade and potent symbols of sovereignty, wealth, and social hierarchy. They helped integrate distant regions through commerce, creating economic networks that linked villages, towns, and cities. The interaction between political authorities, religious institutions, and economic actors such as guilds produced complex monetary landscapes reflecting the diverse interests and dynamics of medieval society. This period also saw the gradual emergence of banking practices, credit arrangements, and bills of exchange which would come to flourish during the Renaissance and beyond. Moneylenders and early bankers facilitated loans and credit, helping merchants manage risk and finance ventures. The development of accounting methods and financial instruments during this time represents a critical transition from simple barter and coin exchange to more sophisticated economic systems. In summary, the medieval period's reliance on precious metal currency established enduring principles of value, trust, and government control that shaped the future of money. The legacy of the Byzantine solidus and Islamic dinar highlights the importance of stability and standardization, while the role of the church, feudal lords and guilds underscores how money is intertwined with power and social structure. These foundations supported expanding trade networks and economic growth, paving the way for the monetary innovations of the early modern period and the rise of paper money and banking systems that define the modern world. During the Renaissance period, which began in the 14th century, Europe experienced sweeping changes not only in art and culture, but also in commerce and finance. As trade networks expanded and cities grew wealthier, new financial practices emerged that transformed the way money circulated and how business was conducted. Central to these changes was the rise of banking families such as the Medicis in Florence, who pioneered many of the innovations that would become the foundation of modern banking. The Medici family started as wool merchants in Florence, but quickly diversified into banking during the late 14th century. Their bank became one of the most powerful financial institutions in Europe, serving clients ranging from local merchants to popes and monarchs. The Medicis introduced sophisticated accounting practices, including double-entry bookkeeping, which allowed for detailed tracking of credits and debits. This innovation brought greater transparency and reliability to financial transactions and is still the basis of modern accounting today. Beyond bookkeeping, the Medicis and other banking houses offered letters of credit, which allowed merchants to conduct long-distance trade without carrying physical currency. These letters guaranteed payment upon presentation and reduced the risks of theft or loss during travel. While Florence was a banking powerhouse, Venice emerged as a critical center of maritime trade and finance. Venetian merchants were among the first to widely use bills of exchange. These written orders required one party to pay a specific sum to another party on a future date and could be transferred between merchants. Bills of exchange allowed money to move efficiently across borders without the need to transport heavy coins, which were vulnerable to theft or loss. This system also enabled merchants to extend credit and settle debts over time rather than immediately, making large-scale trade feasible. The Venetian banking system was closely tied to its role as a dominant trading hub linking Europe with the Byzantine Empire and the Muslim world. Merchants from distant regions gathered in Venice's bustling marketplaces and relied on its banks to facilitate complex financial transactions. The city's mints produced high-quality coins that further supported commercial activity. Further north in Bruges, present-day Belgium, another financial center developed during the 15th century. Bruges became famous for its fairs, which attracted merchants from all over Europe. These fairs operated like early stock exchanges where commodities were traded and financial contracts negotiated. Bruges bankers issued promissory notes, documents promising to pay a sum of money at a later date, and provided safe storage for funds. This banking infrastructure helped build trust among merchants who needed reliable ways to manage credit and payments. The rise of such financial services in Bruges demonstrated the increasing complexity of medieval commerce and the move away from simple barter or cash transactions. The invention and use of financial instruments like promissory notes and bills of exchange revolutionized commerce by reducing the need to transport gold and silver coins. This was especially important because physical money was heavy and vulnerable to theft during long journeys. Instead, merchants could use these documents to transfer money, extend credit, and facilitate payments across cities and countries. This shift toward abstract representations of value marked a key step toward the modern financial system, where money is largely based on trust and credit rather than physical commodities. Legal frameworks also evolved to support these innovations. Courts began recognizing promissory notes and bills of exchange as enforceable contracts, which gave merchants confidence that their financial agreements would be honored. This legal backing was crucial for the development of credit and the growth of international trade. It allowed for the expansion of commercial networks and the rise of early capitalism as merchants reinvested profits into new ventures and enterprises. The banking families who managed these financial systems often wielded considerable political influence. The Medicis, for example, became patrons of the arts and key political players in Florence. They financed wars and government projects and in return secured privileges and power. This close relationship between finance and politics was a hallmark of Renaissance Europe and foreshadowed the interconnected nature of banking and government seen in modern states. Innovations in bookkeeping, accounting, and risk management also flourished during this time. Double-entry bookkeeping allowed bankers and merchants to keep accurate records of complex transactions, debts, and credits. This method increased transparency and accountability and remains the foundation of modern accounting. Risk management techniques, such as diversification of investments and credit assessment, began to take shape, helping financiers navigate the uncertainties of commerce. In conclusion, the birth of banking and bills of exchange in Renaissance Europe represented a transformative chapter in the history of money and commerce. Powerful banking families like the Medicis pioneered innovations that made large-scale trade and finance possible. The invention of promissory notes and bills of exchange reduced risks and increased efficiency for merchants operating across vast distances. These developments laid the essential groundwork for the modern financial systems that underpin today's global economy. The Renaissance was not just a rebirth of art and culture, but also a pivotal moment when trust, credit, and financial innovation reshaped how people created wealth and conducted business. During the age of European colonialism from the 15th to the 19th centuries, powerful empires spread their influence across the globe, reshaping economies, societies, and cultures in profound ways. Central to this expansion was the spread of European currencies, which became tools of domination and control. The Spanish pieces of 8, the British pound, and other imperial currencies not only facilitated trade, but also reinforced the economic structures that sustained colonial rule, including the brutal systems of slavery and resource extraction. The Spanish pieces of 8, also known as the silver dollar, became the first global currency. It was minted from the vast silver mines of the Americas, especially in Potosí, modern-day Bolivia, and widely circulated across Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This coin was accepted in markets from Manila to London because of its consistent silver content and weight. It enabled Spain to finance its empire and military campaigns while dominating transatlantic trade, including the triangular trade that linked Europe, Africa, and the Americas. In this system, enslaved Africans were transported to work on plantations producing sugar, tobacco, and other goods, which were then shipped to Europe or sold across colonial markets. The Spanish pieces of 8 facilitated these transactions, creating an interconnected but exploitative economic system. The British pound sterling emerged as a dominant currency during the 18th and 19th centuries as Britain expanded its colonial reach. The pound became the backbone of British imperial finance, supporting trade networks that spanned from India and Africa to the Caribbean and North America. The Bank of England, founded in 1694, played a crucial role in stabilizing and issuing currency while financing government debt, often incurred through wars of empire. British colonial administrations imposed their monetary systems on colonized regions, replacing or devaluing local currencies. This monetary control was a key method to assert dominance, disrupt indigenous economic practices, and integrate colonies into the global capitalist system. The currency systems supported the extraction of resources such as gold, silver, cotton, and spices, which fueled the Industrial Revolution in Europe. However, the benefits were unevenly distributed, as colonial powers and merchants profited enormously, while indigenous peoples and enslaved populations suffered exploitation and dispossession. The use of currency in colonial empires also enforced social hierarchies and racial inequalities. The economic power symbolized by imperial money was closely linked to the political and military power that upheld slavery and colonial domination. Enslaved people were denied access to currency and economic autonomy, and were instead commodified as property bought and sold in exchange for European goods. In Africa, European powers used currencies and trade goods to manipulate local rulers and markets, fostering dependence on colonial economies while undermining traditional systems. The introduction of European money often destabilized local economies and contributed to long-term economic challenges for colonized societies. Resistance and adaptation by indigenous peoples to colonial currencies varied. Some adopted the new money to participate in global trade, while others sought to maintain traditional barter or local monetary systems. Despite resistance, imperial currencies became entrenched as symbols of colonial power, shaping economic relations well into the post-colonial period. The legacy of colonial currencies is still visible today in the continued use of former colonial currencies and economic structures in many parts of the world. In summary, the spread of European currencies during colonialism was more than a financial development. It was a key instrument of empire supporting systems of exploitation, slavery, and resource extraction, while reshaping global trade and economies. The history of currency during this period reveals the complex interconnections between money, power, and human suffering that continue to influence our world today. During the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution transformed economies, societies, and international relations in unprecedented ways. Central to these changes was the widespread adoption of the gold standard, a monetary system in which the value of a country's currency was directly linked to a specified amount of gold. This system replaced earlier forms of currency backed by silver or other commodities, and introduced greater stability and predictability to national economies. The gold standard emerged as industrial powers sought to facilitate expanding international trade and investment while maintaining confidence in their currencies. The origins of the gold standard can be traced to Britain, which adopted it formally in 1821, following a period of monetary instability caused by the Napoleonic Wars. Britain's vast reserves of gold and its dominant position in global trade made the system viable. The British pound sterling became the world's leading gold-backed currency and set a model that other nations gradually followed. Throughout the 19th century, countries including the United States, Germany, France, and Japan established their own gold standards, linking their currencies to fixed quantities of gold. This created a network of national currencies with predictable exchange rates, facilitating easier trade and investment across borders. The adoption of the gold standard was closely tied to the rise of central banking institutions. The Bank of England played a pioneering role in managing the currency's gold reserves, controlling money supply, and acting as lender of last resort to stabilize the financial system. Other countries established central banks to oversee their national currencies, regulate banking practices, and ensure convertibility between currency and gold. Central banks became powerful institutions that balanced government interests, financial stability, and market confidence. National currencies became symbols of sovereignty and economic strength. Governments used their monetary policies to support industrial growth, fund infrastructure projects, and finance expanding empires. The gold standard imposed discipline by limiting the ability of governments to print money indiscriminately, which helped control inflation but also constrained economic flexibility. During periods of economic downturn, countries faced difficult choices between maintaining gold convertibility and addressing domestic financial crises. International trade flourished under the gold standard as fixed exchange rates reduced the risks and uncertainties of currency fluctuations. Merchants, investors, and governments could engage in cross-border transactions with greater confidence. This system supported the rapid globalization of the 19th century, linking raw materials, manufacturing centers, and consumer markets around the world. However, the gold standard also tied economies closely together, meaning financial shocks in one country could quickly spread internationally. Debt and war financing became critical issues during this era. The growing scale of government borrowing to fund industrialization, colonial expansion, and military conflicts challenged the limits of the gold standard. Countries often issued bonds denominated in gold-backed currency, attracting investment from domestic and foreign lenders. This increased interconnectedness of global financial markets, but also heightened vulnerabilities. During times of war, such as the Crimean War, the Franco-Prussian War, and later World War I, many countries suspended the gold standard to print money to cover military expenses, leading to inflation and financial instability. The gold standard's rigid structure and the economic pressures of the early 20th century eventually led to its decline. Between World War I and the Great Depression, many countries abandoned gold convertibility as governments prioritized economic recovery and social programs. Central banks evolved further to manage monetary policy more flexibly, shaping the modern financial system we recognize today. In summary, the gold standard and the birth of national currencies in the 19th century marked a defining chapter in the history of money. This era established stable monetary systems, fostered international trade, and shaped the development of central banking institutions. While it imposed limits that sometimes contributed to financial crises, it laid the foundation for the complex global economy and financial networks that followed. The story of the gold standard reveals how money, power, and politics have long been intertwined in shaping world history. During the early 20th century, the world experienced unprecedented turmoil that profoundly reshaped economies and monetary systems. The gold standard, which had provided stability for much of the 19th century, began to unravel under the pressures of global conflict, economic depression, and changing political priorities. World War I marked the first major challenge to the gold standard, as countries suspended gold convertibility to finance costly military campaigns. The need for massive war expenditures led governments to print vast amounts of paper money, fueling inflation and breaking the strict link between currency and gold. Following the war efforts, some countries attempted to return to the gold standard, but the economic devastation and reparations from the Treaty of Versailles made it unsustainable. The 1920s saw a brief period of monetary experimentation, but the onset of the Great Depression in 1929 caused severe deflation, unemployment, and financial panic, which further discredited the gold standard. The rigidity of fixed exchange rates and limited monetary flexibility prevented effective responses to the crisis, leading many nations to abandon gold convertibility entirely by the early 1930s. During this turbulent era, central banks expanded their roles significantly. They became active managers of national economies, using monetary policy tools to influence inflation, employment, and growth. The Bank of England, the Federal Reserve in the United States, and other central banks developed new mechanisms to regulate currency supply, stabilize banking systems, and support government debt issuance. The idea that money needed to be backed by a physical commodity gradually gave way to acceptance of government-issued fiat money, currencies that derived their value from legal decree rather than intrinsic worth. World War II further accelerated the shift away from the gold standard. Massive military spending required even greater monetary expansion, and many countries resorted to printing money to fund their war efforts. This led to hyperinflation in some regions and volatile currency markets. In 1944, the Bretton Woods Conference established a new international monetary system that pegged currencies to the US dollar, itself convertible to gold. This system aimed to combine stability with flexibility, but ultimately collapsed in the 1970s when the US suspended dollar convertibility to gold, ending the gold standard era entirely. The rise of fiat money revolutionized global finance, allowing governments more control over their monetary policies. However, it also introduced new challenges such as inflation control and currency valuation, which central banks continue to manage today. Fiat currencies rely heavily on trust in government institutions, central bank credibility, and economic fundamentals rather than physical reserves. The development of modern financial markets, credit systems, and digital banking has further transformed how money functions in contemporary society. Inflation became a central concern in the post-war decades, especially during the 1970s, when oil shocks and fiscal policies led to stagflation. High inflation combined with stagnant economic growth. Central banks responded by developing more sophisticated monetary policies targeting inflation rates, interest rates, and money supply management. The interplay between government spending, monetary policy, and global economic forces has shaped the evolution of fiat currencies and the broader financial system. In conclusion, the collapse of the gold standard during the 20th century was driven by war, economic crises, and changing political realities. The emergence of fiat money represented a fundamental shift in how money is understood and managed, moving from commodity-backed currencies to those based on government authority. This transition enabled greater economic flexibility, but also required new institutions and policies to maintain monetary stability. The history of war, inflation, and fiat money highlights the complex relationship between money, power, and governance that continues to influence the global economy today. The invention of credit cards in the mid-20th century marked a major turning point in the history of money. For the first time, consumers could make purchases without the need for physical cash or checks. The first widely used credit card was introduced by Diners Club in 1950, allowing customers to charge meals at participating restaurants. This innovation quickly spread as banks and financial companies saw the opportunity to facilitate consumer spending and extend credit more efficiently. Over the following decades, credit cards became ubiquitous, providing convenience, security, and new ways for people to manage their finances. The ability to borrow money instantly and repay later transformed consumer behavior, enabling the growth of personal credit markets and fueling economic expansion, particularly in post-war America. The rise of credit cards also coincided with advances in technology and communication. Infrastructure improvements enabled the development of electronic payment systems that allowed merchants to process transactions quickly and securely. The magnetic stripe, introduced in the 1970s, replaced cumbersome paper-based methods, and the introduction of the chip and PIN system in the 1990s improved security further. These technological advancements laid the foundation for the growth of digital banking in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Online banking platforms and electronic fund transfer systems transformed how individuals and businesses manage money, no longer bound by physical branches or paper documents. Customers gained instant access to their accounts, the ability to pay bills online and transfer funds internationally at the click of a button. The convenience and efficiency of digital banking helped reduce reliance on cash and checks, fostering a more connected and efficient global economy. Alongside these developments, the Internet became a powerful platform for financial innovation. The increasing use of smartphones and mobile devices accelerated the adoption of digital wallets and contactless payments. Systems like Apple Pay, Google Pay, and PayPal allowed users to make secure transactions with a tap or a swipe, eliminating the need to carry cash or cards physically. These digital wallets, integrated with loyalty programs and budgeting tools, further enhancing user convenience. Moreover, mobile money services such as M-Pesa in Kenya revolutionized financial inclusion by bringing banking services to millions who previously lacked access to traditional banking. This digital transformation expanded financial participation globally, especially in developing countries, and reshaped consumer expectations worldwide. The most revolutionary change in recent decades has been the emergence of cryptocurrencies. Beginning with Bitcoin in 2009, created by the anonymous figure known as Satoshi Nakamoto, cryptocurrencies introduced a new form of digital money based on blockchain technology. Blockchain is a decentralized ledger that records transactions across a distributed network of computers, ensuring transparency, security, and resistance to censorship. Unlike traditional currencies, cryptocurrencies operate without central banks or governments and rely on cryptographic algorithms to control the creation of new units and verify transactions. This decentralized model aimed to solve long-standing issues in the financial system such as fraud, double spending, and central authority control. Bitcoin's design aimed to provide an alternative to fiat money with features like limited supply, transparency, and peer-to-peer transfer capabilities. These characteristics attracted supporters who saw cryptocurrencies as a way to bypass traditional financial institutions, reduce transaction costs, and increase privacy. The initial enthusiasm for Bitcoin led to the creation of thousands of other cryptocurrencies, each with different goals and technical innovations. Ethereum, launched in 2015, introduced programmable smart contracts, enabling decentralized applications beyond currency transactions. Stablecoins emerged to address volatility by pegging their value to traditional fiat currencies, facilitating everyday use and institutional adoption. The rapid evolution of cryptocurrencies sparked new financial products, such as decentralized finance (DeFi), non-fungible tokens (NFTs), and digital asset exchanges. Despite their promise, cryptocurrencies face significant challenges, including price volatility, regulatory uncertainty, security risks, and limited acceptance as a medium of exchange. The extreme price fluctuations have made many cryptocurrencies speculative investments rather than stable currencies for daily use. Regulators worldwide grapple with how to oversee these decentralized systems without stifling innovation. Security breaches, hacking incidents, and scams have eroded trust among some users. Additionally, cryptocurrencies have faced criticism for environmental impacts due to the high energy consumption of mining operations. Governments and financial regulators continue to debate how to integrate cryptocurrencies into existing legal frameworks while protecting consumers and preventing illicit activities such as money laundering and tax evasion. In parallel to decentralized cryptocurrencies, digital currencies issued by central banks, known as central bank digital currencies or CBDCs, are being explored and tested globally. CBDCs aim to combine the benefits of digital money, such as efficiency, security, and financial inclusion, with the stability and regulatory oversight of government-backed currencies. Countries like China, with its digital yuan, Sweden, with its e-krona pilot, and the Bahamas with its sand dollar, are leading early experiments in CBDCs. These initiatives have the potential to reshape monetary policy, payment systems, and cross-border transactions in the years ahead. The transition from physical cash to virtual currency offers many benefits, including increased efficiency, lower transaction costs, enhanced security, and expanded financial inclusion. Digital payments provide faster settlement times, reduce the risks of theft and loss, and allow for more accurate transaction records. However, this shift also raises important concerns about privacy, data security, digital divides, and the potential loss of monetary sovereignty. As cash usage declines, issues of surveillance and control over personal financial data come to the forefront. Those without access to digital infrastructure may face exclusion, deepening existing inequalities. Furthermore, the growing role of private companies and technology platforms in the payment ecosystem challenges traditional banking models and regulatory frameworks. The rapid pace of innovation requires ongoing adaptation by policymakers, businesses, and consumers to balance these opportunities and risks. Collaboration between governments, financial institutions, and technology firms is critical to building secure, inclusive, and resilient digital monetary systems. Public education on digital finance and robust cybersecurity measures will be essential to foster trust and adoption. In conclusion, the evolution of money from credit cards to cryptocurrencies reflects broader trends in technology, globalization, and changing economic needs. The shift towards digital money has transformed how we store, transfer, and use value, reshaping economies and societies worldwide. As we move further into a cashless future, the history of currency continues to unfold, revealing the dynamic interplay between innovation, power, and trust at the heart of all monetary systems. The journey from physical coins and notes to digital ledgers and decentralized networks is far from over, promising continued transformation in the ways humans create and exchange value. Benjamin Franklin was born on January 17, 1706, in Boston, Massachusetts. He was the 15th of 17 children in the Franklin family, a household that was always bustling with activity. His father, Josiah Franklin, was a hard-working candle and soap maker, while his mother, Abiah Folger, managed the home and cared for their many children. The Franklin family lived modestly, and money was always tight. With so many mouths to feed, every member of the family had to contribute from an early age. Despite their financial struggles, Josiah and Abiah valued education and hard work, instilling these principles in their children, though formal schooling was a luxury few could afford for long. From a young age, Benjamin displayed an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. He was a bright and inquisitive child, always eager to learn and explore. His father initially hoped that Benjamin would become a minister, but the cost of formal education was too high. After just 2 years of schooling, the family could no longer afford to keep him in class. Instead, Benjamin took matters into his own hands, devouring every book he could get his hands on. He borrowed books from friends, read late into the night by candlelight, and even taught himself advanced subjects like arithmetic, philosophy, and writing. This self-education would become a defining characteristic of Franklin's life. His ability to learn independently and apply knowledge creatively would set him apart in every field he pursued. Benjamin was particularly drawn to the works of great thinkers and writers. He admired classical literature, history, and science, all of which would later influence his own ideas and innovations. His love for reading and learning set him apart from his siblings, most of whom followed more traditional trades. However, in a family of practical workers, there was little patience for a child who preferred books over labor. To his father, the idea of Benjamin spending so much time reading instead of working with his hands was impractical. This led to frequent discussions about Benjamin's future and what path he should take. At the age of 12, Benjamin was apprenticed to his older brother James, who owned a printing press in Boston. This was a turning point in his life. Working in the printing shop exposed Benjamin to the power of the written word. He learned how newspapers were made, how ideas were spread, and how information could shape public opinion. The experience also gave him access to more books, further fueling his hunger for knowledge. As an apprentice, he was expected to perform tedious tasks, such as setting type, mixing ink, and running errands. Yet, even in these menial tasks, he saw an opportunity to learn, absorbing everything he could about the printing business. However, his relationship with James was difficult. James was strict and often harsh, treating Benjamin as little more than a lowly apprentice rather than a younger brother. This harsh treatment only strengthened Benjamin's independent spirit. He longed for more freedom and dreamed of making a name for himself beyond the confines of Boston. To express his thoughts, Franklin began writing under the pseudonym Silence Do Good, submitting letters to his brother's newspaper, the New England Courant. These letters, written from the perspective of a witty and observant widow, became widely popular. When James discovered that his anonymous contributor was in fact his younger brother, he was furious. Their already strained relationship deteriorated further, pushing Benjamin closer to the idea of forging his own path. Even in his early years, Franklin's intelligence and determination were evident. He was not content with the life laid out before him and sought opportunities to expand his knowledge and skills. His early struggles shaped his character, teaching him resilience, self-reliance, and the value of education. He was already developing the traits that would define him as an inventor, writer, and statesman. His ability to question the status quo, think critically, and take bold action when necessary. He understood that, in order to achieve greatness, he needed to take control of his own destiny, even if it meant leaving everything behind. As tensions with his brother continued to rise, Franklin began formulating a plan to escape his apprenticeship and start anew elsewhere. At just 17 years old, he would make a daring decision to leave Boston behind and seek new opportunities in Philadelphia. It was a choice that would change the course of his life forever and set him on a path toward becoming one of the most influential figures in American history. This was just the beginning of Franklin's incredible journey. In the next chapter, we will explore his bold move to Philadelphia, his early struggles in a new city, and how he would rise from an unknown runaway to one of the most respected printers and thinkers of his time. By the time Benjamin Franklin was 12 years old, he had already displayed an unquenchable desire to learn. But his education was cut short due to financial constraints, and instead of studying in a formal setting, he was sent to apprentice under his older brother James Franklin, a printer in Boston. It was a difficult and demanding role, but it would prove to be a defining experience in his life. Working in the printing shop gave young Franklin access to a world of information. He read extensively, learned the mechanics of the trade, and discovered how ideas could be shaped and spread through the power of the written word. However, James was a strict and often harsh master. As an apprentice, Benjamin had little control over his own time or work. He was expected to perform menial tasks and follow his brother's orders without question. But Franklin was not the kind to blindly accept authority. He yearned for intellectual freedom and a voice of his own. Determined to prove his abilities, he secretly wrote letters under the pseudonym Silence Doe Good, posing as a witty and insightful widow. These letters, filled with satire and sharp social commentary, were published in his brother's newspaper, the New England Courant, and quickly became popular among readers. When James discovered the true identity of the author, he was furious. The relationship between the two brothers quickly deteriorated. James resented Benjamin's talent and growing influence, and their conflicts became increasingly severe. The rigid constraints of the apprenticeship frustrated Franklin, who longed for more opportunities to develop his skills and pursue his ambitions. James's mistreatment of Benjamin extended beyond verbal reprimands. Physical punishments and outright hostility became a common part of their relationship. Benjamin found himself trapped in a role that stifled his creativity and intellect, and the more he excelled, the more resentment James harbored toward him. The desire for independence grew stronger, and with each passing day, the idea of escaping became more of a necessity than a fantasy. Eventually, after enduring years of mistreatment, Benjamin made a bold and fateful decision. He would break his apprenticeship contract and leave Boston behind. He knew this would not be easy. The contract legally bound him to James, and running away meant leaving his family, his job security, and his reputation behind. The consequences of being caught were severe, and the fear of what might happen loomed over him. But Franklin's resolve was unshakable. He knew that staying under his brother's control would stifle his potential and rob him of a future where he could think, write, and create freely. With careful planning, Franklin managed to slip away from Boston in 1723 at just 17 years old. His departure was secretive, as he could not afford to be discovered before he had fully escaped. He traveled by boat to New York, where he hoped to find work as a printer. The journey was difficult. He had little money, no letters of recommendation, and no immediate connections to rely on. When he arrived in New York, he quickly realized that his prospects were bleak. He approached William Bradford, a well-known printer, but there were no positions available. Bradford, however, mentioned that his son in Philadelphia might be able to offer employment. Determined not to return to Boston, Franklin took this as a sign and made the arduous journey to Philadelphia. He first traveled to New Jersey, enduring rough weather, hunger, and exhaustion along the way. At one point, he was forced to row part of the way himself to reach his destination. When he finally arrived in Philadelphia, he was disheveled, tired, and nearly penniless. He famously bought 3 rolls of bread with the little money he had left and walked through the streets of Philadelphia, eating them, an image that would later become symbolic of his humble beginnings in the city that would eventually define his legacy. Philadelphia was a world unlike Boston. It was growing rapidly, filled with opportunity, and home to a thriving intellectual community. But Franklin's journey was far from over. He still needed to establish himself, find work, and prove his worth. This bold escape marked a turning point in his life, setting him on a path that would ultimately lead him to become one of the most influential figures of his time. When Benjamin Franklin arrived in Philadelphia in 1723, he was just 17 years old, nearly penniless, and had no connections. Yet, this city would prove to be the perfect place for him to build his future. Unlike Boston, where Puritan traditions often stifled free thought, Philadelphia was a bustling and diverse city, open to new ideas and entrepreneurship. Its growing economy and thriving print industry provided Franklin with opportunities he could not have found elsewhere. Though his arrival was humble, famously walking through the streets with bread in his pockets, his ambition and intellect would soon set him apart. Franklin's first step towards stability was finding employment. He sought work as a printer and was eventually hired by Samuel Keimer, the owner of a struggling print shop. While Keimer was an eccentric and less than skilled businessman, he recognized Franklin's talent and put him to work. It did not take long for Franklin to gain a reputation as an industrious and highly skilled printer. He quickly befriended other young intellectuals and businessmen, including the merchant Thomas Denham, who saw great potential in him. Keenly aware of the power of networking, Franklin made efforts to connect with influential figures in Philadelphia. His intelligence, charm, and wit helped him form relationships with members of the city's elite, including Governor William Keith. Keith, impressed by Franklin's abilities, proposed that he travel to London to procure equipment and supplies to start his own printing business. The offer was enticing, and Franklin, eager for success, agreed. However, upon arriving in London, he discovered that Keith had not followed through on his promises. Stranded without financial support, Franklin was forced to find work as a printer in London, where he further refined his craft and expanded his knowledge of the printing industry. After nearly 2 years in London, Franklin returned to Philadelphia in 1726, wiser and more determined than ever. With the help of Thomas Denham, he secured employment and soon established himself as an independent printer. By 1728, he had partnered with Hugh Meredith to launch his own printing business. This was a pivotal moment in Franklin's life. He was no longer just an employee but an entrepreneur. His printing shop quickly gained traction thanks to his meticulous attention to detail, commitment to high-quality work, and innovative approach to business. Understanding the value of community and intellectual discourse, Franklin founded the Junto, a club for aspiring businessmen and thinkers to share ideas, discuss philosophy, and collaborate on projects. This group would later serve as the foundation for many of Franklin's civic initiatives, reinforcing his belief that knowledge and cooperation could improve society. As Franklin's printing business flourished, so did his influence in Philadelphia. He secured contracts for government printing work and began publishing the Pennsylvania Gazette, which would become one of the most successful newspapers in the colonies. His sharp wit and insightful commentary made the paper widely read, further cementing his status as a thought leader. Despite his growing success, Franklin never rested on his achievements. He constantly sought ways to expand his business and contribute to society, setting the stage for the many scientific, political, and social contributions he would make in the years to come. His rise from a penniless runaway to a respected businessman was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey that would shape the future of America. By the early 1730s, Benjamin Franklin had firmly established himself as a successful printer and businessman in Philadelphia. However, he was not content with simply running a printing press. He wanted to create something lasting that would both educate and entertain the public. This ambition led him to launch one of his most famous and enduring works, Poor Richard's Almanac. First published in 1732 under the pseudonym Richard Saunders, the almanac was a yearly publication filled with useful information such as weather forecasts, agricultural tips, and practical advice. However, what truly set it apart were Franklin's witty aphorisms and philosophical reflections. These sayings, often humorous yet deeply insightful, provided readers with guidance on frugality, hard work, and wisdom. Many of his maxims, such as early to bed and early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, and a penny saved is a penny earned, became ingrained in American culture and remain well known today. Poor Richard's Almanac quickly became a bestseller in the American colonies. Its success was due not only to Franklin's engaging writing, but also to his keen understanding of marketing. He made the almanac accessible, affordable, and filled with content that appealed to a wide audience, from farmers and tradesmen to intellectuals and politicians. Franklin's use of humor, satire, and moral lessons made it both entertaining and educational, ensuring its continued popularity year after year. The financial success of the almanac played a crucial role in Franklin's rise as a businessman. The steady income it generated allowed him to invest in other ventures, expand his printing business, and pursue various civic projects. More importantly, it solidified his reputation as a wise and practical thinker. The persona of Poor Richard, a humble yet intelligent observer of life, helped Franklin cultivate an image of reliability and wisdom, making him one of the most respected figures in the colonies. Through Poor Richard's Almanac, Franklin not only achieved financial prosperity, but also influenced generations of Americans with his philosophy of self-improvement, industry, and virtue. His ability to blend humor with practical wisdom made the Almanac one of the most significant publications of its time, shaping both his legacy and the values of a growing nation. Benjamin Franklin was not just a statesman, writer, and businessman. He was also one of the greatest inventors of his time. His natural curiosity and relentless pursuit of knowledge led him to develop innovations that would change the world. Unlike many inventors, Franklin did not seek patents for his creations. Instead, he believed that knowledge should be freely shared for the benefit of society, stating that as we enjoy great advantages from the inventions of others, we should be glad of an opportunity to serve others by any invention of ours. One of Franklin's most famous inventions was the lightning rod. During the 18th century, lightning strikes were a major hazard, often causing devastating fires, especially to churches and large buildings. Franklin, fascinated by electricity, conducted his famous kite experiment in 1752, proving that lightning was a form of electricity. This discovery led him to design the lightning rod, which safely directed lightning into the ground, preventing buildings from catching fire. This simple yet revolutionary device saved countless lives and changed how people understood and harnessed electricity. Soon lightning rods were installed on buildings across the colonies and Europe, making Franklin's innovation one of the most impactful safety measures of the time. Another of Franklin's practical inventions was the bifocal lens. As he aged, he found himself constantly switching between two pairs of glasses, one for reading and one for distance. To solve this inconvenience, he devised bifocals, which combined two lenses in a single frame, allowing for clear vision both up close and far away. This innovation remains widely used today and continues to improve the quality of life for millions, especially those who rely on glasses for both near and distant vision. Franklin's ability to take a simple problem from everyday life and find a lasting solution showcases his ingenuity and problem-solving skills. Franklin also sought to improve everyday living conditions with his invention of the Franklin stove. Traditional fireplaces were inefficient, producing more smoke than heat. Franklin's design improved airflow and increased heating efficiency while using less fuel. Unlike traditional open fireplaces, the Franklin stove used a baffle system to improve heat retention, making homes warmer and safer. Though Franklin never patented the design, it inspired numerous later improvements in home heating technology. The Franklin stove became a popular household fixture, reducing energy waste and making homes more comfortable during the cold months. Beyond these famous inventions, Franklin also made advancements in medical science. He invented a flexible urinary catheter to aid those suffering from bladder issues, demonstrating his commitment to improving health and quality of life. He also proposed daylight saving time, recognizing the benefits of adjusting clocks to maximize daylight hours and conserve energy. Despite the potential for profit, Franklin refused to patent his inventions. He believed that knowledge should be a shared resource, accessible to all who could benefit from it. His philosophy of open innovation helped spread his ideas rapidly, ensuring they reached and improved as many lives as possible. Franklin's refusal to patent his inventions stemmed from his deep belief in civic duty and his commitment to serving humanity rather than seeking personal wealth. Franklin's contributions to science and technology went beyond individual inventions. He conducted groundbreaking research on electricity, coined terms such as battery, conductor, and positive and negative charges, and laid the foundation for future advancements in electrical engineering. His work influenced generations of scientists and engineers, proving that intellectual curiosity and a dedication to the common good could drive progress. In recognition of his contributions, he became one of the most respected scientific minds of his time, corresponding with leading intellectuals across Europe, including members of the Royal Society in London, which eventually awarded him the prestigious Copley Medal for his electrical experiments. Through his inventive genius, Franklin not only changed the way people lived, but also shaped the future of scientific discovery. His legacy as an innovator endures, demonstrating that true progress comes not from personal gain, but from a commitment to the greater good. His ability to observe everyday problems and create solutions that benefited society at large remains one of the defining aspects of his genius, ensuring that his influence would extend far beyond his own lifetime. Benjamin Franklin's insatiable curiosity and commitment to intellectual progress extended far beyond his inventions and business endeavors. He was deeply devoted to the pursuit of knowledge and the exchange of ideas, which led him to found the American Philosophical Society in 1743. This institution would become one of the most important scholarly organizations in the United States, fostering scientific advancements and intellectual discussions that would shape the future of the nation. The inspiration for the society came from Franklin's admiration of the scientific circles in Europe, particularly the Royal Society in London, of which he later became a member. He envisioned a similar community in the American colonies, where thinkers, scientists, and inventors could collaborate and share discoveries. Franklin believed that knowledge should not be hoarded, but rather expanded upon through discussion and collective inquiry. The American Philosophical Society attracted some of the greatest minds of the time, including Thomas Jefferson, David Rittenhouse, and later even Charles Darwin. It provided a space for scholars to explore various fields, from physics and chemistry to medicine and astronomy. Among Franklin's many scientific pursuits, his studies on electricity remain some of his most groundbreaking work. Through his famous kite experiment in 1752, he demonstrated that lightning was a form of electricity, an experiment that not only confirmed his theories, but also laid the groundwork for future developments in electrical science. Franklin introduced key electrical terms such as positive and negative charge, battery and conductor, terminology still in use today. His discoveries earned him international recognition, including the prestigious Copley Medal from the Royal Society, making him one of the most respected scientists of his time. Franklin's intellectual curiosity was not limited to electricity. He also conducted extensive research in meteorology, studying weather patterns, ocean currents, and storms. He was the first to map the Gulf Stream, a powerful Atlantic current that significantly impacts maritime navigation. His work provided valuable insights for sailors and helped improve transatlantic travel. Additionally, he accurately theorized that colds were transmitted from person to person, an idea ahead of its time in medical science. His contributions to understanding the natural world demonstrated his remarkable ability to observe, analyze, and apply knowledge for practical benefits. Education was another passion of Franklin's, as he strongly believed that an informed and educated public was essential for a successful society. He advocated for accessible education, and was instrumental in the founding of what would later become the University of Pennsylvania. Unlike many educational institutions of the time, which primarily focused on religious instruction, Franklin envisioned a curriculum that emphasized practical knowledge, critical thinking, and the sciences. His progressive approach to education laid the foundation for modern liberal arts programs and reinforced his belief that learning should be applicable to real-world challenges. Through his scientific research, educational initiatives, and the creation of the American Philosophical Society, Franklin helped cultivate a culture of intellectual exploration in the colonies. His work bridged the gap between European scientific thought and American innovation, ensuring that knowledge would continue to advance in the New World. Franklin's belief in the power of shared wisdom remains one of his most enduring legacies, proving that the pursuit of knowledge is one of the most powerful tools for shaping the future. Benjamin Franklin was a man of many talents, scientist, inventor, diplomat, and writer, but he was also known for his complex and sometimes scandalous private life. Though he carefully cultivated an image of wisdom and virtue, Franklin's personal relationships were anything but simple. His marriage to Deborah Reed was unconventional, his rumored affairs raised eyebrows, and his reputation as a ladies' man followed him throughout his life. Franklin first met Deborah Reed in Philadelphia when he was just 17 years old. The two quickly formed a connection, but circumstances prevented an immediate union. In 1724, Franklin left for England to further his career, promising to return and marry her. However, during his extended stay abroad, Deborah's family arranged for her to marry another man, John Rogers. The marriage proved disastrous, as Rogers was unreliable and soon disappeared, leaving Deborah unable to remarry due to the strict laws regarding deserted spouses. When Franklin finally returned, the two entered into a common-law marriage in 1730, as Deborah was legally still married to Rogers. Despite their long partnership, Franklin and Deborah's relationship was strained. Deborah never traveled with Franklin on his many diplomatic missions to Europe, partly due to her fear of ocean travel, but also because their marriage lacked the deep emotional connection that Franklin seemed to seek elsewhere. Their correspondence became less frequent over the years, and when Franklin spent extended periods in London and Paris, he surrounded himself with intelligent and attractive women, leading to speculation about his fidelity. Rumors of Franklin's affairs were widespread, and while some were likely exaggerated, there is evidence that he engaged in romantic relationships outside his marriage. One of the most persistent mysteries of Franklin's life was the identity of the mother of his illegitimate son, William Franklin. Born around 1730, William was raised in Franklin's household, but Franklin never publicly named his mother. Some historians believe she may have been a Philadelphia woman Franklin had a brief relationship with before marrying Deborah, while others suggest she was a servant in his home. Regardless of her identity, William grew up to be a loyalist governor during the American Revolution, a stance that would eventually create a deep rift between father and son. Franklin's time in Europe, particularly in France, solidified his reputation as a charming and flirtatious man. The French adored him, not just for his intellect and diplomatic skills, but also for his wit and charisma. He was especially popular among the ladies of French high society, who admired his wisdom and humor. One of his most well-documented friendships was with Madame Briard, a married French woman, with whom he exchanged affectionate letters filled with playful flirtation. Though their relationship may not have been physically intimate, it demonstrated Franklin's ability to forge deep emotional connections outside of his marriage. Even in his later years, Franklin maintained an appreciation for female companionship. He wrote extensively about love, relationships, and even offered humorous advice on choosing mistresses in a famous letter to a friend. His views on women were progressive for his time. He valued their intelligence and believed in their ability to contribute meaningfully to society. Yet his personal relationships often reflected the contradictions of an era when women's roles were still largely confined to the domestic sphere. While Franklin's personal life was filled with complexities, his charisma and charm made him one of the most fascinating figures of his time. His ability to navigate both the intellectual and social worlds with ease ensured that, despite any scandals or rumors, his legacy as a great thinker and statesman would endure. His private life, much like his public one, was marked by curiosity, passion, and an undeniable magnetism that captivated those around him. Benjamin Franklin was a man of many roles: scientist, diplomat, inventor, and philosopher, but one of his lesser-known yet significant affiliations was with the Freemasons. Franklin's connection to Freemasonry was not just a casual association, it played a crucial role in shaping his network, influence, and philosophical outlook. The organization, often shrouded in secrecy and mystery, provided Franklin with valuable connections that aided his career and allowed him to engage with some of the most influential minds of his time. Franklin was initiated into Freemasonry in 1731 at the age of 25, joining the Masonic Lodge of St. John in Philadelphia. Within a few years, his intelligence, leadership skills, and dedication propelled him to a position of prominence within the fraternity. By 1734, he was elected Grand Master of the Pennsylvania Lodge, making him one of the most influential Freemasons in the American colonies. That same year, Franklin published the first Masonic book in the Americas, an edition of the Constitutions of the Freemasons, further cementing his role in spreading the principles and influence of the organization. Freemasonry, at its core, was built upon values of enlightenment, self-improvement, and fraternity. These ideals aligned closely with Franklin's own beliefs in reason, education, and civic duty. The Freemasons advocated for moral integrity, philanthropy, and the pursuit of knowledge, all of which were deeply ingrained in Franklin's life work. As a member, he engaged in discussions on philosophy, politics, and science, refining ideas that would later influence his contributions to the American Revolution and the drafting of the U.S. Constitution. Despite the fraternity's stated goals of intellectual and moral enlightenment, Freemasonry has long been the subject of speculation and conspiracy theories. Some claim that the organization wielded immense secret power, influencing governments and shaping historical events from behind the scenes. Given Franklin's close involvement, rumors swirled about his participation in hidden agendas or clandestine operations. However, no concrete evidence supports these theories. Franklin's own writings suggest he saw Freemasonry as a force for good, providing structure and fraternity rather than a means of control. What is undeniable, however, is that Franklin's Masonic connections greatly benefited his career. The fraternity created an extensive network of like-minded men, many of whom held significant positions in politics, business, and academia. This network proved invaluable during Franklin's diplomatic missions, particularly in France, where he worked to secure crucial support for the American Revolution. Many high-ranking French officials and intellectuals were themselves Freemasons, and Franklin's shared affiliation helped build trust and establish important alliances. His Masonic ties also extended to other founding fathers, including George Washington, John Hancock, and Paul Revere, further illustrating how deeply intertwined Freemasonry was with the early political landscape of America. Franklin remained a devoted Freemason throughout his life. In his later years, he continued to promote the fraternity's principles of charity and self-improvement. He viewed Freemasonry as a vehicle for societal progress, a place where men of diverse backgrounds could come together in the pursuit of knowledge and moral betterment. While mystery and speculation still surround Freemasonry, Franklin's own involvement appears to have been driven by his passion for enlightenment and self-betterment rather than secretive manipulation. His participation in the organization was yet another avenue through which he pursued wisdom, built influential relationships, and contributed to the intellectual and political development of his time. Whether viewed as a secretive brotherhood or a philosophical society, Freemasonry was undeniably an important chapter in Franklin's life and legacy. Benjamin Franklin's journey from a successful businessman to a respected statesman was a natural progression driven by his keen interest in public service and governance. As he gained wealth and influence through his printing business, Franklin turned his attention toward improving society, believing that civic responsibility was a fundamental duty of every citizen. His early political career in Pennsylvania laid the foundation for his later contributions to American independence and governance. Franklin's first steps into politics came through local civic engagement rather than elected office. He founded organizations such as the Junto, a club dedicated to intellectual discussion and community improvement, which later influenced many of his political initiatives. His leadership in establishing Philadelphia's first public library, fire department, and hospital demonstrated his commitment to practical solutions that benefited the broader public. This hands-on approach to problem-solving caught the attention of Pennsylvania's political elite, who saw Franklin as an invaluable asset to the colony's administration. In 1736, Franklin was appointed clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, a position that granted him insight into the workings of colonial government. His efficiency and organizational skills quickly earned him recognition, and within a few years he was appointed postmaster of Philadelphia. This role gave him control over the distribution of information, further solidifying his influence in both business and politics. His reforms in the postal system improved communication between the colonies, making it easier for news and ideas to spread, an essential factor in the coming revolutionary movement. By the 1740s, Franklin had gained enough political experience to take on a more active role in governance. In 1751, he was elected to the Pennsylvania Assembly, where he championed various reforms aimed at improving public welfare. Among his most notable achievements was his push for better public safety measures, including the organization of a professional firefighting brigade and the improvement of street lighting and sanitation. Franklin also advocated for fairer taxation policies and the expansion of educational opportunities, which ultimately led to the establishment of the Academy of Philadelphia, later known as the University of Pennsylvania. One of Franklin's most significant political battles came in the 1750s when he clashed with the Penn family, the proprietary governors of Pennsylvania. The Penns controlled much of the colony's land and wielded significant political power, often refusing to fairly tax their vast estates. Franklin became a leading voice against this imbalance, arguing that the wealthy should contribute their fair share to the colony's expenses, particularly in funding its defense. His advocacy for a more democratic and equitable government earned him both admiration and powerful enemies. Franklin's increasing involvement in colonial affairs eventually extended beyond Pennsylvania. In 1754, he proposed the Albany Plan of Union, an ambitious but ultimately unsuccessful attempt to unite the colonies under a central government for mutual defense against French and Native American threats. Though the plan was rejected, it foreshadowed the later push for American independence and demonstrated Franklin's visionary thinking in matters of governance. His political career in Pennsylvania showcased his talent for leadership and pragmatic problem-solving. Whether reforming local infrastructure, challenging the dominance of elite landowners, or laying the groundwork for colonial unity, Franklin's time as a statesman in Pennsylvania was a crucial stepping stone to his later role as a revolutionary leader. His ability to blend business acumen with public service made him a unique figure in American history, one who not only shaped policy but also set an example of civic responsibility that would inspire generations to come. Benjamin Franklin's journey to London in 1757 marked a significant chapter in his life and in the tense relationship between the American colonies and the British Crown. Sent as a representative of the Pennsylvania Assembly, his mission was initially focused on resolving local disputes over taxation and governance. However, his role soon expanded as tensions between Britain and its American colonies grew, positioning him as a crucial intermediary in what would become the prelude to the American Revolution. Franklin's primary reason for traveling to England was to address the ongoing conflict between the Pennsylvania Assembly and the Penn family, the colony's proprietors. The Penns refused to allow their vast land holdings to be taxed fairly, putting the financial burden on ordinary citizens. Franklin, armed with his diplomatic skills and deep knowledge of politics, hoped to persuade the British government to intervene and enforce a more just system. While in London, he lobbied Parliament and engaged in numerous discussions with influential politicians, making a strong case for colonial rights and fair taxation. During his stay, Franklin also acted as an unofficial spokesperson for broader colonial concerns. He became a respected figure in British intellectual circles, joining the Royal Society and engaging with some of the greatest thinkers of the time. His reputation as a scientist and inventor gave him credibility, allowing him to interact with both politicians and scholars. Franklin's essays and letters during this period argued for greater colonial autonomy while still maintaining loyalty to the Crown, reflecting his initial hope that the colonies could reach a fair and peaceful agreement with Britain. However, Franklin's optimism was gradually eroded by the arrogance and indifference he encountered among British officials. The prevailing attitude in London was that the American colonies existed solely for the benefit of the Empire, and their demands for fair treatment were met with condescension. The British government viewed colonial resistance as an inconvenience rather than a legitimate concern, dismissing Franklin's efforts to mediate. The situation worsened with the passage of the Stamp Act in 1765, a direct tax imposed on the colonies without their consent. Franklin initially sought compromise, advising colonial leaders to accept the tax while negotiating for greater representation. However, when the backlash in America turned fierce, with widespread protests and economic boycotts, Franklin changed his stance. He testified before Parliament in 1766, delivering a powerful argument against the tax and warning of the growing unrest in the colonies. His testimony played a key role in the eventual repeal of the Stamp Act, earning him both admiration and suspicion from different factions within Britain. Despite this victory, Franklin became increasingly disillusioned with British rule. He witnessed firsthand the corruption and disdain that many British officials had for the American colonies. The final blow came in 1774 with the Hutchinson Affair, when Franklin leaked private letters from Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson, revealing British plans to impose harsher control over the colonies. Instead of acknowledging the wrongdoing exposed by the letters, the British government retaliated by publicly humiliating Franklin in a hearing before the Privy Council. He was stripped of his position as Deputy Postmaster General of North America, marking a turning point in his political allegiance. Disillusioned and outraged, Franklin realized that reconciliation was no longer possible. In 1775, after nearly 2 decades in London, he returned to America with a clear vision. Independence was the only viable path forward. His experiences in Britain had transformed him from a mediator seeking compromise into a revolutionary leader determined to help forge a new nation free from British rule. His diplomatic failures in London would ultimately pave the way for his greatest successes, rallying international support for American independence and shaping the future of the United States. Benjamin Franklin's transformation from a loyal British subject to a fervent supporter of American independence was neither sudden nor easy. For much of his life, Franklin believed in the possibility of reconciliation between Britain and its American colonies. However, as tensions escalated and British policies became increasingly oppressive, he came to the painful realization that independence was the only path forward. The root of Franklin's disillusionment lay in Britain's taxation policies. Following the costly 7 Years' War, the British government sought to recover its financial losses by imposing new taxes on its American colonies. The Sugar Act of 1764 and the Stamp Act of 1765 were among the first measures that angered colonists who protested against taxation without representation. Franklin, still hopeful for a diplomatic resolution, initially advised Americans to comply while working within the system for change. However, as colonial resistance grew, he shifted his stance, recognizing the fundamental injustice of Britain's actions. Franklin's famous 1766 testimony before the British Parliament played a crucial role in the repeal of the Stamp Act. He eloquently argued that the American colonies had always taxed themselves through their own legislatures and that Britain's unilateral taxation was a dangerous overreach. His words carried weight, and the Stamp Act was repealed. However, this victory was short-lived. Britain soon passed the Declaratory Act, affirming its right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. The Townshend Acts followed, imposing further taxes on essential goods, reigniting colonial fury. As the resistance in America intensified, Franklin's attempts at mediation became increasingly futile. His breaking point came in 1774 with the Hutchinson Affair. Franklin had acquired and leaked private letters written by Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson, which revealed British intentions to suppress colonial liberties. Rather than addressing the concerns exposed by the letters, British officials turned their wrath on Franklin. He was summoned before the Privy Council in a humiliating public hearing, where he was accused of treasonous behavior and ridiculed by British leaders. This moment marked a profound personal and political shift for Franklin. Stripped of his position as Deputy Postmaster General and branded a traitor in British circles, he saw clearly that the British government had no intention of treating the colonies fairly. In 1775, Franklin returned to America, fully convinced that reconciliation was impossible. By this time, the first shots of the American Revolution had been fired at Lexington and Concord, and the colonies were moving toward full-scale rebellion. Franklin wasted no time in aligning himself with the revolutionary cause. He was appointed to the Second Continental Congress, where he played a key role in drafting the Declaration of Independence. His experience, wisdom, and international reputation made him an invaluable figure in uniting the colonies and securing support for the revolutionary effort. Franklin's break with Britain was not just political, but deeply personal. He had spent much of his life advocating for unity within the British Empire, only to be betrayed and cast aside. Even his relationship with his own son, William Franklin, the loyalist governor of New Jersey, was torn apart by the Revolution. Franklin's decision to support independence came at great personal cost, but he believed it was necessary to ensure the future freedom of the American people. By the time he signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776, Franklin had fully embraced his role as a revolutionary. No longer a mediator seeking compromise, he was now one of the architects of a new nation. His journey from loyal British citizen to American patriot was complete, and his efforts would soon turn towards securing international alliances to ensure the survival of the young republic. As the American colonies waged their war for independence, Benjamin Franklin played a critical but often overlooked role behind the scenes. While battles raged on American soil, Franklin was engaged in a different kind of warfare, one fought with diplomacy, persuasion, and strategic alliances. His mission to secure France's support for the American Revolution. Without his efforts in Paris, the fledgling United States might never have survived its struggle against the British Empire. Franklin arrived in France in December 1776, a 70-year-old man with an extraordinary reputation. Already famous as a scientist, philosopher, and writer, he was welcomed into the highest circles of French society. Unlike traditional diplomats who relied on strict formality, Franklin cultivated an image that fascinated the French elite. He dressed simply, often wearing a fur cap instead of a powdered wig, and played the role of the wise, humble American. This calculated persona made him immensely popular in France, where intellectuals and aristocrats admired the revolutionary ideals he represented. However, Franklin's mission was far from easy. At the time of his arrival, France was hesitant to openly support the American cause. Although the French despised Britain, its long-standing rival, they were unwilling to risk war without proof that the Americans could hold their own. Franklin's first task was to convince the French government that the American Revolution was not a doomed rebellion, but a legitimate fight for independence. To achieve this, Franklin and his fellow commissioners, Silas Deane and Arthur Lee, worked tirelessly to cultivate relationships with French officials and financiers. They secretly arranged for shipments of arms, ammunition, and supplies to be sent to the American rebels. French merchants, encouraged by Franklin's assurances, provided loans and resources that sustained the Continental Army in its early desperate years. Meanwhile, Franklin engaged in covert negotiations with France's foreign minister, the Comte de Vergennes, laying the groundwork for a formal alliance. The turning point came in October 1777, with the stunning American victory at the Battle of Saratoga. This triumph proved to the French that the Americans were capable of defeating British forces. Franklin seized the opportunity, using his diplomatic skill to persuade France that now was the time to act. His efforts paid off. In February 1778, France officially recognized the United States and signed the Treaty of Alliance, committing military and financial support to the American war effort. This alliance was a game-changer. French troops, warships, and supplies began pouring into the conflict, shifting the balance of power. The French Navy played a decisive role in key battles, most notably the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, where French ships blockaded British forces, leading to their surrender. Franklin's negotiations had secured not just diplomatic recognition, but also the material support necessary for American victory. Beyond politics and military strategy, Franklin's time in Paris was marked by his charm and social influence. He moved effortlessly among French intellectuals, winning over philosophers, scientists, and influential figures. His wit, intelligence, and ability to navigate French society made him an unmatched diplomat, able to foster goodwill and strengthen ties between the two nations. By the time the war ended in 1783, Franklin had achieved what once seemed impossible. His diplomacy had turned the tide of the revolution, ensuring that the United States had the backing of a major European power. His work in France was one of the most crucial contributions to American independence, proving that wars are not won by battles alone, but also by the skillful hands of those who can forge alliances and sway the course of history. Benjamin Franklin was one of the most influential figures behind the Declaration of Independence, even though he was not its principal author. By 1776, Franklin was already a revered statesman, scientist, and diplomat, known for his wisdom and political acumen. However, when it came to drafting the historic document that would sever America's ties with Britain, the task was given to a younger man, Thomas Jefferson. Franklin, though, played a vital role in shaping both the content and the political strategy behind the Declaration. The decision to have Jefferson write the first draft was largely due to Franklin's declining health and his personal reluctance to take on the primary authorship. Additionally, Jefferson was known for his eloquence and ability to craft compelling prose. Franklin, along with John Adams, was part of the five-man committee appointed to draft the Declaration, and while he did not write the initial text, his influence was unmistakable. When Jefferson completed his draft, Franklin carefully reviewed it, making several key edits that refined and strengthened the final version. One of his most famous contributions was altering Jefferson's phrase, "We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable," to the now iconic, "We hold these truths to be self-evident." This change not only improved the rhetorical flow, but also aligned with the Enlightenment ideals that Franklin so deeply believed in. Beyond his editorial contributions, Franklin's greatest impact lay in his ability to unify the colonies behind the cause of independence. He was a master of diplomacy, both in international affairs and in managing the fierce political debates among the American revolutionaries. The Continental Congress was deeply divided, with some delegates still hoping for reconciliation with Britain. Franklin used his persuasive skills to strengthen the resolve of the pro-independence faction, emphasizing the necessity of unity. He understood that for the revolution to succeed, the colonies had to stand together, and he worked tirelessly to bridge political differences and rally support for the Declaration. Franklin's wisdom and wit also helped diffuse tensions and reinforce the gravity of the moment. One of his most famous remarks came on July 4, 1776, as the signers of the Declaration gathered to commit what was, at the time, an act of treason against Britain. As they prepared to affix their names to the document, Franklin famously quipped, "We must all hang together, or, most assuredly, we shall all hang separately." This statement underscored the risks they were taking and the necessity of unity in the face of a common enemy. Franklin's role in the Declaration of Independence was not just about words on paper, it was about shaping a vision for a new nation. His influence extended beyond the document itself. He had spent years preparing the intellectual and political groundwork for American independence. Through his writings, such as his contributions to the Pennsylvania Gazette and Poor Richard's Almanac, he had long been promoting the values of self-governance, industry, and liberty. His diplomatic skills had already helped bring France closer to supporting the revolution, and his reputation lent credibility to the revolutionary cause. In the end, while Thomas Jefferson may have penned the most famous words of the Declaration, Franklin's wisdom, diplomacy, and strategic thinking were crucial in ensuring that those words would have the full backing of the colonies. His legacy as a founding father is not only in what he wrote, but in how he guided the revolution toward success, shaping the destiny of the United States in ways that continue to be felt to this day. By the time Benjamin Franklin arrived in France in 1776, he was already one of the most famous men in the world. But during his years in Europe, his reputation soared to new heights, transforming him into a true superstar of the Enlightenment era. In Paris, Franklin was not just a diplomat representing the American colonies. He became a symbol of the revolutionary spirit and a living embodiment of the ideals that intellectuals across Europe admired. Franklin's appeal in France was immediate and overwhelming. His reputation as a scientist, inventor, and philosopher preceded him, and his association with the American Revolution made him an instant sensation. He carefully cultivated an image that captivated the French aristocracy and intellectual elite. Instead of wearing the elaborate powdered wigs and fine silks typical of European diplomats, Franklin embraced a simpler, rustic look, often appearing in a fur hat and modest clothing. This self-presentation as the wise, humble American genius fascinated the French, who saw in him the personification of the noble struggle for liberty. One of the key aspects of Franklin's time in France was his connection to the leading intellectuals of the Enlightenment. He formed a close friendship with Voltaire, the legendary philosopher and critic of religious dogma. When the two men met in 1778 at the Academy of Sciences in Paris, the encounter was treated as a momentous event. Before a rapt audience, they embraced and exchanged pleasantries, with Voltaire reportedly giving Franklin his blessing in the form of an ancient ceremonial gesture. The crowd erupted in applause, seeing this as a symbolic passing of wisdom between two of the greatest minds of the age. Beyond Voltaire, Franklin engaged with other influential figures such as the mathematician and philosopher Condorcet, the economist Turgot, and the political thinker Rousseau. He attended salons, gatherings where the intellectual elite discussed philosophy, science, and politics, and became a revered figure in these circles. His charm, wit, and ability to articulate the revolutionary cause made him a favorite guest, and he used these opportunities to build support for the American struggle for independence. Franklin's popularity in France extended far beyond the intellectual salons. His face appeared on medallions, portraits, and even pieces of furniture. His likeness was sculpted into busts and painted by some of the finest artists of the time. Ordinary Parisians admired him as much as the aristocracy, and he became a symbol of defiance against tyranny. The French press frequently published articles about him, often portraying him as the embodiment of reason and virtue. This adoration had tangible benefits for the American cause. Franklin's immense popularity helped him secure crucial financial and military support from France. His negotiations with King Louis XVI's court led to the 1778 Treaty of Alliance, in which France formally recognized the United States and committed troops, supplies, and naval power to the war effort. This was a decisive turning point in the American Revolution, made possible in large part by Franklin's influence and diplomatic skill. Even after American independence was secured, Franklin remained one of the most celebrated figures in Europe. His contributions to science, politics, and philosophy ensured that his legacy endured long after he left France. By the time he returned to America in 1785, he was not just one of the founding fathers of the United States. He was a global icon, a man whose name had become synonymous with the pursuit of knowledge, freedom, and progress. His time in France had cemented him as the most famous American of his era, a status that endures to this day. After years of tireless diplomatic efforts in Europe, Benjamin Franklin played a crucial role in bringing the American Revolutionary War to an official end. By 1781, with the British surrender at Yorktown, it was clear that the war was nearing its conclusion. However, negotiating peace with Britain would prove to be just as challenging as securing support for the war itself. Franklin, with his vast diplomatic experience and international reputation, became one of the leading figures in these negotiations, ultimately shaping the Treaty of Paris in 1783. Franklin's deep connections in the French court and his reputation as a skilled negotiator positioned him as a key player in the peace talks. Alongside John Adams, John Jay, and Henry Lawrence, Franklin was part of the American delegation tasked with negotiating the terms of peace with Britain. The British government, exhausted by years of war and mounting debts, was ready to negotiate, but they hoped to divide the American diplomats and extract the most favorable terms possible. Franklin, however, was well aware of these tactics and worked closely with his fellow commissioners to ensure that the United States would emerge from the treaty with its sovereignty and territorial claims intact. One of Franklin's most significant achievements was securing the recognition of American independence. While this may seem like an obvious outcome, Britain was initially reluctant to grant full independence without conditions. Franklin and his fellow negotiators held firm, refusing to sign any agreement that did not explicitly recognize the United States as a free and independent nation. Through strategic patience and diplomatic skill, they succeeded in securing this recognition in the final treaty. Another major victory was the expansion of American territory. Franklin and his colleagues managed to negotiate boundaries that extended the new nation's territory westward to the Mississippi River, north to the Great Lakes and south to Florida. This was a remarkable achievement, as it provided the fledgling United States with vast lands for future expansion and economic growth. The British, eager to end the costly conflict, reluctantly agreed to these terms, solidifying America's future as a continental power. Franklin also played a role in addressing the treatment of loyalists, American colonists who had remained loyal to the British Crown. While Britain wanted strong protections for these individuals, Franklin and the American delegation ensured that the final treaty provided only minimal concessions. The agreement allowed loyalists to seek restitution for seized property, but the U.S. government was not required to enforce these claims, leaving most matters to individual states. This compromise allowed the peace process to move forward without alienating the new American government or its citizens. With the Treaty of Paris signed on September 3, 1783, Franklin had helped bring an end to a war that had defined an era. His ability to navigate complex negotiations, maintain alliances and secure favorable terms demonstrated his enduring influence and political mastery. By 1785, having completed his diplomatic mission in Europe, Franklin prepared for his long-awaited return to America. Franklin's journey home was not merely a physical return but also an emotional and symbolic one. He had left the colonies years earlier as a diplomat seeking support for a struggling rebellion. Now he returned to a fully independent nation in part due to his own efforts. His arrival in Philadelphia was met with celebration, as he was hailed as one of the principal architects of American independence. However, Franklin did not retire into obscurity. Instead, he continued to shape the young nation, taking on new roles in governance, diplomacy, and the fight to end slavery. Though his years in France had made him one of the most famous Americans in the world, his heart remained with the people of the United States. Franklin's return marked the final chapter of his international career, but his contributions to the nation were far from over. He would go on to participate in drafting the U.S. Constitution, ensuring that his legacy as a founding father endured long after his passing. By the time of the Constitutional Convention in 1787, Benjamin Franklin was in the final years of his life. At 81 years old, he was the oldest delegate at the convention, his health frail but his mind as sharp as ever. Though he had already played a crucial role in securing American independence, Franklin understood that the young nation was at a crossroads. The Articles of Confederation had proven weak, and without a stronger federal government, the United States risked descending into chaos. Franklin, ever the pragmatist, knew that compromise and unity were necessary for the country's survival. Throughout the convention, Franklin was a stabilizing force. While many delegates engaged in heated debates over the structure of the new government, Franklin remained measured and diplomatic, using his wisdom and reputation to guide discussions. He strongly supported the creation of a strong central government, but was also deeply committed to ensuring that power was balanced and that individual freedoms were protected. His presence alone commanded respect, and his words carried immense weight among the delegates. One of Franklin's most significant contributions to the convention was his advocacy for compromise. The debates over representation in Congress were particularly contentious, with large and small states at odds over how power should be distributed. Franklin, recognizing the need for unity, supported the Connecticut Compromise, which established a bicameral legislature with proportional representation in the House and equal representation in the Senate. This agreement was instrumental in shaping the structure of the U.S. government as it exists today. Despite his failing health, Franklin continued to engage in debates on key issues, including the executive branch and the powers of the presidency. Though he had concerns about the potential for tyranny, he ultimately supported the creation of a single executive, provided there were checks and balances in place. His experience as a diplomat had taught him the importance of a government capable of decisive action, particularly in foreign affairs. One of Franklin's most famous moments at the convention came at its conclusion. As the final draft of the Constitution was being signed, he remarked on the sun carved into the back of George Washington's chair. He noted that throughout the convention, he had often wondered whether the sun was rising or setting. Now, as the Constitution was completed, he declared that he believed it to be a rising sun, symbolizing hope and a new beginning for the nation. Perhaps his most enduring statement from the convention came when asked what kind of government the delegates had created. Franklin's response was simple yet profound: "A republic if you can keep it." With these words, he issued a challenge to future generations, emphasizing that the success of the United States would depend on the vigilance and engagement of its citizens. Though Franklin was not as vocal as some of the younger delegates, his wisdom, experience, and ability to unify opposing sides were invaluable. He was a statesman who understood the necessity of compromise, a philosopher who believed in the power of reason, and a patriot who dedicated his life to the service of his country. His role in the Constitutional Convention was his final great act of public service, cementing his legacy as one of the most influential founding fathers. After the convention, Franklin returned to his home in Philadelphia, where he continued to advocate for issues he cared deeply about, including the abolition of slavery. Though his health continued to decline, he remained engaged in public life until his death in 1790. His contributions to the founding of the United States extended far beyond the Revolution. He helped shape the very framework of the government that endures to this day. Benjamin Franklin's views on slavery evolved significantly over the course of his life, reflecting his broader transformation from a pragmatic businessman to a champion of Enlightenment ideals. In his early years, Franklin, like many of his contemporaries, participated in the institution of slavery. As a young entrepreneur, he owned slaves who worked in his household and printing business. He also profited from the sale of advertisements for slave auctions in his newspaper, the Pennsylvania Gazette. At the time, slavery was widely accepted in the American colonies, and Franklin, ever the practical man, saw it as an economic necessity rather than a moral dilemma. However, Franklin's exposure to new ideas and his increasing involvement in intellectual and political circles began to change his perspective. As he traveled through Europe, he engaged with abolitionists and thinkers of the Enlightenment who argued against the institution of slavery on moral and philosophical grounds. The contradiction between the ideals of liberty and the reality of human bondage became more apparent to him, especially as he played a crucial role in the American Revolution, a war fought in the name of freedom. By the 1760s, Franklin had begun to distance himself from slavery. He freed the few slaves he still owned and took a more active interest in the condition of free black people in America. As president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery, he pushed for gradual emancipation and the education of formerly enslaved people, believing that knowledge and opportunity were key to integrating them into society. His efforts reflected his belief in human potential and the power of education to elevate individuals, regardless of their background. One of Franklin's most significant contributions to the abolitionist movement came in the final years of his life. In 1790, just months before his death, he submitted a petition to Congress calling for the abolition of slavery and the end of the transatlantic slave trade. In this petition, Franklin argued that slavery was a moral stain on the new republic and that the ideals of the American Revolution demanded its eradication. His appeal was met with resistance from Southern politicians who saw it as a threat to their economic interests. Nevertheless, Franklin's stance set a powerful precedent and demonstrated that even those who had once participated in the institution could change their views and fight for justice. Franklin's late-life transformation into an abolitionist was not just a political stance, but a moral reckoning. He recognized that the system he had once tolerated was fundamentally incompatible with the principles of liberty and equality that he had spent his life defending. Though he did not live to see the end of slavery in the United States, his advocacy contributed to the growing abolitionist movement that would eventually lead to its demise. His journey from slave owner to abolitionist is a testament to his intellectual flexibility and willingness to challenge his own beliefs. It also serves as a reminder that history is shaped not only by those who are ahead of their time, but also by those who are willing to grow, learn, and act on their convictions. Franklin's final stand against slavery remains one of the most profound aspects of his legacy, underscoring his commitment to justice and human dignity in his last years. After decades of shaping the world around him, Benjamin Franklin spent his final years in Philadelphia, reflecting on his life, his accomplishments, and the future of the nation he helped to create. Despite his advanced age and declining health, Franklin remained deeply engaged in political and intellectual matters until his last days. Returning to Philadelphia in 1785, after years abroad in France, Franklin was welcomed as a national hero. He had secured crucial French support during the Revolutionary War, negotiated peace with Britain, and helped establish the fledgling United States as a respected global power. Now in his 80s, Franklin sought a quieter life, but found himself still in demand as a statesman and thinker. He was elected president of Pennsylvania's Supreme Executive Council, a role similar to that of a modern governor, and continued to weigh in on pressing national issues, particularly the formation of the U.S. Constitution. As one of the elder statesmen at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, Franklin played a crucial role in fostering compromise among the delegates. Though physically weak and often needing assistance to move or write, his wisdom and humor helped bridge ideological divides. He famously urged unity, recognizing that the success of the new nation depended on cooperation. His statement about the rising or setting sun on George Washington's chair, declaring that he finally believed it to be a rising sun, symbolizing a hopeful future, remains one of the most memorable moments of the convention. In his final years, Franklin turned his attention to broader philosophical questions and personal reflection. He wrote his autobiography, which chronicled his journey from a humble printer's apprentice to a revered statesman and inventor. The work, though unfinished at the time of his death, remains one of the most influential autobiographies in history, offering insights into his values, ambitions, and principles of self-improvement. He also continued writing political essays, including his final major public act, an anti-slavery petition to Congress in 1790, reaffirming his late-in-life commitment to abolitionism. As his health declined, Franklin was surrounded by family and friends, including his beloved daughter Sarah. He suffered from gout and other ailments, yet maintained his wit and intellectual curiosity until the very end. On April 17, 1790, at the age of 84, Franklin passed away peacefully in his Philadelphia home. His funeral drew massive crowds, with an estimated 20,000 people gathering to pay their respects. Leaders from across the new nation and abroad mourned his passing, recognizing the profound impact he had on politics, science, and society. The question of whether Franklin was satisfied with his life remains an intriguing one. By all measures, he had achieved more than most could dream of, rising from modest beginnings to become a world-renowned figure. Yet his writings suggest a man who always saw room for improvement, both in himself and in society. He was proud of his contributions, but remained acutely aware of the work still to be done, particularly in the realms of governance, education, and human rights. His legacy endures not just in his inventions or political achievements, but in the values he championed: reason, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of progress. On April 17, 1790, Benjamin Franklin, one of the most influential figures in American history, passed away at the age of 84 in his home in Philadelphia. His death marked the end of an era, as the last of the great founding fathers who had shaped the United States from its very inception. Despite years of illness, Franklin remained mentally sharp until his final days, continuing to correspond with political figures and intellectuals alike. His passing was met with an outpouring of grief, not only in the newly formed United States, but also across Europe, where he had been revered as a champion of liberty, science, and diplomacy. News of Franklin's death spread rapidly, and Philadelphia prepared for what would become the largest funeral the city had ever seen. An estimated 20,000 mourners gathered to pay their final respects, a staggering number considering the city's population at the time. The funeral procession was attended by citizens of all walks of life, from prominent politicians to working-class laborers, all of whom recognized Franklin's immense contributions to the nation and the world. His coffin was carried through the streets in a somber yet dignified ceremony, accompanied by members of various civic and fraternal organizations, including the Freemasons, of which Franklin had been a proud member. Franklin's will, carefully crafted in his final years, reflected both his generosity and his deep commitment to public service. He left substantial sums to the cities of Boston and Philadelphia to fund educational and public works projects, a final testament to his belief in self-improvement and societal progress. He also made provisions for his family, though his relationship with his son William, a loyalist during the Revolution, remained strained until the end. Among the many tributes paid to Franklin, some of the most notable came from his fellow founding fathers. George Washington, then serving as the first President of the United States, publicly mourned Franklin's death, calling him one of the greatest men America had ever produced. Thomas Jefferson, who had worked closely with Franklin in drafting the Declaration of Independence, praised him as a beacon of wisdom and ingenuity, acknowledging his vast contributions to both science and statecraft. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, recognized Franklin's ability to unite diverse political factions and promote compromise, a quality that proved instrumental in shaping the fledgling nation. Beyond the United States, Franklin's death was widely mourned in Europe, particularly in France, where he had been celebrated as a hero of the Enlightenment and a key figure in securing French support during the American Revolution. The French National Assembly observed a period of mourning in his honor, a rare tribute for a foreign statesman. His close friend and fellow philosopher Voltaire had passed away over a decade earlier, but many in France saw Franklin as one of the last great Enlightenment thinkers, a man who had bridged the gap between science and politics. Franklin's legacy was cemented not only through the institutions and inventions he left behind, but also through the values he championed: rational thought, civic responsibility, and the pursuit of knowledge. His famous epitaph, written in his own words years before his death, compared his body to an old book, worn and tattered but awaiting a new edition. His passing was not just the end of a remarkable life, but the beginning of a legend that would endure for centuries to come. Even today, Franklin's influence can be seen in the principles of American democracy, the pursuit of scientific discovery, and the spirit of innovation that defines the modern world. Benjamin Franklin's impact on the United States and the world is so profound that many historians consider him the true architect of America. While figures like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison played vital roles in the nation's founding, Franklin's influence spanned far beyond politics. He shaped the nation's identity through his contributions to science, education, diplomacy, and moral philosophy, leaving a legacy that still resonates today. One of the reasons Franklin is often regarded as the most important founding father is his unparalleled versatility. He was not just a politician but also a scientist, inventor, writer, and philosopher. His role in drafting the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution positioned him at the very heart of the nation's birth. Unlike other founders, Franklin was a self-made man, embodying the American dream centuries before the term was coined. His life story, from an apprentice printer to a statesman who conversed with kings, inspired generations of Americans to strive for self-improvement and innovation. Education was one of Franklin's greatest passions. He believed in the power of knowledge and its ability to uplift individuals and society. He founded institutions that endure to this day, such as the University of Pennsylvania and the American Philosophical Society. His emphasis on practical knowledge over rote learning helped shape the American education system, fostering a culture of curiosity and problem-solving that remains central to the country's ethos. His widely read publication, Poor Richard's Almanac, disseminated wisdom in the form of witty and practical maxims, many of which are still quoted today. In the realm of science, Franklin's experiments with electricity, most famously his kite experiment, revolutionized our understanding of the natural world. His discoveries led to the invention of the lightning rod, a device that saved countless buildings and lives. Unlike many inventors, Franklin chose not to patent his creations, believing that innovation should serve humanity rather than personal gain. His scientific contributions went beyond electricity. He made advancements in meteorology, oceanography, and even medical science, proving that his intellectual curiosity had no bounds. Diplomatically, Franklin's role in securing French support during the American Revolution cannot be overstated. Without his skillful negotiations in Paris, it is unlikely that the young American nation would have been able to defeat Britain. His charm, wit, and ability to connect with foreign leaders made him America's first and perhaps most successful diplomat. The Treaty of Paris, which ended the war, was largely his achievement, and his diplomatic strategies set the precedent for U.S. foreign relations. Franklin's moral philosophy was equally influential. He promoted values such as hard work, frugality, and self-discipline, which became foundational aspects of the American ethos. His 13 Virtues, a personal guide to self-improvement, reflected his belief that character was built through conscious effort and continuous learning. While he was not without flaws, including his complicated stance on slavery, he ultimately became an advocate for abolition in his later years, demonstrating his capacity for growth and change. Today, Franklin's legacy can be seen everywhere. His face adorns the $100 bill, symbolizing his enduring importance to American identity. His innovations, writings, and ideas continue to shape modern society, and his belief in civic duty remains a guiding principle in American democracy. If America was built on the ideals of enlightenment, progress, and ingenuity, then Benjamin Franklin was its true pioneer. His story reminds us that one person, through relentless curiosity and a commitment to the common good, can indeed change the world. The end of World War II in 1945 marked not only the defeat of the Axis powers, but also the beginning of a new and intense geopolitical rivalry. The two remaining superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, emerged with vastly different ideologies, economic systems, and visions for the post-war world. The US championed capitalism and democratic governance, while the Soviet Union promoted communism and a state-controlled economy. Though they had been allies during the war, their cooperation quickly deteriorated, giving rise to a global conflict known as the Cold War. This ideological struggle played out not through direct military confrontation, but through proxy wars, political maneuvering, espionage, and a fierce competition for technological and military superiority. One of the defining features of the early Cold War period was the rapid development and stockpiling of nuclear weapons. In 1945, the United States demonstrated the devastating power of atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This not only hastened the end of World War II, but also signaled to the world, and especially to the Soviet Union, the unmatched military capabilities of the US. In response, the Soviets accelerated their own nuclear program, successfully testing their first atomic bomb in 1949. This event shattered the US monopoly on nuclear weapons and marked the beginning of the arms race. Each side began developing more powerful bombs, including hydrogen bombs, and the means to deliver them, such as long-range bombers and intercontinental ballistic missiles. This military escalation brought about a new focus on missile technology. Rockets, once seen as experimental and largely impractical, became central to the defense strategies of both nations. In particular, the development of ballistic missile technology laid the groundwork for space exploration. The same rockets that could deliver nuclear warheads across continents could also be used to launch satellites into orbit. As both countries invested heavily in missile research and development, the boundaries between military and civilian technological advancements became increasingly blurred. The roots of this technological race can be traced to Germany, where during World War II, scientists developed the V-2 rocket, the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile. After the war, both the United States and the Soviet Union raced to capture German scientists and their research. This effort, known in the United States as Operation Paperclip, brought key figures such as Wernher von Braun to America. Von Braun and his team would go on to play a crucial role in developing US missile technology, and later the Saturn V rocket that powered the Apollo missions. In the Soviet Union, captured German engineers were also put to work, and Soviet scientists led by Sergei Korolev began to achieve remarkable progress in rocketry. Korolev, whose identity was kept secret for many years, was the chief architect of the Soviet space program. Under his leadership, the USSR made rapid advancements in missile and space technology. His vision and determination were instrumental in turning Soviet aspirations into historic achievements. As the Cold War intensified, both nations sought new ways to assert their dominance. The focus began to shift toward space. Control of space was seen not only as a strategic advantage in military terms, but also as a symbol of technological and ideological superiority. If one side could place satellites, or even humans in orbit, it would demonstrate a clear edge in innovation and power projection. By the mid-1950s, preparations for launching artificial satellites were underway in both countries. The International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 1958, a cooperative international scientific effort, provided a politically neutral cover under which the two superpowers could publicly justify their satellite projects. However, beneath this surface of scientific collaboration lay a deep and driving competition. Each nation wanted to be first. The rivalry extended beyond technology and into the realm of public opinion and international influence. Success in space would not just win prestige, it would inspire other countries to align with the victor's ideology. The space race, born from the nuclear arms race and Cold War tensions, was not merely about reaching the stars. It was about winning hearts and minds on Earth. The space race, therefore, did not begin in a laboratory or a launch pad. It began in the aftermath of World War II, in the ashes of destroyed cities, in secret military projects, and in the minds of leaders who believed that supremacy in space could determine the future of the planet. As tensions mounted and technology advanced, the world watched as two superpowers prepared to take their conflict beyond the skies. The story of modern rocketry begins not in the United States or the Soviet Union, but in Nazi Germany. During World War II, German engineers led by Wernher von Braun developed the V-2 rocket, the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile. The V-2 was a revolutionary weapon, capable of delivering a 1-ton warhead at supersonic speeds to targets over 300 kilometers away. Though it was deployed too late in the war to change the outcome, its impact on the future of missile and space technology was profound. The V-2 was the first man-made object to reach the edge of space, and its design would serve as the foundation for post-war rocket development. As the war came to an end in 1945, both the United States and the Soviet Union launched covert operations to secure German military technology and recruit the scientists who created it. The Americans initiated Operation Paperclip, a secret program aimed at capturing top German scientists before they could fall into Soviet hands. Among those brought to the US was Wernher von Braun, who had been instrumental in designing the V-2 rocket. Von Braun and more than 100 of his colleagues were relocated to the United States, where they began working for the US Army at Fort Bliss and later at the Redstone Arsenal in Alabama. Their expertise would be critical in developing America's missile systems and eventually its space program. In the Soviet Union, a similar effort was underway. Soviet forces captured V-2 production facilities, documentation, and several German engineers. These individuals were sent to the USSR to assist in reconstructing the V-2 and to help develop an indigenous Soviet rocket program. Soviet engineers, under the leadership of Sergei Korolev, absorbed and then surpassed the technology gleaned from the German designs. Korolev, working with limited resources but tremendous determination, played a central role in adapting V-2 concepts to Soviet needs. He would later become the chief designer of the Soviet space program and the architect behind many of its most significant achievements. The legacy of the V-2 rocket was not merely technical. It demonstrated that space was no longer beyond human reach. The transition from wartime weapon to tool of exploration began with small modifications and ambitious thinking. American engineers modified V-2 rockets for high-altitude scientific experiments, launching them from the White Sands Proving Ground in New Mexico. These early tests provided crucial data on the upper atmosphere and cosmic radiation, laying the groundwork for future space missions. Meanwhile, in the USSR, the V-2 derivatives led to the development of the R-1, R-2, and eventually the R-7 rocket, which would become the first intercontinental ballistic missile and the launch vehicle for Sputnik and later crewed spaceflights. The Soviet strategy was clear. Mastery of rocket technology meant not only military strength, but also the potential for unmatched propaganda victories. Achieving dominance in space would be a way to demonstrate the superiority of the communist system to the world. For both superpowers, the line between military missile development and space exploration was thin. The same technologies that could deliver a nuclear payload to an enemy city could also place a satellite in orbit or carry astronauts into space. The captured knowledge and expertise from Nazi Germany became the backbone of Cold War rocket programs. What had once been weapons of war were being repurposed for scientific discovery and national pride. Wernher von Braun emerged as a key figure in the US space effort. By the 1950s, he was leading the development of the Redstone and Jupiter series of missiles. His team's work culminated in the launch of Explorer 1 in 1958, America's first satellite, and later the mighty Saturn V rocket that would carry astronauts to the moon. Despite his controversial past as a member of the Nazi Party and SS, von Braun was embraced by the American public as a visionary and pioneer. Sergei Korolev, whose identity remained a state secret until after his death, was equally vital to the Soviet side. Though he had once been imprisoned during Stalin's purges, he rose to lead the USSR's most ambitious space missions, including the launch of Sputnik in 1957 and Yuri Gagarin's historic flight in 1961. Like von Braun, Korolev transformed the knowledge of war into the tools of exploration. The influence of Nazi technology on the early years of the space race cannot be overstated. The V-2 rocket was more than a weapon, it was a blueprint for the future. Through the efforts of German scientists and the vision of American and Soviet engineers, the destructive legacy of the Second World War was turned toward peaceful, though highly competitive, ends. The birth of rocket science in the shadow of conflict set the stage for a new kind of battle, one fought not on the battlefield, but in the heavens above. On October 4, 1957, the Soviet Union stunned the world by launching the first artificial satellite into orbit. The satellite was called Sputnik 1. It was a small spherical object about the size of a beach ball, weighing roughly 83 kilograms, and it emitted a steady beeping signal that could be detected by radio operators around the world. Though it carried no scientific instruments beyond its radio transmitter, its impact was enormous. For the first time in history, a man-made object was orbiting the Earth. The launch of Sputnik was more than just a scientific achievement. It was a seismic political event that instantly changed the global balance of power. The United States, which had believed itself to be the undisputed leader in science and technology, was caught completely off guard. American officials and citizens alike reacted with shock, anxiety, and even fear. The realization that the Soviet Union had beaten the United States into space sent waves through the government, the media, and the public. Sputnik was launched aboard an R-7 intercontinental ballistic missile, a fact that made the event even more alarming to American military planners. If the Soviets could launch a satellite into orbit, they could also deliver nuclear warheads across continents with the same technology. This was not just a race for space, it was a race for national survival. The satellite's beeping was a constant reminder to the world that the USSR had taken a decisive lead in the most advanced area of technology. The immediate reaction in the United States was one of panic and soul-searching. Newspapers dubbed the event the Sputnik Crisis, and politicians demanded to know how the country had fallen behind. President Dwight D. Eisenhower, though calm in public, ordered sweeping reviews of American science and education policy. Congressional hearings followed, with intense scrutiny of the nation's schools, universities, and scientific institutions. The consensus was clear: the United States had to catch up, and fast. One of the most significant outcomes of the Sputnik launch was the creation of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. In July 1958, less than a year after Sputnik, Congress passed the National Aeronautics and Space Act, and NASA began operations on October 1, 1958. It marked a new era of American commitment to space exploration, research, and competition. The government also increased funding for science education and research, including the National Defense Education Act, which aimed to boost American expertise in math and science. Sputnik also had a deep psychological impact. It challenged American assumptions about technological superiority and raised fears about Soviet intentions. Many feared that space would become militarized, that the Soviets would place weapons in orbit, or that they would be able to strike the US from above. The idea of space as a new frontier, once the realm of science fiction, suddenly became an urgent and tangible reality. In the Soviet Union, the launch of Sputnik was a triumph. It was broadcast widely, celebrated by citizens, and used as powerful propaganda. The Soviet government framed the achievement as proof of the superiority of communism and central planning. Sergei Korolev, the chief designer behind the Soviet space program, became a national hero, though his identity remained secret outside the highest levels of government. For the USSR, Sputnik was not just a technical milestone, but a strategic victory in the ongoing ideological struggle of the Cold War. Internationally, the launch of Sputnik shocked and fascinated the world. Scientists, journalists, and ordinary people around the globe watched the skies, listened for the satellite's signal, and marveled at the dawn of the space age. It sparked global interest in science and exploration and made space a key arena in the geopolitical rivalry between East and West. The United States quickly responded with its own satellite program. On January 31, 1958, America launched its first satellite, Explorer 1, into orbit. Though smaller and less immediately dramatic than Sputnik, Explorer 1 carried a scientific payload that led to the discovery of the Van Allen radiation belts around Earth. The American response was now fully underway. The launch of Sputnik 1 marked the beginning of a new chapter in human history. It set off a chain reaction of scientific, political, and cultural changes that would shape the second half of the 20th century. More than just a beeping ball in orbit, Sputnik was a wake-up call to the world. It symbolized a shift in power, a new technological age, and the beginning of one of the most dramatic competitions in human history. In the wake of the Soviet Union's stunning success with the launch of Sputnik 1 in October 1957, the United States found itself in a crisis of confidence. The world's leading democracy and technological powerhouse had been caught off guard, and the pressure to respond was immediate and intense. The American government, military, scientific community, and public all demanded action. The first major attempt to answer Sputnik came in the form of the Vanguard project, a satellite program developed by the US Navy under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory. The Vanguard program had been selected in 1955 as the official US entry for the International Geophysical Year, a scientific initiative running from 1957 to 1958. It was intended to be a peaceful civilian-led project that would showcase American scientific prowess. However, when Sputnik launched and stole the spotlight, the political stakes for Vanguard skyrocketed. Suddenly, what had been a research mission was now a symbol of national pride and technological credibility. On December 6, 1957, the United States prepared to launch its first satellite, Vanguard TV3, from Cape Canaveral. The event was heavily publicized, with reporters, photographers, and TV cameras all waiting to witness America's response to Sputnik. But the launch ended in disaster. Just 2 seconds after liftoff, the rocket lost thrust, fell back onto the pad, and exploded in a fiery spectacle. The small satellite was thrown clear of the blast and landed nearby, still transmitting a signal, but the damage was done. The failure was a humiliation. The media dubbed it Flopnik, Kaputnik, and Stayputnik, mocking the effort and fueling national embarrassment. The Soviet Union, already basking in the success of Sputnik, reveled in the American misstep. The failure of Vanguard TV3 intensified the sense of urgency and desperation within the US government. If the country was to regain its technological credibility and secure its place in the space age, something had to change. Fortunately, the United States had another option. The Army Ballistic Missile Agency, led by Wernher von Braun, had been quietly working on a backup satellite program using a modified Redstone missile known as the Jupiter C. When Vanguard failed, the Army's program was quickly authorized to proceed. Working under intense pressure, von Braun's team prepared their rocket and satellite for launch. On January 31, 1958, just weeks after the Vanguard disaster, the United States successfully launched its first satellite into orbit. The satellite, Explorer 1, weighed about 14 kilograms and carried scientific instruments developed by physicist James Van Allen. The mission was a success, and the data returned led to the discovery of the Van Allen radiation belts, an important breakthrough in space science. More importantly for the American public and government, it proved that the United States was not out of the race. The success of Explorer 1 was a turning point. It demonstrated that the United States had the technical capability to compete in space. However, the fragmented nature of the country's space efforts was now seen as a serious problem. At the time, various branches of the military and different government agencies were all pursuing independent rocket and satellite projects. Coordination was poor, funding was scattered, and strategic direction was lacking. Recognizing the need for a unified civilian space agency, President Dwight D. Eisenhower proposed the creation of a new organization that would consolidate the nation's space efforts. Congress responded with the National Aeronautics and Space Act, which was passed in July 1958. The act established the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA, which officially began operations on October 1, 1958. NASA absorbed the earlier work of the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, or NACA, as well as several military programs and personnel. It brought together engineers, scientists, and administrators under one roof, with a clear mission to lead the nation in space exploration. Unlike the military-led Soviet space program, NASA would be a civilian agency, emphasizing peaceful purposes and scientific discovery. This distinction was crucial in framing the American space effort as a noble and democratic endeavor. The creation of NASA marked a new beginning. It was more than just a bureaucratic shift, it was a statement of intent. The United States would not simply react to Soviet achievements, but would develop a long-term strategy to lead in space. NASA's early goals included developing satellite technology, creating human spaceflight capabilities, and advancing aeronautics research. Its leaders understood that space was the new frontier in the Cold War, and they prepared to meet the challenge. The failure of Vanguard TV3, though painful, served as a catalyst for change. It exposed weaknesses in the American approach and paved the way for reform. The success of Explorer 1 showed that the country could recover quickly and achieve significant milestones. And the creation of NASA laid the foundation for the dramatic achievements that would follow, including putting the first Americans into orbit and eventually landing men on the moon. In less than a year, the United States went from embarrassment to resurgence. The launch of Sputnik had shocked the nation, but it had also awakened it. With the birth of NASA, America was ready to embark on a new era of exploration and competition in the vast reaches of space. On April 12, 1961, the Soviet Union achieved one of the most extraordinary milestones in human history. Yuri Gagarin, a 27-year-old Soviet Air Force pilot, became the first human to travel into space. His spacecraft, Vostok 1, lifted off from the Baikonur Cosmodrome and completed a full orbit of the Earth, in approximately 108 minutes. Gagarin's mission was not only a triumph of engineering and courage, but a profound statement of Soviet capability and ambition in the Cold War space race. The Vostok 1 mission was shrouded in secrecy until its success could be confirmed. The spacecraft was fully automated, as Soviet engineers were uncertain about how the human body would react to weightlessness and orbital flight. Gagarin had little control over the capsule, but he remained calm and composed throughout the mission. His famous phrase, "Poyakali," meaning "let's go," became an instant cultural icon and symbolized the Soviet Union's bold leap into space. Yuri Gagarin returned to Earth a hero, landing in a rural field in the Saratov region after ejecting from the capsule and parachuting to the ground, as the Vostok's design required. News of his safe return and successful flight spread rapidly across the globe. In the USSR, he was celebrated as a national treasure. He was awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union and began a worldwide tour, receiving accolades and admiration. Gagarin's flight was a propaganda victory of immense proportions, showcasing Soviet scientific and technological prowess. In the United States, Gagarin's historic flight was received with a mix of admiration and alarm. While many Americans respected the Soviet achievement, the political leadership understood its deeper implications. The USSR had now twice beaten the United States to major space milestones, first with Sputnik and now with the first human in space. The pressure on the American space program intensified dramatically. Just weeks later, on May 5, 1961, the United States launched its own human into space. Alan Shepard, a naval aviator and test pilot, flew aboard the Freedom 7 spacecraft on a mission designated Mercury Redstone 3. Shepard's flight was suborbital, lasting just over 15 minutes and reaching an altitude of 187 kilometers. Though far shorter than Gagarin's orbit, Shepard became the first American in space and instantly a national hero. The Freedom 7 spacecraft, unlike Vostok, allowed for manual control, and Shepard used it effectively to maneuver during his brief but critical flight. His words, "What a beautiful view," captured the awe and wonder of seeing Earth from space. Despite the short duration, the mission restored some confidence in the American space program and demonstrated the reliability of NASA's systems and procedures. The contrast between the two missions was significant. Gagarin had orbited the Earth, a clear technical superiority at the time. However, Shepard's mission had its own importance, showcasing precision control, astronaut involvement, and a rapid response from NASA following the earlier Soviet lead. The Mercury program, which had begun in 1958, was finally bearing fruit. Both missions had an enormous impact on public perception and the political stakes of the space race. Space exploration was no longer just about satellites and scientific instruments. It was now a deeply human endeavor, with astronauts and cosmonauts as the new face of national pride and technological achievement. The eyes of the world were on these pioneers, and their stories captivated millions. For the Soviet Union, Gagarin's success strengthened its image as the dominant space power and gave its citizens a sense of pride and accomplishment during the tense years of the Cold War. For the United States, Shepard's mission served as a turning point. Just weeks after Shepard's flight, President John F. Kennedy addressed a joint session of Congress and declared the ambitious goal of sending an American to the moon before the end of the decade. The era of human spaceflight had officially begun, marked by courage, innovation, and the intense competition between two global superpowers. Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard were the trailblazers. the first to venture beyond the bounds of Earth, and their missions would ignite a new chapter in the history of space exploration. Following the pioneering missions of Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard, both the Soviet Union and the United States accelerated their efforts in human spaceflight. The early 1960s marked a period of rapid development and experimentation as each nation sought to demonstrate its technological superiority. The Soviet Vostok program and the American Project Mercury were central to this phase, and both faced immense technical challenges while achieving a series of crucial milestones. The Vostok program, led by Sergei Korolev and his team, continued to build on the momentum of Gagarin's success. On August 6, 1961, just months after Gagarin's flight, cosmonaut German Titov launched aboard Vostok 2. His mission lasted over 25 hours and included 17 orbits around the Earth. Titov became the first human to spend an entire day in space, offering valuable data on the physiological effects of prolonged weightlessness. Despite experiencing space sickness, Titov's mission was a success and reinforced Soviet dominance in space. Subsequent Vostok flights expanded both the duration and ambition of human space missions. Vostok 3 and Vostok 4, launched in August 1962, marked the first time multiple crewed spacecraft were in orbit simultaneously. Although the capsules did not dock, they came within a few kilometers of each other, demonstrating increasing precision in orbital maneuvering. The next year, Vostok 5 and Vostok 6 continued this trend, culminating in the historic flight of Valentina Tereshkova aboard Vostok 6 on June 16, 1963. Tereshkova became the first woman in space, a major propaganda victory for the USSR and a testament to the growing complexity and inclusivity of its space program. Meanwhile, the United States advanced Project Mercury with a deliberate and methodical approach. Following Shepard's suborbital flight, astronaut Gus Grissom repeated a similar mission aboard Liberty Bell 7 in July 1961. Although the flight itself was successful, the capsule sank after splashdown due to a premature hatch release, highlighting the risks and unpredictability of early spaceflight. NASA's first orbital mission came with John Glenn's flight aboard Friendship 7 on February 20, 1962. Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth, completing 3 orbits during a nearly 5-hour mission. His safe return marked a critical milestone for the United States and helped restore national confidence. Glenn was celebrated as a hero, and his flight demonstrated that the Mercury spacecraft could perform complex orbital operations. Project Mercury continued with further missions to refine systems and gather scientific data. Scott Carpenter flew Aurora 7 in May 1962. Wally Schirra flew Sigma 7 in October 1962, and Gordon Cooper completed the final Mercury mission, Faith 7, in May 1963. Cooper's mission lasted over 34 hours and included 22 orbits, proving that Americans could sustain longer missions and laying the groundwork for more advanced programs. Both programs faced numerous technical challenges. Engineers had to solve problems related to life support, re-entry heat shielding, launch vehicle reliability, and communications. Every mission posed new questions. How would the human body respond to longer periods in weightlessness? Could astronauts control their spacecraft under stress? Would automated systems function as intended? Each flight provided data and experience, allowing both countries to iterate and improve. The Vostok capsules were larger than Mercury capsules and allowed cosmonauts more freedom of movement, but they were also almost entirely automated, reflecting Soviet caution and control. Mercury spacecraft were smaller and more cramped, but American astronauts had greater control over their missions, aligning with NASA's emphasis on piloted flight. The Mercury and Vostok programs represented an era of trial and error, intense risk and rapid learning. Both nations lost uncrewed test vehicles, struggled with launch failures, and constantly pushed the limits of available technology. Behind every success were teams of engineers, scientists and mission controllers working tirelessly to solve unprecedented problems. Despite the Cold War rivalry, there were moments of mutual respect between the programs. Each side monitored the other's progress closely, and achievements were acknowledged, albeit often with political spin. The race was fierce, but it was also driven by shared human curiosity and the desire to explore beyond Earth. By the end of the Vostok and Mercury programs in 1963, both superpowers had demonstrated their ability to launch, orbit, and safely return human beings from space. These early missions laid the foundation for more ambitious projects, the Soviet Vostok and American Gemini programs, which would focus on multi-person crews, longer durations, and the techniques necessary for lunar exploration. The Mercury and Vostok programs were stepping stones in the larger narrative of the space race. They turned the dream of human spaceflight into a reality and proved that sustained exploration was possible. Through trial, error, and eventual success, the boundaries of space were pushed further than ever before. On May 25, 1961, just weeks after Alan Shepard became the first American in space, President John F. Kennedy addressed a joint session of Congress and delivered a speech that would define the future of American space exploration. He declared, "I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth." It was a bold and ambitious promise, one made at a time when the United States had only just begun to test its capabilities in space. Kennedy's announcement was driven by several factors. The Soviet Union had already scored major victories with Sputnik and Yuri Gagarin's historic orbital flight. The Cold War was intensifying, and technological supremacy in space had become a key measure of national power and prestige. Kennedy's moonshot promise was as much a geopolitical maneuver as it was a scientific or exploratory goal. It aimed to rally American talent and resources around a singular, inspiring challenge. To reach the moon, the United States needed a stepping-stone program that would develop and refine the techniques required for such a complex mission. This led to the creation of Project Gemini, NASA's second human spaceflight program, which ran from 1961 to 1966. Gemini was designed to test technologies and skills that would be essential for lunar missions, such as orbital rendezvous, docking, long-duration spaceflight, and extravehicular activity, commonly known as spacewalking. The Gemini spacecraft was more advanced than its predecessor, Mercury. It could carry 2 astronauts instead of 1, had greater maneuverability, and supported longer missions. The program consisted of 10 crewed flights, each building on the lessons of the last. Gemini missions were launched atop Titan II rockets, which were adapted from intercontinental ballistic missiles but modified for human spaceflight. Gemini 3, launched on March 23, 1965, was the first crewed flight of the program. Astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young tested the spacecraft's maneuvering capabilities and completed the first orbital change by an American spacecraft. The mission demonstrated that astronauts could alter their flight path in orbit, a necessary skill for rendezvous and docking. Gemini 4, launched in June 1965, featured the first American spacewalk. Ed White became the first American to float outside his spacecraft, tethered by a long cord and using a handheld maneuvering unit. His 23-minute EVA was both a technical achievement and a powerful symbol of human presence in space. However, it also revealed challenges such as limited mobility and the difficulty of re-entering the spacecraft. Gemini 5 tested endurance. Astronauts Gordon Cooper and Pete Conrad spent nearly 8 days in orbit, proving that humans could survive in space for the time required to travel to the moon and back. The mission encountered power and guidance issues, but its success marked another major step forward. Gemini 6A and Gemini 7 demonstrated the feasibility of orbital rendezvous. In December 1965, the two spacecraft flew within a foot of each other in orbit, maneuvering in close proximity for several hours. Gemini 7, carrying astronauts Frank Borman and Jim Lovell, also set a record by remaining in space for 14 days, testing the limits of human endurance in microgravity. Gemini 8, launched in March 1966, carried astronauts Neil Armstrong and David Scott. It achieved the first docking of two spacecraft in orbit, linking with an unmanned Agena target vehicle. However, a stuck thruster caused the docked vehicles to spin uncontrollably, forcing Armstrong to perform an emergency undocking and stabilization. The incident underscored the risks of spaceflight, but also showed the skill and calmness of American astronauts. Subsequent missions refined spacewalking techniques. Gemini 9, 10, 11 and 12 all included extravehicular activity, with varying degrees of success. By the final Gemini mission in November 1966, astronauts had learned how to work effectively outside their spacecraft, a vital skill for any lunar landing. Gemini also mastered orbital rendezvous and docking procedures, vital for assembling and operating multi-module spacecraft. These complex maneuvers became routine, building the confidence and experience necessary for Apollo missions. Project Gemini was not glamorous in the way Apollo would later be, but it was indispensable. It transformed American spaceflight from experimental jaunts into a mature, reliable system capable of complex, extended missions. Every successful Gemini flight pushed the boundaries of what was possible and prepared NASA for the monumental task ahead. By the end of Gemini in 1966, NASA had tested all the key components required for a lunar landing. The astronauts, engineers, and mission controllers were seasoned. The technology was proven, and the promise Kennedy had made in 1961 was within reach. The foundation had been laid. The United States was ready to take the next giant leap. While much of the world's attention was focused on the dramatic Apollo program and the Gemini missions, the Soviet Union was quietly making significant strides in both crewed and robotic space exploration. The Soviet Soyuz and Luna programs exemplify this period of innovation, marked by both remarkable achievements and tragic setbacks. The Luna program, initiated in the late 1950s, was the first series of robotic missions aimed at exploring the moon. Beginning with Luna 1 in 1959, the Soviets achieved a number of pioneering firsts. Luna 1 was the first spacecraft to reach the vicinity of the moon, passing within 6,000 kilometers of its surface, although it did not impact as intended. Luna 2 followed shortly thereafter, becoming the first human-made object to impact the lunar surface. These early missions gathered valuable data on the moon's environment and radiation, laying the groundwork for future exploration. In 1966, Luna 9 achieved a historic milestone by performing the first successful soft landing on the moon. The spacecraft transmitted panoramic images of the lunar surface back to Earth, offering humanity its first close-up views of another world. The lunar program continued with sample return missions, such as Luna 16 in 1970, which brought lunar soil back to Earth, a feat unmatched by the United States at that time. Parallel to these robotic efforts, the Soviet Union was developing the Soyuz spacecraft, which would become the cornerstone of its crewed space program for decades. Designed to replace the aging Vostok and Voskhod capsules, Soyuz was larger, more versatile, and capable of supporting longer missions with a crew of up to 3 cosmonauts. The development of Soyuz involved solving complex technical challenges, including life support systems, re-entry technology, and orbital maneuvering capabilities. The Soyuz program's early years were marred by tragedy. On April 24, 1967, cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov became the first human to die during a space mission. Komarov's Soyuz 1 suffered multiple system failures shortly after launch. Despite his efforts to manually control the spacecraft, the parachute failed during re-entry, causing a fatal crash landing. Komarov's death was a sobering reminder of the inherent dangers of spaceflight and underscored the urgency of thorough testing and system reliability. Despite these setbacks, the Soyuz spacecraft proved to be an incredibly durable and adaptable platform. Subsequent missions improved upon the original design, and Soyuz would go on to support decades of crewed missions, including ferrying astronauts to space stations like Salyut Mir and the International Space Station. Throughout the late 1960s and 1970s, the Soviets continued to advance their robotic lunar exploration. The lunar program contributed vital scientific knowledge, while the Soyuz program laid the foundation for human spaceflight longevity and cooperation. These efforts, while less publicized than the Apollo landings, were essential components of the broader space race. The Soviet Union demonstrated technical prowess and resilience, maintaining a strong presence in space despite the challenges. The story of Soyuz and lunar missions is one of both triumph and tragedy. It reflects the determination of a nation to explore the unknown, push the boundaries of technology, and endure the costs of such ambitions. The Apollo program was one of the most ambitious and challenging endeavors in the history of space exploration. It was born out of the urgent desire to win the space race against the Soviet Union and was fueled by President John F. Kennedy's bold 1961 promise to land a man on the moon and return him safely to Earth before the decade's end. This goal pushed NASA engineers, scientists, and astronauts to their limits, demanding innovation, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to overcoming every obstacle. However, the journey toward that historic achievement was fraught with setbacks and profound tragedy. On January 27, 1967, disaster struck during a routine pre-launch test of Apollo 1, then officially designated as 204, at Cape Kennedy Launch Complex 34. Inside the command module, astronauts Virgil Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee were conducting a plugs-out test, a simulation of the spacecraft's internal systems running independently from ground support. Suddenly, a spark ignited a fire in the pure oxygen atmosphere, causing flames to engulf the cabin in seconds. The intense heat and toxic smoke made escape impossible, and all 3 crew members tragically lost their lives. The Apollo 1 fire sent shockwaves through NASA and the entire nation. It exposed critical flaws in spacecraft design and safety protocols. Investigations revealed that the command module's interior contained flammable materials, that the hatch opened inward and was nearly impossible to open quickly under pressure, and that electrical wiring was vulnerable to short circuits. This disaster brought the Apollo program to a temporary halt as engineers and NASA leadership grappled with the profound challenge of redesigning the spacecraft to ensure astronaut safety. In the aftermath, NASA launched a comprehensive overhaul of the Apollo command module. Fire-resistant materials replaced highly combustible components. The hatch was redesigned to open outward and could be released in seconds, even under pressure, to facilitate rapid escape. Electrical systems were strengthened and rerouted to reduce the risk of shorts or sparks. Testing became more rigorous, emphasizing safety above all else. These changes represented a major investment of time and resources, but were essential to regain trust and confidence in the program. After 3 years of painstaking redesign, retesting, and astronaut training, NASA was finally ready to return to crewed flight. Apollo 7, launched on October 11, 1968, marked this critical milestone. Commanded by veteran astronaut Wally Schirra, with Don Eseler and Walter Cunningham as crewmates, Apollo 7 was the first successful crewed mission in the Apollo series. The mission lasted 11 days in low Earth orbit and was designed to test the revamped command module's life support, propulsion, and communication systems. Apollo 7 demonstrated the spacecraft's reliability, providing NASA with the confidence to move forward with lunar missions. It was a steady, methodical flight that, while lacking the glamour of a lunar landing, was absolutely vital to the program's ultimate success. With the successful completion of Apollo 7, NASA quickly planned the next step, sending astronauts to the moon's vicinity. Apollo 8, launched on December 21, 1968, was the first crewed mission to leave Earth orbit and travel to the moon. Astronauts Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and Bill Anders entered lunar orbit, completing 10 orbits over roughly 20 hours. During this mission, the crew tested navigation, communication, and life support systems in deep space conditions. Apollo 8 also provided the first live television broadcasts from lunar orbit, mesmerizing viewers on Earth, with dramatic views of the moon's surface and the distant Earth rising over the lunar horizon. Apollo 8 was a profound psychological and political victory for the United States. It proved that humans could travel to the moon and back safely, effectively closing the gap with Soviet space achievements. The crew's reading from the Book of Genesis during a Christmas Eve broadcast became one of the most memorable moments of the space race, symbolizing hope and unity during a turbulent era. Apollo 8 set the stage for the final and most daring missions yet to come. Following Apollo 8's triumph, Apollo 10 was launched in May 1969 as a full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. Astronauts Thomas Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan piloted the mission, taking the lunar module within 15 kilometers of the moon's surface. This mission tested every component and procedure needed for landing, including lunar orbit rendezvous, descent and ascent techniques. Although the crew did not land, they came close enough to verify all systems performed as expected. The mission confirmed that NASA was ready for the historic landing attempt planned for Apollo 11. The sequence of Apollo 1's tragedy, Apollo 7's return to flight, Apollo 8's lunar orbit, and Apollo 10's rehearsal demonstrated NASA's ability to learn from failure, innovate, and press forward under enormous pressure. Each mission built upon the last, showcasing human ingenuity and resilience. The lessons from Apollo 1's fire fundamentally reshaped spacecraft design and safety culture, ensuring that future astronauts had the best possible chance of survival. These pivotal missions paved the way for the crowning achievement of the Apollo program, the first moon landing by Apollo 11 in July 1969. The journey from fire and failure to triumph embodied the spirit of exploration and the determination to push beyond known limits. It showed the world that even in the face of profound setbacks, human beings could come together to achieve the extraordinary. Apollo 11 remains one of the most extraordinary and transformative achievements in human history. On July 16, 1969, the world watched as the mighty Saturn V rocket, the most powerful launch vehicle ever built, thundered into the sky from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. On board were 3 astronauts, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins. Their mission was nothing less than to achieve humanity's first manned landing on the moon, an unprecedented challenge that represented the pinnacle of decades of research, engineering and determination, fueled by the intense geopolitical rivalry of the Cold War. This mission symbolized the ultimate goal of the space race, a competition between the United States and the Soviet Union that had begun with the launch of Sputnik over a decade earlier. Apollo 11 was not just about beating another nation to the moon. It was about pushing the boundaries of human capability, science and technology to new heights. The journey to the moon was fraught with complexity and risk. After the powerful launch, the crew entered Earth orbit and performed critical system checks. The translunar injection, a carefully calculated rocket burn, propelled the spacecraft out of Earth orbit and toward the moon, beginning a 3-day voyage across approximately 240,000 miles of space. While Armstrong and Aldrin prepared for their descent in the lunar module, Michael Collins remained in the command module, Columbia, orbiting the moon alone. His role was essential, managing spacecraft systems and preparing for the rendezvous with the lunar module after the historic landing. Despite being isolated for hours in lunar orbit, Collins' calm expertise ensured the mission could continue smoothly. On July 20th, 1969, the lunar module, named Eagle, separated from the command module and began its descent toward the moon's surface. What followed was a tense and dramatic sequence that captivated millions around the world. Armstrong took manual control when the automated landing system guided the module toward a hazardous boulder-strewn area. With fuel running low and time running out, Armstrong skillfully piloted the Eagle to a safe landing in the Sea of Tranquility, a relatively flat and stable area chosen for its suitability. When Armstrong radioed back to Mission Control, "Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed," the world erupted in celebration. This simple message confirmed that humanity had achieved what was once thought impossible. Several hours later, Neil Armstrong descended the ladder of the lunar module and set foot on the moon. His words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," instantly became one of the most famous quotes in history. Buzz Aldrin soon joined him on the surface, describing the lunar landscape as magnificent desolation. Together they spent about 2.5 hours conducting scientific experiments, collecting 47.5 pounds of lunar rocks and soil, and capturing images that would inspire generations to come. Their activities provided critical data about the moon's composition and environment, laying the groundwork for future exploration. While Armstrong and Aldrin explored the lunar surface, Michael Collins orbited overhead, ensuring the command module was functioning perfectly and ready to rendezvous for the return journey. Though often overshadowed by the lunar landing itself, Collins's role was vital to the mission's success. Without his precise piloting and technical skill, the astronauts on the surface would have had no way home. The moon landing was broadcast live on television, with an estimated 600 million people worldwide tuning in to witness history. The event transcended national borders and political divides, uniting humanity in awe and wonder at the possibilities of exploration. It was a powerful symbol of human ingenuity and courage, demonstrating what could be accomplished with vision, teamwork and perseverance. After completing their tasks on the moon, Armstrong and Aldrin returned to the Eagle, which launched from the lunar surface to dock with Collins in orbit. The three astronauts then began their journey back to Earth, splashing down safely in the Pacific Ocean on July 24, 1969. Their triumphant return was met with worldwide acclaim, and the crew was celebrated as heroes who had expanded the horizons of human achievement. Apollo 11 marked not only the peak of the space race, but also its symbolic end. The successful moon landing fulfilled the goals set by President John F. Kennedy and showcased the technological and organizational prowess of the United States. For the Soviet Union, It was a moment of reckoning, as the initial shock gave way to recognition of the United States' monumental accomplishment. Though space exploration would continue with new missions and international cooperation, Apollo 11 represented a defining moment where humanity took its first steps beyond Earth in a profoundly tangible way. The legacy of Apollo 11 continues to inspire scientists, engineers and dreamers around the world. It demonstrated that no challenge is too great when met with determination, creativity, and collaboration. It also changed our perspective of Earth, showing it as a fragile, beautiful oasis suspended in the vastness of space. This mission laid the foundation for future endeavors such as the development of space stations, robotic exploration of other planets, and the ongoing quest to send humans to Mars. Apollo 11 remains a testament to the extraordinary potential of human exploration, a beacon of hope and achievement that reminds us of our ability to transcend boundaries and explore the unknown. The journey of Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin and Michael Collins is forever etched in history as the moment humanity reached for the stars and touched another world, proving that with courage and vision, we can accomplish the unimaginable.